Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting is being called to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times and the Trentonian newspapers, posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, and filed in the City Clerk's office and posted on the City of Trenton's website. Formal action will be taken. Roll call, Mr. Conlon. Roll call, sir.
Yes, Madam President, I should probably unmute myself. Mr. Blakely has advised me that he will not be here this evening and he will be marked absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes, here, present.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Harrison. Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Ms. Vaughn.
Did you say Mr. Harrison? Did you call Councilman Harrison?
I did, ma'am. I did. He was not here. Mr. Harrison, have you arrived, sir? And Council President McBride.
Present.
Council President, we do have a quorum of 4 members. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Chairman.
Present. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Mr. Liston.
Present.
Mr. Bridges informed me that he would be here about a half hour late. Ms. Samuel will be taking his stead in the meantime. Ms. Samuel, are you present, ma'am?
Yes, I am. Good evening, everyone, for the law department.
Mr. Wilson.
Here.
Chief Maziar.
Present. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Director Delisle. Dr. Lopez.
Good evening, I'm present.
Good evening, ma'am. Director Onatieri.
Present. Good evening.
Director Richardson.
Present. Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Lavenberg. Director Lavenberg.
Good evening, present.
And Mr. Zielinski.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Council President, all the members are present. Would you like me to proceed down the docket?
Yes.
Mr. Conlon, this is also present.
Gotcha. Thank you. Council President.
Harrison.
Mr. Harrison, you've arrived, sir?
Yes, Mr. Conlon, Councilman Harrison.
Thank you very much. Ms. Vaughn, have you arrived? Council President, I'm going to proceed to the invocation. If we could all bow our heads. Almighty God, who holds the fate of man and nation, we most humbly beseech thee to bless this our city, these deliberations and these thy servants, that they may act with wisdom and understanding for the good of our community and thy greater glory. We also ask that you protect us from the continuing and ongoing pandemic of COVID-19 and the Delta variant, and keep our people safe. Amen. If we could all rise for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of
United
America,
States of America,
to the
and to the
republic
republic to which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty.
with liberty and justice for all.
Council President, at the top of the docket tonight, we have the advice and consent for the appointment of Kenneth M. Douglas as Director of the Fire Department with the Honorable Mayor Reed Gusiora appearing. Council President, would you like to turn the floor to Mr. Gusiora?
Yes.
Mayor, it is your floor, sir.
Thank you, Council President, Vice President, and members of the council. Today we offer Kenneth Douglas to take over the helm of Trenton Fire Department. As you know, that our firefighters are out there every single day putting themselves at risk to protect our residents. They sponsor multiple fantastic events for our community, and Trenton Fire Department is one of the most precious resources we have. For starters, he's been a successful fire director for a diverse urban community of Orange. Before that, he was a firefighter for the city of Newark. On top of having a long, commendable career as a firefighter, he has a solid financial background that can help Trenton Fire Department persevere despite limited resources and keep costs reasonable. Mr. Douglas has a BA and a master's degree, and he's going for another master's degree at Seton Hall. He has an impressive academic experience that would be very beneficial for the city of Trenton. A lot of his success is that the area has been made possible by his efforts to improve retention and recruitment. And particularly, he has worked extensively in extending recruitment to more diverse neighborhoods so that the fire department better reflects the community it serves. We're most impressed with his plans to recruit at the high school and other areas of the city, and to make sure that we continue to have a vibrant fire department. This mentality is perfect fit for the city of Trenton that relies so strongly on those community partnerships to succeed, especially for our fire department, which is already so active in our community. I'm honored that he wants to continue those efforts here in New Jersey's capital city, and I encourage you to support his appointment. I might add that when we were in search of a fire department and fire director, and we ultimately picked Derek Sawyer, Mr. Douglas came in second. And in this latest round, I didn't mention this to the committee that was perusing the resumes, and lo and behold, he was a finalist as well in this second round. So we're really proud that I think he's going to be an asset for the city of Trenton. I know Mr. Douglas is online, Madam Chair, and I was wondering if we could allow him to introduce himself.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Gusiora, Council President McBride, and the entire City Council of the City of Trenton, New Jersey. I humbly thank you for allowing me to come here today and present myself to you as a possible choice for your fire director. Mayor Gusiora, I appreciate the opportunity you bestowed on me to offer me or an active position and want me to be your representative of the fire department along as a representative for the city council. I would not be here today if it wasn't for my current employer, the city of Orange Township, Mayor Dwayne D. Warren, who allowed me to be his fire director for the last 6.5 years and gave me an opportunity to promote his fire department and his vision for a safe city and community. I had much success with Mayor Dwayne Warren and Orange City Council. Still having success with them, and given an opportunity to come to Trenton, I will continue my success from my experience that was given from Orange Township into the state's capital. As it relates to community engagement, these are one of the things that I feel the fact that urban municipalities need, because we have to engage the community to better protect themselves from the dangers of fire. I also bring knowledge and experience as a firefighter, being a firefighter in the largest city in New Jersey, being from the city of Newark, where I was a detective in the arson squad, did candidate investigations. I was internal affairs officer and a firefighter. My knowledge and expertise there have been deep-rooted in the community and also understanding of what's needed in the urban community as it relates to fire safety. With that being said, I am open to take any questions from the community or the council, and open to answer any questions that you may have for me. And that completes my opening statement, and thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. I would move to our Council Vice Chair to ask her if she have any questions at this time for Mr. Douglas.
Oh, okay. Mr. Douglas, good evening. And you have a very impressive resume. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You have a very impressive resume, but I understand, because I've been getting a lot of phone calls regarding Orange about you closing firehouses. Is that true?
Not at all, ma'am. The current firehouse that's closed right now, there is an EPA issue within the soil of the firehouse. It becomes a health hazard for the firefighters that actually were staying and stationed in that firehouse, and for the safety of the members in the fire department, that firehouse was closed down for that reason and that reason alone. There is a feasibility study that has been done on that particular firehouse, and the city administration is determining which was the possible course of action to get that firehouse on that side of town reopened, be it building a new firehouse or mediating the current one that's there.
So we don't have to have any concerns about you closing down firehouses?
It is not a concern at all. I feel that firehouses need to be opening, no brownouts. We have to make necessary changes in the budget so that the budget stays to a certain level, that we don't have issues that will cause that to happen. No closing of firehouses. The only way a firehouse can be closed if it poses a hazard to the firefighters that serve in it. But we have to work on getting that fixed so that firehouse can maintain open.
So I understand that you are an excellent administrator, but you fall short on the operations end of managing the operations. And I understand that in your prior town, they amended the ordinance to have you be the director over the whole fire department, to be in charge of all the administrative issues, and they had an acting chief be in charge of operations. Can you answer that?
I don't know about an amended ordinance, but it's always been the chief in charge of operations. As it relates to administration, yes, administrating is my job, policies and procedures and recommendations from the fire chief as it relates to operational issues and needs. That is my main job. I'm not directly involved in operations, but all operations also is a recommendation because everything needs budgeting. So I do play a part, not on the operations exactly what they do, but how they do it and what's necessary to get it done.
Okay, I'm glad you explained that to me. However, I guess the City of Trenton fire ordinance gives you authority over operations and administration, and I would probably push to amend the ordinance to have the chief have the operations. I have absolutely no issue with you, sir, whatsoever.
Okay.
And I welcome you on board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Madam President, can I just interject for 1 second?
Yes, go right ahead, Mayor.
Yes, I understand that a council person is introducing an ordinance to that effect. I have no objections. And in fact, the mayor was going to issue an executive order to that effect as well. So it's perfectly clear the roles in the firehouse. But I think that We have a great opportunity to get an experienced director and administrator, and I don't think that we should lose that just because our previous ordinance said something else, but we have no objection to changing the ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
President McBride, I'm on the line.
Okay, Councilman Blakely, you're here.
Yes, I am.
Councilman Blakely, the mayor have introduced Mr. Douglas. That is his choice as a fire director. Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson have already asked her questions. Would you like to have the floor to address Mr. Douglas at this time?
I just want to say that I've heard great things about you, Mr. Douglas, and I look forward to voting in favor of your confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Councilman.
All right, so Councilman Harrison, would you like to address Mr. Douglas at this time?
Well, my question would be to West Bridges.
Yes, I am here. My apologies. I was a bit late getting on, but I'm here. How are you, Councilman?
Yes. Mr. Bridges, my question is, if I vote yes for Mr. Douglas for fire director, do I still have the ability to introduce an amended ordinance that reflects all operational control of the department will be carried out by the uniformed officers of the department?
Yes, there's nothing legally stopping you from introducing that ordinance, Councilman.
Thank you. Because like I said, Mr. Douglas has administratively phenomenal. My concern is the same thing with operational controls. So I'm going to introduce that. And like my colleague said, Ms. Caldwell-Wilson said the same thing. Other people have the same concern. So we should be able to work together to amend this ordinance. Thank you.
So, Councilman, would you like to address Mr. Douglas at this time?
Yes, I would. My concern here is changing the ordinance. We're changing the ordinance. This tells me the person in question does not have the qualifications to lead the Trenton Fire Department. Otherwise, we wouldn't be changing the ordinance. We have so many good qualified people out there. Mr. Douglas, are you prepared to get in there to move your family into the city of Trenton within the next several months? Because that's the problem we have right now. Everybody seems not to move in. You get a new car and you drive back and forth and you never could be found. Could you explain that to me? Are you ready to move into the city of Trenton?
So, to my understanding, this is not one of the requirements for the position, but me and my family actually have visited Trenton on several times. We visited the Mint Hill area, historic area, Villa Park, and Hillcrest. Actually, my wife works for a real estate company, and these are some of the locations that were identified, a possible location if it required us to move down there. It is a family decision we have to make, but I will be fully committed to the city of Trenton in the event that I was selected as the director of the fire department. Just because I am a distance away doesn't mean the fact that I won't have the commitment and spend the time necessary there as a director to show the commitment to the position and the job and those residents of Trenton Township.
Well, once we look over all the directors that were from your area, we found it to be. They never showed up in Trenton to go to work. The last fire director was in Philadelphia. On major fires, he never showed up. This looks like the same thing. If we get a 3-alarm fire, we're going to call you. And how long does it take you to get to Trenton from your location?
40 minutes.
And you're going to put your clothes on, leave your warm bed, and come in to serve the city of Trenton. I find that highly impossible to do that. I don't have anything wrong with your resume, but it's very, very, very disturbing that we're going right back to the same thing we did over and over and over. We have qualified people here in the city of Trenton. They weren't even chosen for this. Why do we have to go to the outside? Mayor, and I know you're listening, that's disturbing to me. Disturbing to me that you don't even give our people a chance to respond to this. And your resume is outstanding, but you only did 7 years. 7 years firefighter. 7 years. You're administrative all the way. Outstanding. But 7 years of firefighter. You had 90 men, I believe, under you. We got 32. How are you going to take that load on when you never did it before?
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted me to answer that.
This seems to be very disturbing. And in my heart, you're not moving your family down here because nobody else did. And you're not going to come down here. And the bottom line is, for the last 5 directors, one of them cost us $15 million. $15 million we went with them. Bad judgment calls. I'm just saying, when does council have enough of this? I'm not saying you can't do the job, but I ain't changing no amendment for you to step in. You don't have the qualifications to step in now. My vote is a no vote. And shame on my council for not sticking up what they say. You want people living here over and over and over. Our council said we want people living here, putting the revenue back in the city. Mayor, I know you're listening. Shame on you. I know, shame on you, Mayor. Shame on you for this. This is, and I know I'm not going to bring it all out, but I know how this all came about. I'm very, very disturbed. That's all I have to say. My vote is a no vote.
Thank you, Councilman Michelle. Councilman Rodriguez, would you like to?
Wait, I have a couple of questions for the director. I just got your resume 2 days ago. Somehow, for some reason, nobody wanted to give me your resume. But I see that you have 16 years as a firefighter. In one side said that you have 16 years. In another side says you have 7 years. And also there is something that happened in 2015 that the Jersey State Board of Mediation was involved. I don't know what was your position there at that time, but can you explain to me how many years were you as a firefighter and what was your rank when you left? Were you a chief, a fire chief, or captain, or whatever those ranks are? Because Mr. Sawyer, I voted for him because he started as a firefighter, but he went all the way up the ranks. And I see in your resume that you have an impressive administrative part in the resume. Yes, if we were looking for a city administrator, I believe you would have been the perfect person for that, because you do have an impressive part. But I don't see your part as a firefighter, the streets, the fires. Can you expand on that? Why do you leave the fire position so early?
Okay, from the beginning, can you hear me, sir?
I hear you clearly.
Okay, so as a firefighter, I have 16 years in the city of Newark. My first 7 years was as a firefighter. My 9 years after that, I transferred to the Division of Investigations, where I was a detective in the arson squad. Also, I was an internal affairs officer and executive officer and trainer of detectives. Unfortunately, I suffered a career-ending injury that caused my retirement to go early. Just before my retirement, I was in position to be promoted as captain. But because of my injury that I sustained during that time is the reason why I left the fire department. From after that, I went to school and educated myself, still involved in the fire service and in the community. And from that point, I was called upon to be the director of the fire department in Orange. Now just be aware that my time as an investigator is I had to gain the knowledge of a tour commander or a deputy chief or a fire chief because all of my investigative reports are all legal documents. So when I create my reports, I still have to have the knowledge exactly how the fire started it, what happened, and articulate that in a narrative so that the prosecutor can take that report and effective arrest or arrest the person that caused the fire. So as it relates to a tour commander or a deputy chief or somebody who's in charge of a fire, I had direct knowledge and abilities in that particular mindset to do my reports. After that, I have been the director of the City of Orange Township Fire Department for 6.5 years so far, where I had much success, not just preventing fires, but actually promoting persons that's qualified to do the job and make a better representation for the City of Orange Township.
Mr. Douglas, how about this New Jersey State Board of Mediation report I mentioned to you of 2015? What was this about?
I don't have the report in front of me. I don't know what you're looking at, but if you had a copy of that, I can explain it to you if that's the case.
Well, it should, everybody should have a copy of it. It's your background.
I'm not.
It is concerning to me that there was something that I don't know what type of director you have in Orange, but here we have a full director. You know, he's in charge of everything. And it's not a $7 million budget, it's $80-some million.
Yes.
But here says, I can read you it said, it is clear from the record before me that fire director is a non-operational position with no authority to make assignments of uniformed personnel or administer discipline. So that was your position there in Orange, or where was that?
I got to read the report, but as a director, if there isn't a violation of any magnitude from a chief officer, to correct that action that affects the community, that correct that action that affects property or the lives of citizens, as a director, it is my job and obligation to correct that action at that point. In the City of Orange Township, I have excellent officers that were trained, that were sent to training, and do the job effectively and great. And I plan to do the same thing in Trenton if given an opportunity.
So, Mr. Douglas, that means that you were never involved. There was never, your name was never in front of the New Jersey State Board of Mediation in 2015. That was my question, and you are avoiding it. I believe that 2015 was not too long ago, 6 years ago. It's something that you have to remember. If there was something there that you went in front of this Board of Mediation.
Like I said, I wasn't familiar.
Can you tell us about that issue?
What'd you say?
Can you tell us about that issue, or you forgot about it?
I need the document in front of me.
Well, it's on your file, so you pull it from your file.
I don't have it in my file. I have my resume.
Well, your resume looks very good, but 7 years of experience as a firefighter, and then you had to resign for some reason, and then you went to I understand you said the police department. You didn't stay with the fire department those 16 years. You were only a firefighter for 7 years, and then, that's not what I want. I want a professional firefighter that have been through the ranks, that have been at least a chief somewhere, because we have, if you have driven around Trenton, and we have all these vacant properties that a lot of them, partly they've been vacant for 40 years, and we have a lot of fires, and we have people that die in our fires. So the director, to me, have to be an expert, not an administrator, really, because administrator, we have been doing good. The fire department is doing well in the administrative functions. I'm talking about a person there, a chief, the leader of our firefighters has to be somebody that have way more experience than our firefighters. That's my concern, Mr. Douglas. And also, I'd like to ask you a question about, are you familiar with the problems we have in our radio room? Our radio room covers the fire and police department. Are you aware of the study that was done, the bad study on this company, MPS, the ones that have the contract had? That we're going to have a resolution today giving them an emergency contract, a company named MPS. Are you aware of that study, the recommendations that were done in that study?
No, I'm not aware of any communications company, but if it's something that I have to address immediately, is if given opportunity, that it'd be the first on my agenda.
Okay. Mr. Douglas, have you met with the firefighters unions in Trenton?
No, I haven't met.
Or the firefighters unions, have you met them?
No, I haven't met the unions.
How come you haven't? If you are going to be their director, I believe prudent said to have been for you to meet with them to, see if their concerns, because you're going to be their director. And here is not a simple director, it's a true director of fire, because that was done. That ordinance that's going to be changed, that probably have to go through a referendum, because the position of director was placed by referendum. We used to have a safety director in the city of Trenton, and a chief, a fire chief and a police chief, and that was switched to police director and fire director because of politics. That was a political move done by an ex-mayor a few years ago. I remember because I was here in Trenton at that time. And, we had a lot of problems because instead of the head of the fire department being the most experienced firefighter, the ones with the most rank, we have been having strangers from other cities coming in to be the fire directors, and first they don't know the city. It takes a while for you to know the city well, know the residents, because you're going to be working. Our life will belong to you. Also, the radio room, that was a study done, and I believe the mayor could provide you that study. And this quick nomination that we are having, all of a sudden, coming up without us getting all this background on your history. I believe it's unfair. I don't know why the mayor is pushing for this. We have an acting director there that is doing excellently, and we have all the resumes of very qualified Afro-American persons, if that's the issue. They are not as well as connected politically as you are, Mr. Douglas. No, they don't have the political connections that you do have, but they have been through every position in the ranks as firefighters. If we have to amend that ordinance to, what we're going to do is then we have to keep you as an administrator and create another position for the fire chief or whatever to be in charge. That's what we have to do. I don't know, although Mr. Bridges said that could be done, I am not sure if we could do that, because this position was created by a referendum. So I believe that our mayor should pull your appointment, and we should try to look for somebody that can start as a fire director, which is what we need. Thank you.
Council President, just for the record, the arrival of Ms. Vaughn. So we have all.
So noted, Councilwoman Vaughn. We are speaking to
Yes.
Mr. Kenneth Douglas. Would you like the opportunity to speak to Mr. Douglas and ask a couple of questions?
Yes, absolutely. I am so excited to see you here this evening.
Mr. Douglas, and I'm so excited that our Mayor Rick Gusciora selected you of all the other qualified candidates. Yes, we do have an acting director in place. He has been there since our previous African-American director, Derek Sawyer, departed our municipality. And actually, he's there right now in violation. The acting director, as you know, you worked in municipalities in the space of fire and other law enforcement agencies, and you understand the interim role in any government is temporary and it should not be extended. And for that, we are grateful that the mayors saw fit to find a permanent replacement that would be in compliance with the law. It's so sad that my fellow councilman does not recognize that although our Mr. Maziark, he's a full-time employee with the city. He is a captain, or I believe he's the captain. I think they call it something else. But anyways, I believe he has a fire colonel. I can't think of the title right offhand.
He's a chief, ma'am.
Oh, he's a chief. Okay, thank you. And battalion chief, right? Is he a battalion chief? Anyway. Sure. Yes. So I believe the fire director is an executive role and serves at the pleasure of the mayor and separate from the chief in the department. So Mr. Maziark should not continue in that role, no matter how good of a job he is doing. And it would be remiss of our council or any individual in the city to think otherwise, because then we would not be in compliance with the law. Mr. Maziark is doing a job temporarily, as the law permits, and the law expects our government to move swiftly and moving him back to his role as chief and recruit someone of your caliber in that role and with your experience and background in that role. And I went through your resume, and I won't take up too much time, but one of the most important things that I find that an executive needs to do, I think the fire department is in good hands with the employees and the chiefs that are there full-time and that are not acting in a political appointed role or an appointed role that is that's term is for the duration of our mayor, and in the event that he's reelected, if he wants to continue with your service, that's fine as well. But we all know this is an executive position. It's an appointed position. It is not a chief, and the roles are distinct and different. And can you educate our community on the difference between an appointed fire director, appointed by the mayor, working in the capacity of an appointed official versus someone like Chief Maziark? Can you educate us? Because we seem to not know these things in the city of Trenton, Mr. Douglas. And I'm embarrassed to say that to you, but we don't know these things. And it's a distinct difference. And to the credit of Mr. Maziark, he cannot serve in this role. Okay? Continue. Okay? So can you educate us, please?
Yes.
On the difference between those two positions?
Yes, Councilwoman. But before I do that, I'd like to make a correction that it may be some kind of, when looking at my resume, it was only one agency I worked for. The Newark Fire Department has an arson division. It's not a separate division in the police department when I was a detective in the arson squad. They are full police powers arson investigative unit in the City of Newark Township, City of Newark Fire Department. So the division I worked for the 9 years as an arson investigator was part of the Newark Fire Department. It still was a position. It wasn't a separate agency. And to your question, Councilwoman, as it relates to an administrative position versus a civil service position when Chief Maziark or Director Maziark has now, the appointed position is at the request of the mayor who actually presented to front of council to be the administrator for that department. Those duties and responsibility are more geared towards budgeting, the rules and regulations, ensuring that the department has exactly everything they need to support and their efforts to benefit the community. As a uniformed personnel, those duties are clear as they relate to the civil service titles in the state of New Jersey. As a deputy chief or a battalion chief in operations in the fire department, they have administrative and operational duties as it relates to the fire service. Of course, those duties or those civil service titles, they work also with the administration for cohesiveness to make sure the fact that the fire department is running like a well-oiled machine. So it is a part responsibility with the uniformed personnel, but the director works for the administration and for the betterment of the department. So that's the executive job as far as the director.
And the executive job, just so, and I could be misspeaking as well, because, I'm all for learning and continuing education. And so this is why I asked this question, because, no one knows everything, and I certainly don't. And so, particularly when it comes to these type of positions, because I'm new to council as well, this is my first term. So, so is there ever overlap between the executive position and the civil service position that, say, Chief Maziark is serving now? Is there any overlap? And is there any penalties in the event that you attempt to overlap those two roles, the appointed fire director versus the battalion chief or deputy chief?
I'm not familiar with the overlap, but the appointed role is strictly what it is. It's appointed and approved by the council, of course. Civil service governs the duties and responsibilities of civil service positions. But it is a responsibility with the administration. The civil service who have an administrative role.
Okay, so okay, I just want to ask another question that's very important to a city like Trenton. And I'm very familiar with Orange Township because I used to live in West Orange for many, many years. And Orange is a different, I just want to be clear here that Orange Township is completely different than East Orange, correct?
Yes, two different towns.
East Orange and Orange are two separate municipalities, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, and I don't know where folks are saying that you are politically connected. But if you are when we appoint you tonight, you have to hook me up with some of your, political connections, but nonetheless, I'm very, what I find to be very important about the fire service, the fire department, and the police department, in our EMS is that it becomes diversified, and that we are training and developing people in our city, so we don't have to go out to Orange and East Orange and other counties, etc., to find qualified individuals to work in our fire department and serve our community. Right now, we have not developed that bench strength, and but we're working on it, and we're hoping that someone like yourself can come in and help us do that. So what is your viewpoint on diversity and bringing up young women, young men, both women and men of color, rather be Black African American, Black Caribbean American, Black from the continental Africa, and or Latinos from all over, the world, rather it be the Caribbean, rather it be South America, Central America, Mexico, etc. So are you committed to diversity and the fire service?
Well, absolutely. The last two towns that I worked for, they had residency requirement ordinances. This is a huge thing because residency first. I believe the fact that when you're talking about hiring your police and fire department, you want people that's vested in the community 100%. Not to say people outside the residency requirement can't come in, but if they do want to add serving the police and fire roles in Orange and East Orange and Newark, you want to have those persons who actually grew up in the town or may live in the town or may move to that town, invest in that town. As it relates to, this is one of the things that I pride myself on as an investigator in Newark, as a director in Orange. I would go out to recruit to the town as it relates to the schools and anybody that comes through the fire department visiting. I believe that the city deserves that. The city pays great money to their police and fire department that deserves that kind of representation. Is key. And it's very important. I think the fact that, it sets the trend in the cities to make sure the fact that we want to hire those who actually have benefit and an interest in the town and want to see it grow.
Yes. And I appreciate that because I'm committed to diversity as well, not only in the fire service, but the police department and all civilian functions too. So that is excellent news, and I'm glad that you share that perspective. The other question that I would ask is just to sum it up. I won't go through your qualifications. I think that I believe that you're qualified, and for the appointed position as it is described in civil service. What would you do? Are you familiar with the city of Trenton? Because you are an outsider,
Yes,
and you're
I am.
not a resident.
Yes.
Are you planning on moving to the city, sir?
If it required me to move in the position, I would have to talk to my family, but I did look at some areas in the city to look at it to see what's the possibilities if it was required to move in the city. Actually, it was a talk I had with my wife.
Okay, but did you talk to Mayor Gus Orr about this?
Haven't spoken to the mayor about it.
Okay, well, you know that we do have a residency law, just like in Orange, just like in Newark, just like in Essex County, right? We have residency laws here in Trenton.
Mhm.
And we do have, I think you should take a look at it.
Yes.
And there's a requirement, and you do have 90 days to meet the requirement unless you get a waiver from Mayor Gus Orr. Approval by the council, I believe. It may not be approved by the council, but definitely the waiver has to come from the mayor. I know that for certain. So in the event that you can't make the move. But the other thing that I would just ask is, if I were to give you my vote tonight and you join our fire service, what was your top priority? What will be your top priority day one?
The biggest thing is that, we have to have resources. We have to have enough manpower to effectively fight fires in Trenton. I don't know what the staffing is. I have to look at how many fires are going in the city. Do we have the proper staffing and equipment? Is the budget set for what we need or what we have? It's a big difference. If you haven't, if the table organization is below what the amount of firefighters Trenton should have, we have to get to that scale to make sure we have that. But the biggest thing is making sure the manpower is sufficient so we can fight the fires, but it allows other resources that I can extend to the community as far as community education and engagement. This is the biggest thing that helps reduce the fires in the city of Trenton. It worked for me in the city of Orange. In Newark, in the beginning, that wasn't my direct responsibility, but as a young firefighter growing up, we did that also in the district that I worked in, and extended on to Orange, which actually we had a 40 to 50% reduction in fires, and it still continues to this day.
Okay. Well, Council President, I will yield my time. I have no more questions. I thank you for allowing me to ask questions of Mr. Douglas, and I yield my time. Thank you so much, Mr. Douglas, and good luck. And you will have my vote, sir, and hopefully you will be starting at the Trenton Fire Department if my other council members, share the same.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Vaughn. Good evening, Mr. Douglas. How are you this evening? This is Council President Kathy McBride, and I would just like to ask one question, and that is about our rating. Well, I like to really ask two questions, but the first one is about our ratings. When Mr. Sawyer was here, he was trying to get us boost our ratings up, and how would you help the city of Trenton boost their ratings? Their AAA. I think AAA is the highest. AA is the next. Am I right? Am I correct with that?
So I believe you may be talking about the ISO rating as it relates to community, how fire departments related in the community, the reduction of the insurance premiums for the residents and the homeowners.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure exactly what the rating is for City of Trenton, but just going back from my knowledge and experience, what I have done in the City of Orange Township, we have maintained a 2 rating as it relates to that scale. With my training staff, for the last several years, we were working on a Class 1 rating, which actually helps reduce the insurance premiums for homeowners, which actually goes, less money they have to pay on their home insurance. Once I get in there to see exactly what the issues are and what can be approved on to increase that rating, looking at Director Sawyer's report, I'll make sure the fact that I will get right on it and the possibilities of reducing that number.
And the second question that I would like to ask is about your, I know that you report directly to the mayor.
Yes.
But I would like to see some like monthly updates on how you're doing in your department, how you're working with the firefighters and the unions.
Mm-hmm.
If we can have some type of rapport where you would give us updates so that we could keep the public informed, because somewhere down the line we
Sorry, I apologize.
we lose touch with the actual hands-on piece, and that piece is how you're working with your staff, how you're working with the unions, because we all know that the unions is a driving force with the police department and the fire department, and it's not always easy, but we would just like to be kept abreast of how things are moving forward for you and for the firefighters that are under your watch. And so with that said, hopefully you'll keep us in touch with things like that. And just know, Mr. Douglas, that as you probably heard this evening, that this council will not sit back and just allow things to unfold. We try to be hands-on, and we will keep you and the mayor in line one way or the other, Mayor Gusiora and Mr. Douglas. So with that being said, I welcome you aboard. Your resume is outstanding. Your credentials are impeccable. And I would like to give you the opportunity to come into Trenton to make a difference. But if we see that you're not making a difference, you will hear from this body. And this is a nice night. Okay. Considering. Thank you so much, Mr. Douglas. Go right ahead.
If I may respond, just know that being the director of any department, especially the fire department, I represent the mayor. I represent the city council. I'm your representative in the community as it relates to fire safety. I make sure the fact that I will meet with the unions, that open minds, everything, only because the fact that if it doesn't have to do with community safety, getting the firefighters exactly what they need, protecting the residents, this is my key thing right there. I must say this, and it's a term that I use all the time, and anybody knows me, they can attest to this, that I'm people, I'm not politics. Even though my position may be political, but I work with the people. The salary is paid by the taxpayer. So I work with the taxpayer. I'm earned by the council and appointed by the mayor. And I will have to work with the unions for the benefit of the residents. And this is the main thing right here. This is my platform. And if given an opportunity, this is exactly the type of director that you will be getting. This is the type of director that I am in the city of Orange Township under Mayor Dwayne Warren Esquire. And this is me. This is
Thank you so much. Mr. Conlon, I would like to move straight to the vote on this advice and consent.
I have a motion by Council President McBride to move 21-354 up for consideration. Do I have a second to the motion for approval?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Council President, I will call the roll for the approval of the advice and consent of Mr. Kenneth Douglas. This is Resolution 21-354, resolution for the advice and consent to appoint Kenneth M. Douglas as Director of the Department of Fire for the City of Trenton. Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
No.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes, Mr. Conlon, shut them down.
I'm trying to. I can only do one thing at a time. I'm looking for
I
it.
understand.
Tahir, can you help me if you can, please? The resolution is adopted by a vote of 5-2. Congratulations, Mr. Douglas. Welcome aboard, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Gusiora. Thank you, Council President, council members, and all the residents and those who are part of this meeting tonight. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks to Chief Mazier for filling in as well. Good job.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you, Chief Mazur. I look forward to speaking with you and working with you.
Yes,
Thank you, Council President, Vice President, and the members of the council.
yes.
You're welcome.
I would like to
Welcome
I would
aboard,
like to
Kenneth.
thank the acting director, Chief Maziark. He's done an excellent job. We appreciate you for stepping in for the City of Trenton, Chief, and welcome aboard, Mr. Douglas.
Thank you very much, Council President. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, Mayor. Thank you very much. I'll speak to you soon. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. It's been an honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I hear he's going to move into Hillcrest.
Mr. Collins, we may continue, please.
Yay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I had a request at the top of the meeting from the council president. She had asked me to remind her. She wanted to move certain docket items up ahead into a consent agenda and then address a certain set of the docket items under Mr. Bridges, the law director, directly. Council President, did you want to make a motion to move the items under the law department to a consent agenda, subject to the individual council members wishing to pull any specific item?
Yes, I wanted to move the all of the law department's resolutions because it's quite a few. And so I wanted to bring that up to the front of the docket so that we could, if any council members would like to pull any of those resolutions, this will be the time. So we're going to go through the law director's resolutions to for renewing the firms and all the specialty firms and the ones that is on our roster for from July 1st to December the 31st.
And just
continue, Mr. Collins.
Okay, just a note for the record, Council President making a motion to move, or is by our powers moving to a consent agenda, items numbered 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 317, 318, 319, 321, 322, 323, 324, 325, 327, 328, 329, 330, and 331. These are all the resolutions under the law department of Mr. Wesley Bridges. Do any council members wish to have any of those resolutions pulled out of the consent agenda? I have them up on the screen for your convenience. If Council President, do you want to give them a minute to take a look through the docket?
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
So, council members, if you'd like to take a look at, Ms. Vaughn, you're muted then.
I have a question, Council President, if you could, allow me to speak?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, I was very impressed with the effort that the law department put forward here in rationalizing our legal contracts. And somebody needs to mute themselves. Okay. So because I hope the community had the opportunity to review the docket and see that the legal section, the law department, it looks a lot better than it used to. It's a good consistency that all the law firms have been given a 6-month contract. Well, not 6 years. I'm sorry, 6-month contract instead of the traditional year. And I guess at a starting, and Mr. Bridges can chime in if he wants, a starting contract value of $25,000. Before, it was quite erratic as to which law firms got what. Some was at 100,000, some went at 75, some of them at 35,000, and we were kind of, I mean, I don't know the logic that was applied, but I think right now we got some discipline around how we spend our money when it comes to our legal representation, and I appreciate Mr. Bridges for doing that. So, Mr. Bridges, do you want to speak on that at all to the community as to your rationalization for, to the approach of these contracts and value, reducing the term and lessening the value? Okay, he doesn't want to speak on it. Okay. So, I just want to say there's a couple of them, though, that were, one was 100,000, one was 75,000. I think the one for Parker McKay law firm, and I just wanted to know the one, and also Lou Gardy.
Did you want to remove those from the consent agenda, ma'am?
Well, is Lou Gardy under the law department, or is she under Mr. Cruz, business administrator? That would be resolution.
I apologize. I was trying to respond to Ms. Vaughn, but my connection was poor. I do apologize for that. If it pleases Council President, if I could respond to her.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Bridges.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn, thank you for the kind comments. I will say, as we have discussed at length, my goal and my ultimate goal is to create an efficient law department. However, that being said, I really can't take 100% credit for this. Council President and Council Vice President really put me to task with respect to being as efficient as possible with these contracts. As a lot of folks here know, these contracts were pulled from the last docket to allow me to have a conversation with Council President, Vice President, and we went through each one very in detailed order to do that. So, my goal, as I know you're very passionate about, is to represent the taxpayers of the city of Trenton and this city. So anything I could do to create a more efficient law department, we will do, and we will continue to do. And one of the things that we are now implementing based on that meeting is essentially a monthly report of what outside firms are handling, what cases and where cases are being signed, in an effort to really continue to create that spirit of collegiality with the administration and council to make sure that everyone's on the same page and they fully appreciate the issues that are out there, the matters that are out there, and the taxpayer dollars that are being spent. So, Ms. Vaughn, we hear you in the law department loud and clear about you going to the wall for the residents of the city of Trenton, and we will continue, hopefully, to have a good working relationship with council in that regard.
Yep, it's a giant step, and I appreciate it, and it looks awesome on paper as well. I was like, wow, impressive. Lots of savings there, Mr. Bridges, lots of savings compared to previous dockets and previous budget years when we reissued the contracts to our lawyers on retainer. So thank you. That's all. And I just wanted to, discuss the other two law firms that were not aligned with the 6 month term and the 25,000.
Well, first we want to get through this advice and consent. This consent agenda, and you mentioned 21-2-328. I believe that is under the business administrator, Mr.
No, ma'am, it's actually under the law director, and it is Ms. Gardy's firm.
Okay, so that one, I would like that one to be roll called, Mr. Conlon.
Council President has removed 21-328 from the proposed consent agenda. Or do any other members wish to have any other items removed from consideration of the consent agenda being formed for the law director's items?
Yeah, are we taking the Parker McKay one out, the 100 grand?
Is that what you want to take out? You want to put out that roll call as well?
Yeah, with that roll call.
Okay, hold on, let me get the number.
I believe they're working on some, I just want to talk about that again just to confirm.
I'm looking for it, ma'am. I'll get it. If you all can keep looking for the ones that you would like out, I'll find that number and I'll note it for the record. That Parker McKay is 21-325. That will be roll called as well.
And also, the Mally Gibbons Law Firm, 21313.
Mally Gibbons will be removed from the consent agenda. 21313 will be roll call. Any other members wish to have any other items roll call?
All right, seeing none, Mr. Collins.
So I do have to finish the motion to move. So I have a motion by Council President McBride to move those items as noted. I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Move to consent agenda. All members in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? All in favor, none opposed. Those items are moved to consent agenda with the exceptions of 328, 325, and 313. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
So moved.
I have a motion by Council President McBride to approve the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. 1 second. Sorry, I got to take my notes. And I'll call the roll. This is Mr. Blakely. This is you're up first. This is to approve the consent agenda for the law director's items with the exception of 328, 325, and 313, which have been removed for roll call. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely, are you still with us, sir? Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes aye. Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison votes aye. Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle votes aye. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes aye. Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes aye. Council President McBride.
Yes.
Consent agenda passes by a count of 6-0 with one member absent. Council President, would you like me to go to the top of the docket? Do you want to do the walk-on first?
Well, you don't want to discuss the.
Or do you want to finish? Do you want to finish out the roll call items?
You need to do the roll call items.
Good enough. First on the roll call items, we have 21-313. Just bear with me for a second. Is Resolution 21-313, a resolution authorizing the award of contract with the Law Office of Mally Gibbons, counselors at law, to provide professional legal services regarding special counsel litigation and other legal matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-2.5 et sec for a period of 6 months from July 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021 in an amount not to exceed $25,000 through RFP 2021-25. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Second.
I have a second from Council President McBride. Floor is open.
This is a vote to,
This is for Mally Gibbons, Law Office of Mally.
Oh, yeah.
You want to go to the vote. Mr. Collins?
Well, the floor is open. This is a combined meeting, so nobody's actually had an opportunity to question or comment, Council President. But it is your prerogative to move right to the vote. You can do that.
Yeah.
I just have a question about the Mally Gibbons Law Firm.
Council President.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay, I just want to remind everyone, and Mr. Bridges can correct me, I may be mistaken. The Mally Gibbons Law Firm is the law firm that supports the Ethics Board, I believe. And secondly, is this contract ongoing, or is it just related to a particular case, meaning the parking authority review?
Yes, thank you for the President. Council President, if I may.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Bridges.
Yes, the Mally Gibbons, as you may recall, was retained to assist the Ethics Board with certain investigations. As per my conversation with council some time ago, it's best practices and indeed proper for the Ethics Board to have its own independent counsel that does not represent the city of Trenton with any litigation matter. So the Mally Gibbons contract is strictly for investigation and support to the Ethics Board as assigned by the law department as requested by the Ethics Board. Consistent with what I just commented earlier about, any assignments, including assignments of Mally Gibbons, will be provided on a monthly updated basis to council as to what they're doing. Right now, I can tell you they're somewhat stagnant in work because of the current makeup of the ethics board, but they're solely for the next 6 months to assist the ethics board with investigations. Right now, my understanding is that the only investigation that is ongoing that should be completed, rather quickly, would be the one related to TPA, excuse me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bridges.
If there's no one else to speak to this resolution, I would like to move it to a vote.
I actually have a motion. We had a motion by Council Vice President Cole-Wilson, a second by Ms. McBride. I'll now call the roll. This is for Resolution 21-313, a resolution authorizing the award of contract with the loss of Mally Gibbons. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Cole-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
This is to keep them on, right? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Resolution carries by a vote of 6-0 with one member absent. Next, we have Resolution 21-325, a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law offices of Parker McKay, PA, to provide professional legal services regarding general municipal litigation and other legal matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.5 et sec for a period of 6 months from July 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021, in an amount not to exceed $50,000 through RFP 2021-16. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Council President McBride, do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. The floor is open.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, so this law firm has, repeatedly has been getting, a lucrative contract. Their contract value far exceeds, the average here in the city of Trenton. So I mean, what are they working on, and when are they going to finish what they're working on? I believe they're working on some of the very critical cases. I believe one is the artworks. Is that the law firm, Mr. Bridges?
Indeed, Council President, if I may.
Yes, you may, Council.
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn. They are working on very high exposure, very significant litigation. That being one of them. To steal a word from Business Administrator Cruz's repertoire, I very seldom come to the council with hat in hand asking them to approve anything, but this firm is extremely vital to the law department. They are one of our go-to firms for major high exposure litigation cases. I will say myself and the other assistant city attorneys that work for me review all the law firm's bills in great detail to make sure there's no waste, there's no excess, there's no duplication. They are very efficient with their billings, and they also produce very good results. They're excellent working with our third-party administrator, our excess carrier, and the reason that theirs is higher than the other firms is because of just that. They have a substantial amount of cases, and when we have high exposure cases that we cannot handle internally, that's one of my top 3 firms that I look to represent cases, because I know they're going to represent the city zealously, they're going to represent the city efficiently, and they're going to keep us in the loop with respect to every aspect of what they're doing.
So, Mr. Bridges, so are they the only, I know that many of the law firms have shared competencies. We have a couple of law firms that perform, that provide legal expertise in labor law. We got quite a few of them, right? So are they a niche law firm? Are they the only law firm that's covering our high exposure cases?
No, we have other firms that handle our high exposure cases. I guess to answer your first question, they are not a niche law firm. I mean, if I could put it in Star Wars context, they're really the Death Star. They could handle various aspects of legal. It can be civil litigation, 1983 actions, labor and employment, land use, environmental. They're a big player in the space. They can handle multiple types of litigation, and I could name probably 2 other firms that I would hold in that ilk, but they are extremely good at every aspect of what they do. They don't do everything. We have a specialized niche firm for example, reverse tax appeals, foreclosures, water and utilities issues, but they are really a large firm who has a great deal of experience. I don't want to put their relationship partner on blast at an open meeting, but he and I have daily discussions. He's very proactive in this case, and we typically reserve the cases we send to them for labor and high-end labor and employment matters and 1983 civil rights type of cases and insurance liability cases, such as the litigation that emanated from the unfortunate Art All Night incident.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure they're still working on those high exposure cases. Still working.
And Ms. Vaughn, I would very much welcome if you'd like to, I'd be happy to send you some of the updates that they provide me, because they are extremely efficient and diligent in getting me weekly updates with what's going on, where they are in the case, recommendations of settlement, accountings with respect to their billings and what's left on their contract. So, if you would like for me to share those with you, I'd be more than happy to do so.
Yeah, well, that'll be in the report that Council President just spoke about. So, yeah, we look forward to that, and yeah, they should be included in that report too, and informing us in the city residents and taxpayers their progress and coming to settlement on all of these cases.
For sure.
All right, Mr. Conlon, we may move forward with the vote, please.
Yes, ma'am. So this is Resolution 21-325. Just have to get my copy out again. I buried it. Resolution 21-325, resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the Law Office of Parker McKay, PA, to provide professional legal services regarding general municipal litigation and other legal matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.5 et sec for a period of 6 months from July 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021 in an amount not to exceed $50,000 through RFP 2121-16. I have a motion by Council President McBride, a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir. Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. The resolution carries by a vote of 6-0 with 1 member absent. Next, Council President, we have Resolution 21-328. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the Law Offices of Gardy Law Firm, LLC, to provide professional legal services regarding general municipal litigation and other legal matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.5 et sec for a period of 6 months from July 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021, in an amount not to exceed $50,000 through RFP 2121-16. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Council President McBride. I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. Floor is open.
Council President?
Go right ahead.
I asked for us to deliberate on this particular one because I believe, and Mr. Bridges, you can correct me if I'm wrong again, that this is the law firm that has an attorney that did represent or is representing John Morelli, former law director John Morelli. Is that correct?
No, that's actually not correct. This is one of the questions that Council President, Council Vice President had. I provided a list, and I'll provide that in the monthly report of all the matters that they're working on. We are not paying them, and since I've been here since the end of December, beginning of January, we have not paid them one dime for any representation of Mr. Morelli. They are not representing Mr. Morelli in any of his matters. Mr. Morelli has separate counsel in that matter. I forgot the name of the attorney, I believe, Attorney Hartman, but no, she is not representing Mr. Morelli in any cases against the city.
Because the reason, we don't have, she has not invoiced the city for the same, right?
No, not at all.
I mean, I believe the lawyer that was representing that particular firm. Her name was Lou Gardy. And she participated in a couple of executive sessions representing Mr. Morelli. So she did not bill the city for those for those times.
No.
Okay. And so
Well,
what
let me not misspeak because I was not here during the time period that happened. As you know, I came in December 2020, beginning of 2021. I've looked at all the invoices and all the legal bills that have come through my desk since I've been here, and she's in that firm, obviously named after her, has not billed not one penny for those matters. And she is not representing Mr. Morelli in any way, shape, or form at this juncture.
Okay.
I can't speak to what happened, when 2018-19, but I can tell you I've reviewed all of her bills from December through to the current, and there is not one entry for any involvement with Mr. Morelli.
Okay. So why is her contract valued at 50 grand and the others at 25 grand? What is she doing differently that she gets 50 grand?
As I stated to you earlier, there are a couple firms that are go-to firms for high exposure, specialized type of matters. Lou would be included in that. Any of these firms that are in the $150,000 range are specifically because they're handling a significant amount of cases of which have extremely high exposure, multiple issues at play. So the reason that hers is at 50 is because I tried to forecast, again, with giving credit to Council President, Vice President, Paul, and yourself, Ms. Vaughn, as well as the rest of Council and the City of Trenton, accountable for being efficient, just forecasting the monies that are going to be needed to carry them through the next 6 months. 50,000 was quite frankly the least amount that we can get through. Just so I'm very clear, we're going to try to really hold these firms' feet to the fire, but I'll be extremely transparent with you. This 50,000, quite frankly, is likely going to be a little less than what they need. But what we're now doing at the law department is we are requiring all of our firms, when they take matters, to provide a budget to us as to what they're going to do, how much it's going to take to get through from the pleading stage, through discovery stage, through summary judgment, and we're holding these firms' feet to the fire. So we're having them operate on a very thin budget, but my goal is to make sure that they do so that they can be efficient as possible, as opposed to just giving them a blank check and allowing them to bill not efficiently and unnecessarily. Not that anyone's doing that, but we really want to pressure these firms, and I use the word pressure quite candidly, to be as efficient and good as possible at their job without the city of Trenton and the taxpayers paying anything above beyond what they need to.
Mr. Bridges, I don't understand. I know Lou Gardy does a lot of settlement cases, workers' compensation and all that stuff. But what high exposure case is she working on for 50K?
Say that again. I'm sorry, broke up.
What high exposure case is she working on for the city of Trenton that she gets 50K and nobody else gets 50K except for Spark gets 100K?
I can provide a list to you. I don't have the list.
Okay, can you please do that?
I'd be happy to. I apologize. I'm not being hiding the ball. I just don't have the list of their case in front of me. But I do have a memo, and in fact, by the time I get off of mute, I'll be happy to send it to you so you can have it. And if you want any follow up, we can talk. It's your pleasure.
Yeah. Well, Council President, I'm not clear on what Ms. Gardy is doing, and I know that she was representing Morelli because I had a direct conversation with this attorney, and I would like to see if we could table this just until Mr. Bridges can give us a little bit more information as to what makes up that 50K.
So
is that a motion, ma'am?
So this is the thing, Councilwoman Vaughn. Where Mrs. Gardy is concerned. She did represent John Morelli. She represented John Morelli when they went into court to get an injunction to stop us from having an executive session. And she came in the executive session. And if you don't see anything with her saying John Morelli, then it was all baked into that lump sum fee, but it still should have been separated out because she was the attorney that represented John Morelli. I believe it was October the 2nd when they went in front of a judge and tried to get an emergency injunction to prohibit us from going into executive session. And when you see the $50,000 and that $50,000 is encompassing more than one case, they need to break that out because we need to know what she worked on, how much she charged us for those appearances for John Morelli, because the city and the taxpayers was not responsible and they should not be on the hook for that money.
Council President, with your pleasure, if I may just respond briefly to that statement.
Yes.
Yeah, the $50,000, as I'm sure this council is aware, it has nothing to do with what happened in the past. This is for the next 6 months going forward. Again, I did look at every bill that the Lugardi firm submitted from December through now. And again, I reiterate that there is not one entry with respect to Morelli. You did mention October, so I'm happy to go back and review that as well. My only concern with tabling this, council has always been very concerned with following protocol and making sure that firms and entities and companies that are doing work are currently under contract. This firm is doing a substantial amount of work, and I don't think it'd be proper nor consistent with best practices to table this for the next meeting, which is going to be September 4th, 2021. We yet at the same time allow them to continue to do work on cases that they're going to have to do work on to protect the city's interests. So I would respectfully request that this council allow this to go forward, and I will get whatever documentation need to occur. I will tell you, as attorneys and licensed attorneys admitted to the bar of the state of New Jersey, we have an ethical obligation, including the Garrity firm, to avoid conflicts of interest. If I have a conflict of interest, I can't represent anybody, and if I were to represent someone with a conflict of interest, that would be something that's unethical and something that an attorney would be brought before the ethics board with. And I'm sure that Ms. Garrity knows. Hold on. I'm sorry, Councilor Vaughn. Would you like to jump in?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just want to say something really quickly. Council President, may I say one thing?
Yes.
Can I, instead of tabling it, can we just reduce it to 25,000 until we can get that information, Mr. Bridges? How about that?
I think that's a good middle ground, and we, as long as we just make a note of this for if and when, hopefully we don't. I think that's a good compromise to do that, and then to the extent that we need to increase it, we could just reference this conversation and provide an amendment to that. I have no issue with amending that on the floor.
Can we do that, Council President?
Yes, we can. Mr. Bridges, would you move forward to amend it on the floor?
Well, it's actually council that moves to amend it.
Yeah, that's you guys.
I got this part.
I wish I could make motions, but I can't.
I have an interceding motion by Ms. Vaughn to amend and approve as amended on the floor. So it would actually be Ms. Vaughn's motion. Do I have a second to Ms. Vaughn's motion?
So moved.
But you can't second my motion. So I have a second by Ms. Colwell-Wilson as amended to $25,000. Mr. Bridges, I would need a signed copy by Mr. Cruz or Mr. Cherry in this case in the morning as soon as possible, please, for the amended amount if this passes. I have a motion by Councilmember Vaughn, an interceding motion to amend, to adopt as amended with Vice President Colwell-Wilson. Council President, would you like to call the roll on this?
Please.
Mr. Blakely, as amended. Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Colwell-Wilson, as amended to $25,000.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison, as
Yes.
amended to $25,000.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
as amended to $25,000.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, as amended to $25,000.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn, as amended to $25,000.
Yes.
Council President McBride, as amended to $25,000.
Yes.
Resolution 21-328 is adopted as amended. The amount of $25,000. Mr. Bridges, I look forward to the document in the morning. Thank you. And Council President, would you like me to move forward?
Yes, please.
Okay, so that ends the items that were in consideration under the Law Department consent agenda. Would you like me to move to the top of the docket, ma'am?
Yes, please.
We have from the communications and petitions, there are 52 communications and petitions from the clerk's office. There are no reports. Do I have a motion to approve communications and petitions and reports? A motion by Council Vice President Cole Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. All in favor of me approving the communications, petitions, and reports?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, it is so ordered by unanimous consent. Communications, petitions, reports. Council, we have the minutes for September 15, 2020 on the docket. Did anybody have any edits or alterations to the minutes? Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of September 15, 2020?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell Wilson. All in favor of approving the minutes of September 15, 2020?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, it is so ordered. Council President, I'll now move to the top of the docket for the resolutions. Actually, first we have my apologies. We have, there is no public hearing. There is the vote only. At the last council meeting, we did conduct a public hearing for, this is ordinance 21-014, bond ordinance providing for the replacement of the water main pipe along Olden Avenue in the Trenton Waterworks service area by the water utility of the city of Trenton in the county of Mercer, state of New Jersey, appropriating $4 million therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $4 million thereof of bonds and financial costs. At the last meeting, we did open, have, and close the public hearing. At this point in time, it is up for final adoption. Do I have a motion for the final adoption of ordinance 21-014?
Mr. Collin, do we speak to this before the motion or during the second, after it's been second?
Yeah, you can speak to it after the second, and you would be reopening the floor to the council for this purpose, is what you're doing.
No. I just wanted to do a house cleaning because the mayor had, with this ordinance, the mayor had agreed to use the $4 million out of the American Rescue Plan monies so that we would not have to bond anything else over there, that water department, till we got that, got at least an update on the audit, the forensic audit over there. So when this ordinance came up and I did not see the actual resolution to draw down the $4 million from the American Rescue Plan money to do this work, I'm a little perplexed here because the mayor agreed to move forward with the monies, with the $4 million from the American Rescue Plan Act money and not bond out any money. So if Wes can speak to this, I don't know who in the administration was there. I believe Mr. Bridges was there when the mayor agreed to those terms.
Okay, before we do that, I do have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I just do want to get a second on the record.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Council President McBride. Mr. Bridges, Council President, has asked a question on the floor.
Go ahead. I apologize. I'm having some difficulty here. Can you repeat that, Council President?
Yes, I was just stating that Mayor Rigaciora had agreed at the last meeting that we were in, that he would use the American Rescue Plan money, the $4 million from the American Rescue Plan, because in the American Rescue Plan, you can use that money for the water and sewer. And
yeah, I do remember that meeting that myself, you, Mr. Kaloji, and Vice President, Vice Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson had. My recollection of that was that this was being proposed and it was going to be put up before the governing body for a vote, and based on the outcome of that vote, that if we were successful, so be it. If not successful, that it would be dealt with in another course. That was my recollection of that conversation.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Bridges. Mr. Collin, you may go to the vote.
Yes, this is bond ordinance 21-014. It must pass by a 2/3 majority. This is bond ordinance providing for the replacement of water main pipe along Alden Avenue in the Trenton Waterworks service area by the water utility of the city of Trenton and the county of Mercer, state of New Jersey, appropriating $4 million therefore and authorizing the issuance of $4 million of bonds and notes to fund the cost thereof. I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I have a second by Council President McBride. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Wait a minute, Council President?
No, we're going straight to the vote.
Mr. Blakely is absent. Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Caldwell-Wilson votes aye. Mr. Harrison.
I shouldn't let you lose this.
Yes.
Mr. Bridges, you were bleeding over. Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison, Mr. Michelle vote aye. Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Mr. Rodriguez votes no. Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Bond ordinance fails by a vote of 3-3 with one member absent. Mr. Bridges, you're bleeding over. I'm going to mute you, sir. Thank you. Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Go right ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Council President, that there was a corresponding and identical Senate bill, and he asked me to do an amendment. Mr. Blakely is not here. I sent out the amendment to both members. Mr. Rodriguez indicated that he did not care if this got tabled to a later date, but I wanted to see how the member wanted to proceed at this time with regard to the resolution. I did want to note for Resolution 21-2459, that Assembly bill that is cited actually in the verbiage of the resolution is not actually what was in the Assembly bill, and I did do an amendment to it, which includes both the Senate bill and the Assembly bill. So, Mr. Rodriguez, did you want to introduce that, sir?
But yes.
Did you want to, you're a co-sponsor of this bill, did you want to pull this bill and do the supplement and the amendment to be read into the record?
No, this bill needs to be tabled. But you did write the amendment, right?
Yes, I did, and I have it and I sent it out. I do have the amendment. I'm waiting for your approval. Mr. Rodriguez would like to move an amendment to the floor. Council President, can I move the amendment to the floor?
No,
Okay.
Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am.
Because the body have not seen the amendment, and I do understand that 21-259 should be pulled based on the fact that it does not have the necessary the bill in it from the Senate and from the Assembly. So the first thing that needs to happen is that we need to table this bill, and then the body needs to get that amendment from Mr. Rodriguez, and then we will vote on that on the at the next meeting.
I have a motion by Council President McBride to table Resolution 21-259. Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll pull it from the agenda.
The proper way to do this at this juncture, though, would be actually to table it. So let's table
Well,
it.
then I make the motion to table it.
I actually have the motion by Council President McBride.
I will withdraw.
Okay, so that's what I just wanted to set it out. So, Council
I
President.
am one of the sponsors, so I believe that I'm entitled to table it.
Yes, sir.
myself.
I wanted to move her motion out of the way first for procedural movement. So I have a motion by Mr. Rodriguez now to table the amendment, or table the resolution until such time as the amendment could be brought to the floor. Mr. Rodriguez, you want that in September, right, sir?
Yes.
And do I have a second to the motion?
I second it.
Seconded by Council President McBride. I'll call the roll for this. This is the table 259 for December. I believe it's September 1st is the meeting. It is, it's September 2nd, as you know, for an amendment. And I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
The 21-259 is tabled.
A housekeeping item, Council President. Can I speak?
Yes, go right ahead.
It's unfortunate that Councilman Blakely is not with us, but I mean, is there a rule? I thought that when a council member exits a meeting, aren't we supposed to request permission from the chair, from you, to do that?
At least notify the chair that you're leaving the meeting.
Yes, Mr. Collin, can you, do you have that provision and from Robert Rules of Order or in our charter that states that when a council member leaves a meeting or, temporary or permanently, that they have to first get excused from the council president?
There is an excuse process under the rules. Off the top of my head, I would not be prepared just off the top of my head to give them out, but I would be happy to circulate a memorandum after looking at it to council in the coming days.
Yes, I would appreciate that. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Clerk.
Thank you. You may continue, Mr. Conlon.
Let me just take my note because that goes on the to-do list. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-305. This is a resolution designating the official newspaper for all municipal notices and advertisements. As council had requested, this remove the Trentonian. The only game in town would be the Trenton Times. They do have a little bit longer of a lead time, but we'll work with that. This is Resolution 21-305, designating the official newspapers for all municipal notices and advertisements. Do I have a motion?
Council President.
I'm sorry, who made the motion? I didn't hear.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Rodriguez.
Second.
Second. I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. Council President, Mr. Harrison is seeking recognition.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Harrison.
So we're only going to go with one newspaper now, right? That's what you want to go with? The Trent Times? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct,
Good
Mr.
evening,
Councilman.
Council
Not the
President and the rest of the council.
Mr.
Hugh Giordano, United Food and Commercial Workers Union.
Yes, sir. Mr. Giordano, I don't know, sir.
Again, say thank you to.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Council President, my apologies. Mr. Harrison, your question, sir?
I did not hear. Council President.
Councilman Harrison.
Council President, I never heard what you said. I never heard what you said. I couldn't.
Yeah, he had interrupted, but we're going with the one newspaper they gave us. We had gotten a legal opinion from Mr. Kaloji, and that we were allowed to do such. So the vote is on the floor for the one newspapers.
Which newspaper? The Trent Times? Correct?
Yes.
It's the Trenton Times, sir. Council President, would you like me to move to the vote?
Yes, definitely.
This is Resolution 21-305, designating the official newspaper for all municipal notices and advertising. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
No.
Mr. Michelle.
No.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered, the resolution carries by a vote of 4-2 with one member absent. Next, we have Resolution 21-350. Resolution urging the New Jersey Legislature to amend NJSA 40:48C1-1 et sec, the local tax authorization law to include municipalities with a population of 75,000 or greater. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Rodriguez. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Floor is open.
Council President?
Yes.
I just want to say, I believe this is being introduced by Councilman Rodriguez, correct?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
I think this is a great opportunity for the city of Trenton and all other municipalities with populations less than 2,000. I believe at least about a year and a half ago, Governor Murphy enacted into law for Pacific municipalities over 200,000. So it was only for Newark and Jersey City. I believe Passaic as well was able to take advantage of this tax revenue that's generated, that you can actually add a tax onto parking when you come into our city. And I think that the state legislature needs to be informed that they should put through an amendment to include towns that have a lesser population, again, so we can take advantage of that additional tax revenue as well and charge people to come into our city to park. So I think that's a good idea, and thank you, Councilman Rodriguez, for introducing it and progressing this forward. Hopefully, I don't know what the time frame is, but when are we planning to send notification to our state representatives to request this amendment?
Councilman Rodriguez.
Well, it's in the resolution, right as soon as if it is voted on, it's approved, it's going to go directly to the governor and to the legislators.
Yeah, once it's signed, I'll send it out, ma'am.
Once it's signed, Mr. Collins will send it.
Okay. Very well, but okay, very well. I think we should keep the community posted on when the letter, or I mean, it's going to go on council letterhead. It's just a resolution. What is the process? Is it going to go directly to, say, Senator Turner, Assemblywoman Relina Reynolds Jackson? How is this going to be facilitated?
Well, it's going to go to the whole legislators and to the government. All
right, very well.
Everyone will get it.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to send it to the president of the Senate and the Speaker of the Assembly, their clerks, and the legislative delegation. They'll distribute it to that time.
Yes, because this will generate a significant piece of revenue. Councilman Rodriguez, would you want to speak to that and let folks know the significance?
Councilwoman Vaughn, that's it. Why are you offering anybody?
It's self-explanatory.
No,
excuse me, Councilwoman Vaughn. You're okay.
No, I was just saying it's a significant amount of revenue that's going to come into the city. I don't think everybody understands it. That's all.
Councilman, yes, go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
About 3 years ago, Jersey City passed an ordinance to tax people that don't live in the city and work in Jersey City. That case, somebody took it to the court, but the court favored Jersey City on that case. I tried that before. I consulted Mr. Ecology. I consulted Mr. Morelli a while back, but they say that there is something there clause that says that the cities have to have more than 200,000 people. You know, what we are doing now that Mr. Ecology came back, I asked him to buy it now to see if we could get exempted, either change that rule or give us an extension for Trenton, because first we have all these buildings in Trenton. All we're getting now, and that was because Ms. Bond fought for it, was the $10 million for Capital City 8, when we were getting 38 million in 2010. So now, if we could get that, we have to put pressure on the Assembly and the Senate. It's not going to be easy. We have to lobby for that. That's going to come probably, there'll be hearings in front of the Assembly and the Senate committees for that. So I ask everybody is when that day comes, I know that Ms. Bond likes to do that because we have done it in the past for whatever things that benefit Trenton. So I hope everybody votes for this. This is going to be great if we can get it. It's not going to happen from one day to the other, but it is worth giving it the try, because that will alleviate Trenton's problems in terms of money. Then we can get rid of that transitional aid and get rid of that MOU that is killing, strangling Trenton. I hope that the administration sides with us, the council, on this issue, so we can go together and try to lobby for it at the State House. That's all I have to say about this.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez.
Council President, would you like me to move the vote?
Yes, please.
This is Resolution 21-350, resolution urging the New Jersey Legislature to amend NJSA 40:48C, et sec, the local tax authorization law to include municipalities with a population of 75,000 or greater. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Thank you. Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Resolution carries 6-0 with one member absent. Next, we have Resolution 21-351, a resolution appointing a regular member of the Trenton Zoning Board, Mr. Fred Costanzo. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Council President McBride. Do I have a second? A second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Floor is open. Selectman, move the vote, ma'am.
Yes, please.
I have a motion by Council President McBride, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson for Resolution 21-351, resolution appointing a regular member of the Trenton Zoning Board, Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-381, a resolution amending Resolution 21-254, appointing Edward J. Kaloji Esquire as Legislative Counsel. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. McBride, by Council President McBride. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Mr. Rodriguez. Floor is open. Council President, would you like to call the roll?
Yes, please.
Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered, the resolution passes. Next, we have Resolution 21-308. These are resolutions to the Department of Administration. Adam Cruz, Business Administrator. I just do want to ask the Council President, you do want me to do the walk-on for the Ethics Board at the end, correct?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. This is Resolution 21-308, a resolution authorizing the acceptance of $5 million in additional transitional aid for the fiscal year 2021 for police vehicles and capital improvement to recreation and cultural properties in the city of Trenton. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Mr.
So
Harris.
moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Michelle. Floor is open.
Madam President?
Yes, Councilman Rodriguez, then Councilwoman Vaughn.
I have my concerns about this because it's tied to transitional aid. If the state loves us so much, they care about Trenton, why do they have to have this have to be tied with transitional aid? You know what this is going to mean? That we're going to get stuck with the MOU for at least one more year. They are giving us last year they gave us 4.5 for a technical scene on Front Street that belongs to the state. Good plans. I agree that the police department needs a lot of vehicles. We could use that money, but I would like to amend this resolution to get rid of those specifications that it have to be for this, it have to be that the transitional aid thing gets out of it. And that's what because I'm concerned about us continuing to accept little bits of money because that's compared to what the state owes us in back capital city aid. These are pennies. But why can't they add it to the capital city aid or send it to us for any other, no attachments, nothing, no ties to it. But they want to specify that it's transitional aid. That's why I cannot vote for this. As it's written, I cannot vote for it.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, I concur wholeheartedly, 100%, with Councilman Rodriguez on this. The state, it's their responsibility, it's the governor's responsibility, that is his fiduciary responsibility to fund his municipality. He's supposed to produce a budget every year to fund every municipality in his state. That's his job. So if he's going to give Trenton $5 million, give us the $5 million with no contingencies, no, nothing. I mean, transitional aid, that's crazy. No, we're not going to be signing on to more control in this, from the state. The state should want to fund its municipalities. It's the New Jersey Constitution. He must do it. And these stipulations around transitional aid is just so unnecessary. Trenton is making great strides and trying to come up from the MOU, do due diligence to bring additional revenue into the city. One resolution is on here tonight that Councilman Rodriguez is introducing to generate more revenues associated with parking, visitor parking, and event parking, and all that stuff. And here we are. The state just won't get out of Trenton. They just do not want to give up control. Time is up. And I'm just disappointed that this has not been negotiated. So, Mr. Bridges, I'm a council president. Could I ask Mr. Bridges a question regarding this negotiation with the state?
Yes, go right ahead.
Mr. Bridges? Mr. Bridges?
Mr. Pelosi is on.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Pelosi too, and both can answer. Now, one of the things that, with transitional aid and this agreement, that's the MOU, the agreement is an agreement. It's a freaking contract between two parties, right? Between our municipality and the state. So when are you, Mr. Bridges, going to negotiate better terms for us in that agreement? And with some clauses that wind this thing down, that terminates this agreement. Why is that being done? I won't say it's not being done. I don't know. But please speak to us, the public here, and say what your efforts are going to be regarding negotiations with the state to set better terms of, on the memorandum of understanding, this agreement, and hopefully agree to wind this thing down. So this thing should not be perpetual. So can you tell me what you're doing about this? And then I'm going to ask Mr. Pelosi what we can do to have a conversation with the state to wind this thing down and just remove transitional aid from our government.
Can I go second? No.
Sure, Mr. Pelosi, are you on the line?
I'm not being a smart.
No, that's fine. Mr. Pelosi, are you on the line? I mean, hey, this is a meeting. It's interactive. So
No,
Mr. Pelosi,
I'm happy to answer your question. I guess the first thing I'm is participate in those conversations. I have not participated in any of those conversations with DCA at all whatsoever up until this point. I'm happy to interject myself. And as you know, with the freedom of contract, really it's the power of persuasion and leverage. And I think we have to do, if you may recall, we had a meeting some time ago when I first started with the Lieutenant Governor, where they basically gave us a checklist of stuff that we have to do to get from out of the MOU. So, I mean, I think we need to, as an administration, as a city, as a governing body, show the state of New Jersey that we're moving in the right direction, that we're fiscally responsible, that we're doing the things necessary for financial independence. When we have those, bullets in the chamber and those tools in our arsenal, we'll be able to have meaningful, proactive conversations as opposed to being a reactive, take it or leave it kind of conversation. So, really, Councilwoman Vaughn, the real crux to the city's success and this administration's success, this governing body's success, is for us to continue to come together and push the agenda that you guys have so intelligently put in place, have robust redevelopment, have robust fiscal conversations, provide a budget in real time on timely methods so that there's no concern from the DCA or the state that we're unable to manage this. We have great folks in the city of Trenton. We have great governance in the city of Trenton. And if we could all just work together to put a robust response and a robust proposal in place for these MOUs, I think that's how we get out of the MOU.
I agree, but I disagree a little bit with you, Mr. Bridges. We have to set the terms, right? They don't get to set the terms, all right? So it's about time that we step up and tell them, what we're going to be doing. So we're tired of taking it, right? We need to start putting forward what is this that we need the state to do for us, right? What they need to do, okay? Because they have not held up their end of the bargain. I really believe they have been negligent in the governance of the MOU. They have not properly governed it. They have not applied the provisions properly. They haven't held anybody accountable to the agreement. The agreement, quite frankly, is quite useless at this juncture. And I just want to say, so we need to come to the table with them and have a come to Jesus moment and tell them that they're not doing their job and they've been negligent. And we need to come up with another agreement that's working, that's a win-win for the city of Trenton, or win-win for, for everybody. So, and with some end game here, an end date. This cannot be ongoing every single time. It's just absurd. So that's what I need the law department to do that. You need to please go out to the state, talk to DCA. They got a lawyer over there, your counterpart, and you guys need to get busy coming up with a better document that has some end game to it, because this perpetuality is unacceptable. Perpetuity, I think is the word. Yeah, it's unacceptable. So I just want to say, and the time is now, Mr. Bridges, the time is now. We cannot wait till next year, because I'll tell you why. Governor Murphy is in the midst of re-election, and we got to call him to task now, because if any time he's going to do the right thing by Trenton is now before November 3rd, Election Day. Trenton will not be giving up our votes, and when we constantly get nothing. So we need to write a letter to his chief of staff and the lieutenant governor and tell them we're not taking it anymore, and they need to come to the table and come up with an end game for this stupid agreement that we've been in for who knows how long, and our residents have been stifled. Our economy has been stifled because of this contract that nobody even knows how to manage it, and including DCA. Okay, they haven't done their job. We haven't followed it to the hilt. So we need to just get rid of it. And I'm not going to be voting for this until I see a conversation, a date on the calendar where their legal department is talking to you, Mr. Bridges, and Mr. Kaloji is going to have a seat at that table as well. So, Mr. Kaloji, can you chime in here and talk about the feasibility of us making an appointment, a meeting with the state, the appropriate party to renegotiate this contract so that we can have an end date attached to it?
The big picture here is that the state is the one with the money. And they're saying, we'll give you transitional aid. However, you have to subject yourself to an agreement that gives us substantial oversight power over you. Oversight on basically day-to-day operational issues of hiring, of firing, of spending, of contracts. I mean, I'm looking at page 3 of one of the MOUs. There's several pages of things that we have to submit ourselves to. Basically, they're saying, otherwise you don't get the money. Now, the question is, does every MOU that they have with every municipality that gets transitional aid, is it as extensive as what they're requiring of Trenton? Or do they make a municipality by municipality determination? In other words, if they feel that Trenton is capable of running themselves in all these particular areas, why would there be a need for oversight? I mean, I might in a hypothetical sense, agreed to some type of oversight, but I mean, on some of these issues, sick time policies, compensatory time, it just seems like, why do we need a mayor and council? Because they're the ones, the duly elected representatives who should be making these decisions. So whether this is negotiable with the state, I mean, this is all statutory, and then the regulations are created thereunder. If there is room to negotiate as to each municipality, I think what Mr. Bridges said, rings true. We would need to show them that we are operating, at an optimum level in all these areas, and we do not need them to second guess the council on who should be, the fire director. I'm just, pulling a position out of the air. This is something that should be handled locally. So I would have no problem sitting down with them and trying to see if we could make some headway on the regulatory aspect of this, which is what's really giving us all the difficulties.
Madam President?
Had my hand up to speak.
Okay. No problem.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson?
Yes, I would like, Mr. Cruz.
Mr. Cruz?
Yes, good evening. Yes, good evening. I'm here.
You thought we weren't going to call on you tonight, right?
I'm hiding under my chair.
So regarding this resolution,
Yes.
I understand the MOU, this is an additional $5 million in the resolution, and they're dictating how we spend it. And we really don't have a say, because if we do not support, we don't vote for this, then we don't get the $5 million, is that correct?
That is correct. Yes. Madam Vice President, if I may continue, the conversation was had on certain projects that the city wanted to complete. Some of the projects have been delineated, but I don't think that if the city wishes to use the money for other things, I believe that there could be an open conversation with DCA to allow us to use funding for other matters that we may have a feel that is needed more than what we are showing on the resolution. The purpose of us taking this money now is because we want to insert these $5 million into the transitional budget that will be presented to council in the coming weeks. And so we wanted to take advantage of that and not wait until September, because we want to introduce the budget actually to council in about, I believe it's in a week and a half. But I am sure that we can have a conversation with DCA, and and if we can, if you feel that there needs to be move the money to another location, we can. We are in dire need for police cars, and that is why we voiced our concern, and they told us that we can use the $1.2 million to buy the police cars, marked cars.
Okay, so I am putting on record tonight, Mr. Cruz, that I want accountability for the spending of this $5 million. I want council to be appraised as to how we're spending it, because it's coming to us in a resolution as a separate item. And I would certainly like to have follow-up, how many police cars, how much it cost, what we're doing in the parks, which we've already given recreation a lot of money. And yes, if that changes with the agreement of DCA, we need to be notified that they've agreed to it and what we're planning to spend it on.
That should not be an issue, Madam Vice President. We can prepare that report, and we don't see an issue with that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, I'd like to move to table this until the attorneys meet with DCA, probably somebody from the administration, to see if we can get this word out of the transitional aid, because that's what I'm concerned about, the term transitional aid. Yes, we need the money, but if we continue to this process, we will never get out of that MOU. And specifically, I'd like to see those things that Mr. Bridges mentioned. I'd like to have a copy of what it is that we have to do to get out of the MOU, because I understood that we have done most of what they wanted. What is it that they want us to do? Because we have to get rid of this MOU. It's strangling we don't have maybe we don't have city council, because DCA is the one that is making the decision for it. I believe that we should table it until we get an answer saying, yes, like what Mr. Cruz says, yes, you could use it for other things. Yes, then I'll vote for it. Yes, that will be okay, but we need the answer. So as soon as the clerk will get that answer,
Mr. Conlon, can
I'm
you,
working.
I want to ask the question here. I wanted to speak to this before he, made the, motion to table it.
I need 1 second actually, because I just got to consult it because I'm a little under the weather. So just give me 1 second and I'll answer your question, ma'am. I have it right at my fingertips. And what I suspected, I just wanted to get it out, and be sure before I spoke. Motion to table must be actually heard without debate, but I didn't, the gentleman said, I would like to table. He didn't actually say, I would like to make, I'm making a motion to table. So Mr. Rodriguez, are you in fact making the motion to table?
yes, sir.
Okay. So I do have a motion.
Council President,
And
I've had my hand up for a while.
I do understand that, but I do have a motion to table on the floor. It must be heard without.
Mr. Rodriguez, could you withdraw your motion until,
No. Motion to table.
until we all had a chance to speak to this?
Mr. Rodriguez, when are you taking?
You can always, reintroduce your
Well,
motion.
Mr. Conlon, but as long as that stays the table, I want it to be tabled. Yes, because Mr. Harrison should have a say on this. He has his hands raised. Yes. But,
Right. I just wanted to give Mr. Harrison and I.
Yes.
So Mr. Rodriguez is withdrawing his motion temporarily to allow the members.
yes, so
Right. That's what
remind
I
me
was
that I'm
asking.
going to bring it back.
Thank you, thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Harrison, go right ahead.
Right. This is money regarding $5 million regarding police vehicles in our parks. $5 million that we don't have, that we need vitally. I'm not sure why we're going to turn away $5 million. I just don't think that's ever smart in life to turn away $5 million. I think this is a big mistake by doing this. Huge mistake. But if that's what people on this council want to do, so be it. But I'm going to say to you again, we need vehicles replaced and we need more money to do our parks. The people of this city are not concerned about whether the council's getting along with the state. $5 million is $5 million. And we have to address concerns. Our vehicles, our police vehicles, if we're not going to say we don't need vehicles replaced, we do. So at the end of the day, I've heard people say $5 million is, we need money. $5 million is a lot of money and we need it. $500,000 is a lot of money. $1 million is a lot of money. Any money that's going to go towards addressing concerns of the city, we should be doing. We should never be turning away or tabling or anything with money. I don't understand that. But thank you for giving me the time to speak. Thank you.
So, so Mr. Conlon, can you put the resolution up on the screen for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
308.
Yes, ma'am. I'll put it right up right now.
Can you, is there any way that you can enlarge it? Yes, sir. So I would like for my colleagues and the public to just pay attention to the first whereas, where the Lieutenant Governor of the state of New Jersey, Sheila Y. Oliver, met with the mayor and the council leadership of the city of Trenton and announced the intention of awarding additional transitional aid for 2020 and 2021. And the state had noted the need for new police vehicles as well as the need for capital improvement, recreational and cultural properties in the city of Trenton. So in that meeting, the Lieutenant Governor and the previous director for the Department of Community Affairs stated that we were getting $10 million in transitional aid and we were getting $10 million, but the $10 million that they were giving us, eight of those million were going to be restricted to certain things. And in those certain things, they said that they were giving the city of Trenton $350,000 per ward from the south to the west to deal with the parks recreation, and the free public libraries. So in this $5 million, there is no mention of a library. Then you want to take $4 million and give it to the police cars. Yes, the police do need cars, but guess what? Our children need books. Our children need access to learning. Our children need a state-of-the-art library here in this city. Councilwoman Vaughn put a resolution up to have a consultant come in and tell us how that state-of-the-art library would look. But it was based on the fact that they said they were giving us $350,000 per ward. So when I look at this, I say, yes, the police do need cars, and I want them to have the cars. We have given the parks and recreation millions of dollars, millions. But what about the free public library? What about the books? What about the access to the internet? What about e-books? What about the children? And so, yes, we need the $5 million, but don't those children need books? Don't they need access to a state-of-the-art library? I'm not getting this. I'm not getting this. Police, police, police. But you're going to need more police if we don't educate and bring our children up. No, this is not a compromise. They completely took the money, the $350,000 away from the libraries, and I'm not understanding that. It said we would have that money, and Councilwoman Vaughn moved forward with that. I've not heard a single word, crickets, about a consultant coming in here telling us what a state-of-the-art library would look like. That's a problem for me. It's a serious problem. And as far as the recreation department goes, we can always use money for recreation. But sometimes we have to make some choices here, whether we want to have our children continuously play or we want an even kill here. Read, academics, and activities, recreation, and books. To me, it's not equaling out. It's one-sided, and it shouldn't be. Where is that $350,000 that the state promised the city of Trenton? And that's what I want to say about this particular resolution. And that's why I'm not in favor of it, is because I don't think that $4 million need to just go to the police vehicles. I think that we should have taken that $100,000 from recreation, and we should have put it toward the consultant for the free public library, gave the police department $2 million of the dollars, and divided it as such. And that's my opinion. And it's only one vote. So that's where I'm at. And the public need to know where I'm at before I vote no. Councilman Rodriguez, you may move to put your motion on.
Move to table it until we have another meeting the 19th. In 2 weeks, have a special meeting, so
We cannot put it in that special meeting. Unfortunately, that special meeting was advertised for the limited purpose, and we must stick to the purpose. So this would have to go at the earliest to the September meeting.
Well, we get another special meeting if we have to, but it's not that we are refusing.
We're not going to get a special meeting. We'll hear it on September 2nd.
I understand what Councilwoman McBride, President, is saying, but I believe that allocation was from last year. You know, it was about a year and a half ago. That is, I don't know. Probably Mr. Cruz could clarify if those $350,000 per ward are part of this $5 million. Because I definitely remember, yes, and we voted for that consultant. Remember that those monies were earmarked for the libraries. I don't know if this is the same money. You know, I would like a clarification on that. And I definitely would like it, the attorneys and whoever from the administration to sit with DCA to see if they can change this thing, put it just for the budget, not for transitional aid. Because I am concerned about this. If we continue, it says it clearly, if we're going to continue with the MOU for years and years.
He has a motion on the floor.
I have a motion by Mr. Rodriguez to table to the next meeting.
Madam President?
It must be heard without debate, so Mr. Cruz, I'm sorry. I have a second. Do I have a second, Ms. Vaughn?
So moved.
I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. I'll now call the roll to table to the next meeting that's possible. Mr. Blakely? Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, the table.
No.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes no to table. Mr. Harrison to table.
No.
Mr. Harrison votes no to table. Mr. Michelle?
No.
Mr. Michelle votes no to table. Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes aye to table. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes aye. Council President McBride?
Aye.
Council President McBride votes aye. 3-3, the motion to table fails. Council President, would you like me to call the roll for the approval of 21-308?
Yes.
This is Resolution 21-308, a resolution authorizing the acceptance of $5 million in additional transitional aid for the fiscal year 2020-2021 for police vehicles and capital improvements to recreational and cultural properties in the city of Trenton. Mr. Blakely.
Yes. I'm having difficulty logging in. I've been trying to log in for the last almost hour, and it's been very, very difficult to log in. I'm so surprised you're interested in me being here since you stopped me from talking all the time. But I'll just say that I had difficulty, and that's my story. That's what I'm sticking to. Thank you.
My apologies, Mr. Blakely. There is let me just read, bring you up to speed, and I will definitely contact you if you could bring the device in.
Before we go to vote, could I just share one piece of
No.
information?
We need to have a second here.
Okay, second.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison, a second by Mr. Michelle to approve this. We were about to go to the vote. I just wanted to bring Mr. Blakely up to date where we are. This is Resolution 21-308. We're voting on a resolution. Yes, ma'am.
And Council President, can I just make one statement about this transitional aid money?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Just quickly. One thing that I would want to say is that the $5 million, they want to put $400,000 in parks. We all know that the Rescue Plan Act money, we got $35 million currently in our accounts. We're expecting the next $35 million next year at around the same time. There's no reason for the state to give us the $400,000 and apply it to parks, because we can use the Rescue Act plan for that purpose, because parks, building out our parks is part of the Rescue Act plan guidance. Because our community has been disproportionately impacted by COVID, by the pandemic, parks is a part of that, because the folks who have been impacted by the virus have underlying conditions in our community, and minorities have those underlying conditions like diabetes and obesity and things like that, and that has heightened our risk factors around COVID, and it has increased our death rate at a rate higher than any other community, which is the reason why we got the Rescue Act plan, and which is the reason why they want us to use the Rescue Act plan money for parks, so that our community can have exercise, recreational activity, and kind of get rid of these ailments that make us high risk for the negative outcomes of the pandemic if we were to get it, right, or contract it. So I don't understand the state's effort here in giving us money for parks when they know darn well that our President Biden gave us, our city, money to build out all our parks for exercise capabilities for our community, that we don't, so we can get rid of these underlying ailments that put us at risk for COVID and death by COVID. So we should not even accept the terms of this transitional aid, particularly for the use of parks, because we have the Rescue Act plan money for that. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, we should not be voting on this tonight. We should try to get this thing reconciled immediately and get the money at least for another purpose other than parks, because we've already got that money in the Rescue Act plan. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. So I have, this is Resolution 21-308 for vote. Resolution authorizing the acceptance of $5 million in additional transitional aid for the fiscal year 2020-2021 for police vehicles and capital improvements to recreational and cultural properties in the city of Trenton. A motion by Mr. Harrison, a second by Mr. Michelle. Mr. Blakely, you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
My vote will be no vote.
Mr. Rodriguez answers a no vote. Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Vaughn votes no. Council President McBride?
I'm abstaining from this vote.
Council President abstains. The resolution carries by a vote of 4-1 with one abstention. Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, let me get where we are.
This doesn't have to go supermajority.
It does not. It's a contract, ma'am. But I will double check.
It's for the budget.
Most budget resolutions, but I'll double check it before I sign it. Next, we have Resolution 21-352, a resolution consenting to the extension of Ronald Zielinski as acting director for the Department of Finance
For the search of the Director of Finance. This last time we received 2 resumes, and of those 2 resumes, none of them are qualified to be the director. So Mr. Zielinski, once again, has given us the opportunity for us to continue to use him until we can fill the position. We have actually done advertisement on the League of Municipalities. We have done it in another, I forgot the name of the other place, but DCA is also assisting us in sending Easter eggs to the municipalities, informing them that we have this vacancy in the city and that we're searching for a director. So we will once again put it out again for the 5th time, probably next week, and hope for the best.
Council President?
So go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, I would want to hear from Mr. Lipset on this. Mr. Lipset, is that his name? Jack Lipset? DCA. Because last time we extended this, DCA said to us that yes, we need, this role must be someone functioning in a permanent capacity, pursuant to the law. So this is not optional. We don't get to say again that we have done our best to recruit, because DCA said, and somebody should correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bridges, that if we were not able, if Mr. Cruz was not able to find someone through his recruitment efforts, as he just described, then DCA was going to appoint someone for us. That's how urgent that this position is and necessary for us to have a permanent director, because of the importance of the CFO and the functions that he performed for the city. So that's what DCA said. So where are they on? This is what I'm talking about transitional aid and MOU. They don't even follow their own rules. They don't even follow the law. Here they are. It's going to allow Trenton. Now, this is the fiscal manager of our city, the CFO role. This is the critical role that ensures that we are fiscally viable municipality. And here we are, and DCA is doing nothing about it. So yeah, we need to get Mr. Kaloji and Mr. Bridges over there sooner ASAP to fix that agreement and make them compliant with the MOU because they're not compliant. And so they want to give us a pass on breaking the law and not having a permanent CFO in this city. So where are they on that, Mr. Cruz? They said they were going to give us one. Where is that person?
Madam
Okay.
President?
So, Mr. Conlon, can we move for the vote, please?
No, Kathy, I need Mr. Cruz to answer that. Where
He
is
already-
that
he
person?
already-
The council president has refused. She wants to move the vote. We're moving.
No. I need the answer. That was my
Instruction by
question.
Ms.
How
Cole,
could,
second by Mr.
Kathy,
Harrison.
Council President, that was
Mr.
my
Blakely.
question.
Wait, let me slow up.
I need
one
to know where
second.
DCA
Mrs.
is on
Mrs.
getting.
Vaughn,
Yes.
Mr. Cruz answered your question when
No,
he
he
first
did not. I
started
didn't
out.
hear it.
And
What
if
did
you
he say?
want further explanation,
No, I didn't hear
allow
it.
Mr. Cruz
Council
to put it
President, I didn't hear his answer.
writing. Let
I
him put
didn't
it
hear
into
his
writing.
answer.
We're going
I
to
didn't
move
hear his
forward with
answer.
this. Go ahead
What
to the
was
vote,
his
Mr.
answer?
Collin.
I didn't hear his answer.
All right, Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir.
This is crazy. I didn't hear his answer.
Yes.
Mr. Blakely votes yes. Ms. Cole-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
This is illegal. Hell no, I'm not voting for nothing illegal for this city.
Council President McBride.
I'm abstaining from the vote.
This resolution cannot be legal.
Resolution passes by a vote of 4-2 to 1.
Mr. Bridges, can you comment on this?
Council President, do you want to move down the docket?
Yes, please.
Mr.
Next, we have Resolution 21-353, a resolution authorizing a contract extension to WB Mason Company Incorporated for office supplies, FOB, recycled copy paper for the City of Trenton Departments and Divisions for an additional 1 year from August 8, 2021 to May 6, 2022, awarded through state contract T-0052888839 in an amount not to exceed $259,250.
Could you put it on the screen? Where's
Yes,
it
ma'am.
at?
Yes, ma'am. I'll get it right up.
Why even have laws? Nobody follows.
There you go, ma'am. It's on the screen now. This is Resolution 21-353. Do I have a motion?
What is this?
I have a motion by Council Vice President Cole-Wilson. I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Floor is open.
What is this?
This is the resolution authorizing a contract extension to WB Mason Company Incorporated for office supplies.
Specifically for paper, ma'am. I have a motion by Ms. Cole-Wilson, a second by Mr. Harrison. Council President, do you want to move the vote?
Yes, please, move to the vote.
Okay, Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mr. Blakely votes aye. Ms. Cole-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution carries by a vote of 5-2. Next, we have Resolution 21-354, resolution for the advice and consent. I'm sorry, we already did this one, and I just accidentally hit a button on the computer. Resolution 21-354 passed earlier. Next, we have Resolution 21-355, resolution authorizing a municipal online surplus auction through New Jersey State Contract 19-GNSVI 00696 T2581. And I'm going to put that up on the screen. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Cole-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Mr. Harrison. Floor is open. Council President, would you like me to take the roll?
I just need to be clear on what are we auctioning?
Let me take a look.
Madam President, the library is auctioning off equipment that is no longer useful at the library.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Thank you.
I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, a second by Mr. Harrison. Council Vice President, do you want me to call the roll for the vote?
Yes, please.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution carries by an order by a vote of 6-1, so ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-356, a resolution exercising the option to extend the contract to Claims Resolution Corporation for a period of 1 year for third-party administrative services for liability claims, workers' compensation claims, management and loss control services from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $121,000 through competitive contract 2019-05. And I did actually want to ask Mr. Cruz a question. Adam, is this for the full year or for the 6-month budget?
My apologies, I was muted. This is actually for the entire year.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Floor is open.
So, Mr. Cruz, should it be for 6 months? Because our calendar year is a 6-month calendar year now. Should it be extended out to a full year based on the calendar year, or should it be for the 6 months? That should be to Mr. Cruz or Mr. Bridges.
You know what, Madam President, because we've been having it for the entire year, we didn't have conversations with the carriers to do a 6-month contract with them. So we didn't have that conversation. However, if the wish of council is to move the coverage to a calendar year, those conversations can be had with the carrier and see how we can make the adjustment as we go along. We'll ask them, and then if they say yes, we can amend the resolution to a 6-month period, and then we can award comes next year, January.
Right, because I'm concerned if we're functioning on a 6-year calendar. A 6-month calendar. Why are we going to stick to the regular year contracts if you voided the year out and made it 6 months? Our year now is a 6-month year instead of 12-month.
Right. So the one advantage, Madam President, is that now at least we have an idea how much money we will need for the 12 months, how much it's going to cost us for this 6 months for this year, and then how much it's going to cost us for the next 6 months next year. So it should not be an issue, and we can have that and we can have that money added to the calendar year budget next year for 6 months. However, if the wish of the council is to change this contract to a calendar year as well to reflect what is going to happen next year, we can definitely have those conversations with the carrier. I don't see them having an issue with that.
Can you pull it, Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yeah, so Mr. Cruz, do you want to pull this resolution and perhaps bring it back at the next meeting with the change?
The only reason why I'm a little concerned of pulling it is that they are expecting to get paid for the next 2 months. And so by us pulling it, we will not have the ability to pay them. And that will put us back in the conversation with the carriers was not had if we could keep the coverage without payment. So that's why I'm a little concerned. But I am definitely.
And if we approve this for a year, what makes you think they're going to say, okay, you can amend it for 6 months?
I don't see a problem with them saying no. I honestly don't see that as that being an issue.
What it might have been smarter to do was to do this resolution July 1st for 6 months, and then put the other 6 months on there, splitting it.
The fact that we already know how much money we are going to need for next year, I mean, as I mentioned, it kind of gives us a leverage for the first 6 months of next year. So it will not affect us. Next year, when we come up to the July, we can amend it then in July for 6 months for the following year, and then we can make the amendment if that is the wish of council. If you feel that that they may not want to negotiate with us for these next 6 months, we can do it for the following year then. It's the two options that we have that we can definitely speak to the carrier.
Because my concern is if we approve this, then it'll be all forgotten and the amendments won't be done.
I will make sure that we can have those conversations, Madam Vice President. And as I said, if the answer is no, at least we'll have the coverage for the July, August, and then September, depending on whatever time we need, and then we can put a resolution forward for 6 months next year, and then we adjust it next year.
Well, you have in this resolution, 60,500 from July 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021. And then 60,500 from January the 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2022. Is that to give you the authority to have the two separate fiscal years in there?
Let me see, what part are you, which one of the whereases are you reading now?
The fifth whereas. 1, 2, 3, 4.
The
fifth
five.
whereas.
Available the following account year. No, well, we're using different account numbers just for the purpose of the budget, and that's just reflecting where the money's going to come from for the transitional year and where the money's going to come from for the following 6 months.
Okay, so that's what I was asking you. Okay, so it's explained in here. Okay.
So
yes.
So Mr. Cruz, so like my problem with this resolution is that we haven't even approved the budget for July the 1st to December the 31st. And so how can a CO certify those funds without even having the first 6 months budget? And now you're going into another budget process from January until June, and you're saying that you can certify that money. And I don't understand how that works, because the budget is not even done for the first 6 months. This resolution should be amended for the 6 month budget year that we have agreed upon. You cannot go into a second budget when you have not even presented the first budget for 2021. That makes no sense to me. So help me out here, Mr. Cruz.
Yes. So, Madam President, so the reason why we are saying that the money will be available there is because workers' compensation is not an optional service, an optional contract. It is a service that every municipality needs, and we will do everything necessary to make sure that the money is there.
Shouldn't it be? Isn't this a part of the budget process? So you're saying, hey, workers' comp, the money is going to probably be there, but legally speaking, how can you I want to ask Mr. Kaloji this question because I don't even want the rest of the council to vote on this if this is deemed to be basically crossing the line, a violation of the law. So let me ask Mr. Kaloji this question. Mr. Kaloji.
Before Mr. Kaloji, Madam President.
Yes, Mr. Kaloji. So, Mr. Kaloji, let me ask you this. So we haven't gotten a budget for July the 1st to December the 31st yet. And he has this resolution here exceeding the 6-month calendar year. Who will certify those funds exist for a calendar year that we haven't even gotten to and a budget that we haven't even passed for this upcoming calendar? How does this work?
Where does the availability of funds come from, Mr. Cruz, from a temporary?
So, Mr. Kaloji, one of the things, Mr. Kaloji, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So one of the things that I didn't get to mention, Madam President, is that when we are transitioning from the fiscal year to a calendar year, we are actually going for an 18-month budget. We do a 6-month, and then we also do a 12-month budget. And this is why we are certain that the money will be there, because the money will be there for calendar year 2022, because it is required by DCA that when we submit, we're submitting an 18-month budget.
Shouldn't we amend this resolution right here on the floor for 6 months? I believe that's the safest way to go, Mr. Kaloji.
You know, it's very difficult for me to just answer this at the moment. I'd love to talk to Mr. Cruz and get some more detailed information. I wouldn't want to make such a significant call on the very limited information we've got right now.
Right, but they want the council to vote on this, and I want to make sure that this is within the guidelines of the law, because it just doesn't ring right with me that you can certify funds for upcoming year when you haven't even approved a budget for the first 6 months, and that bothers me. I think that we should
Mr. Cruz,
this
again, where does the availability of those funds come from? The fact that it hasn't been finally adopted.
It will be coming from the 2022 calendar year. Look, Madam President, if the wish is to do a 6-month, let's amend it on the floor. Let's do a 6-month amendment. Tomorrow we'll be on the phone with the carriers. If they say that is not acceptable, then we'll come back to council, ask council in the September meeting to amend the resolution for the 12 months. But you know what? At least it will give me some leverage where we can pay some of the invoices for the July and the August month.
Yes. I think that would be the proper thing to do, is to amend this on the floor, and then.
All right. So we can amend the amount should the amount go up another couple of $1,000, because it's no longer the 12 months, it's 6 months, if necessary.
All righty.
You have the C of A for the $60,500 out of the transition year account 2021-2018080300688. Do you want to amend it to that amount? And then if you have to do something in September, you can do it there, but you have the C of A already available for that? So
yes, let's do that.
Council President, is that your motion?
Yes, a motion to amend.
Okay, so I have a motion to amend by Council President McBride, which we have to move forward without debate. Do I have a second to that motion? And here's what the motion. Okay, I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. So here's what the amendment is. In the first paragraph, to be not to exceed $60,500. Whereas resolution of the awarded contract, blah blah blah, lost control, so the same amount to not exceed. Okay, that's fine.
We have to go back up to where it says
It should be July 1st
for a period of 6 months.
Yeah, so let me just go through this real quick. Resolution number awarded the contract. So the resolution that was awarded the contract, we don't have to worry about. They're just reciting history. Second one is just reciting history. Third one, Cyrus contracts, whereas city extended vendors perform satisfactory, and to exercise the option to extend the contract for the final year from July 1st, 2021 to that'd be January 1st or December 31st. Right, 31st, 2021. East Somerset amount not to exceed $60,500. The next paragraph is not to exceed $60,500 with the transitional aid account cited there for the December 31st. The rest of that is stricken up until the city shall exercise the final option to extend the contract for the period of 1 or 6 months if they go for it. From July 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021. Now, therefore, it is resolved by the City Council of Trenton Mayor is authorized to exercise the option to the contract with Claims Resolution Corporation. And I just want to insert in there, should they, for 6 months, if they will exceed for 6 months, if accepted. The third-party administrative service, the liability claim, workers' compensation claims, blah, 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 in an amount not to exceed $60,500 for the City of Trenton Department of Administration for said purpose and manner described by law. And I'd like to read this into the record as amended. This is Resolution 21-356, amended resolution exercising the option to extend the contract to Claims Resolution Corporation for a period of 1 year for third-party administrative services for liability claims, workers' compensation claims, management, and
Not
loss.
for 1 year, 6 months.
For 6 months, thank you. That will be the addition for 6 months for a period of 6 months. For third-party administrative services for liability claims, workers' compensation claims, management and loss control services from July 31st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021 in an amount not to exceed $60,500 through competitive contract 2019-05. Whereas resolution number 19-272 awarded a contract on June 20th, 2019 to Claims Resolution Corporation, 701 East Somerset Lane, Galloway, New Jersey, 08205 for third-party administrative services for liability claims, workers' compensation claims, management, and loss control services for the City of Trenton for a period of 1 year from June 19, 2020, or June 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2020, the amount not to exceed a flat fee of $117,500. The City of Trenton Department of Administration. Whereas resolution number 20-267 awarded a contract on June 19, 2020 to exercise the option to extend for a period of 1 year to Claims Resolution Corporation, 701 East Somerset Lane, Galloway, New Jersey, 08205 for the third-party administrative services for liability claims, workers' compensation claims, management, and loss control services to the City of Trenton from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021 in amount not to exceed a flat fee of $118,000 for the City of Trenton Department of Administration. And whereas pursuant to NJSA 40:Cap A 11-15 provides that service contracts may be extended for no more than 1 2-year or 2 1-year extensions. And whereas the City of Trenton Department of Administration has determined that the vendor has performed its services in a satisfactory manner and is in the best interest of the City of Trenton to exercise the option to extend the contract for a final 6 months. From July 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021, awarded to Claims Resolution Corporation, 701 East Somerset Lane, Galloway, New Jersey, 08205, in an amount not to exceed $60,500. Whereas funds in the amount not to exceed $60,500 have been certified to be available in the following account number: transition year 2021, 2-01-80-8030688, $60,500 from July 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021. The city shall exercise the final option to extend the contract for a period of 6 months, if accepted, from July 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021. Now, therefore, it is resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton that the mayor is hereby authorized to exercise an option to extend the contract with Claims Resolution 701 East, to extend the contract for 6 months if accepted with Claims Resolution Corporation 701 East Somerset Lane, Galloway, New Jersey 08205 for third-party administrative services for liability claims, workers' compensation claims, management and loss control services for the City of Trenton in an amount not to exceed $60,500 for the City of Trenton Department of Administration for said purposes in the manner prescribed by law. Mr. Kaloji, do you have any issues with those amendments, sir?
No.
Okay. Council President, is that your motion to amend as read into the
Yes.
record? And I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Would you like me to call the roll as amended?
Yes, please.
Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely, sir? I've actually asked IT to look into his connection issue. Mr. Blakely is being marked as absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson as amended?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison as amended?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle as amended?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez as amended?
Yes.
Mr. Vaughn as amended?
Yes.
Council President McBride as amended?
Yes.
So ordered. The resolution is approved as amended. Adam, if somebody could send me the Word document on that, I'll make the changes, get it up for your signatures. Next is resolution as amended. Next is Resolution 21-357, a resolution awarding a contract to a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A 20.4 at Sec to TEM 360 Global Enterprise Solutions for LLC DBA Technogrid LLC for broadband network consulting services for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $465,000 through RFP 2021-33.
Are we running into the same problem here? For some reason or another, no one bothered to recognize that you came to us to change the calendar year. And this is a problem with these contracts. So my question to Mr. Cruz is the same question I had for the
Madam President, this is ARP money.
what? This is what money?
The resolution that the count that the clerk just read is actually for the broadband citywide web that we want to create with the ARP money, American Rescue Plan money.
No, we never had that discussion to take that money from the American Rescue Plan money. We never had that discussion. We never had that discussion because the discussion that we had was that the lieutenant governor told us that there would be money coming down whenever they get to that infrastructure bill that will cover the broadband. And for you to take $500,000 out of that money, I just no. And the mayor should have been bringing back a complete plan about how he was going to do all that money, including the Olden Avenue project. It has to be all in one plan. You cannot keep doing that and piecing that American Rescue Plan money out. It should be all in one spreadsheet, and the Olden Avenue piece should be included. Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, go right ahead.
No, that's okay, because I know the American Rescue Plan said that they can pay out money for the waterworks, and I think this is for the broadband at the water company.
The lieutenant governor told the mayor to hold off on any broadband spending based on the infrastructure bill. There will be two things covered in that bill that they were sure of, and that was broadband and it was lead line replacement.
Madam President, if I may, this is Colin Cherry.
I think that we should have the the overall picture of what he wants to spend out of the American Rescue Plan, Mr. Cherry, Mr. Cruz. I think that the mayor should have given us an overall plan as the interim report stated. And in that plan, if this is what he's putting forward, it should be in the plan. You cannot come to this council and chip away at that money, and the next thing we know, all the money is gone in fragments. That's not the way that the interim rules state that you can do it. It has to be a plan. And I'm just not getting how all of you want to piece that money away. And I'm making a motion to table this because this is outrageous.
I have a motion tabled by Council President McBride. That actually has to be heard without debate. Do I have a second to the motion?
I second it.
I have a second by Mr. Rodriguez. I'll call the roll for the motion to table. And Council President, this is tabling to when?
And until we have the administration give us the plan, the entire plan, and let them include whatever the mayor wants to use the money for, the 36 point some million. Let him give us the plan because we've already chiseled away at a part of it, and let him give us the plan in order for us to move forward, and we'll vote on the plan and we'll address that as he give it to us, but not into pieces.
Okay, so I have a motion to table by Council President McBride, a second by Mr. Rodriguez. I'll now call the roll for tabling. Mr. Blakely? Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes aye to table. Mr. Harrison?
No, I didn't get a chance to speak, so no.
Sorry, sir. The rules are, once the motion to table goes, it is without debate. So Mr. Harrison votes nay. Ms. Michelle?
No.
Mr. Michelle votes nay. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes aye. Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes aye to table. Council President McBride?
Yes.
Council President McBride votes aye to table. The resolution is tabled until the ARP overall plan by the mayor is received by the council.
Council President?
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Harrison.
Maybe we can next time give Mr. Cherry a chance to speak because he at least wanted to say something. I thought he might have had some knowledge that we could have used before we didn't let him speak.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Yeah. Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-358, a resolution awarding contract through fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.4 et sec to the law office of Naheem Akhtar Esquire to provide professional public defender services at Trenton Municipal Court for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2021 to June 30, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $104,000 at an hourly rate of $215 per hour per in-court session and $40 per hour per related administrative work through RFP 2021-17. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Vaughn. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Floor is open.
Can I ask Mr. Bridges to answer the question about the calendar year for these contracts? Mr. Bridges?
Yes, Council President. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, the question is in reference to the calendar year. We've changed our calendar year, and all of our contracts should reflect that. It should be based on July 1st to December the 31st, but these contracts are going into a new year, which is January the 1st through June the 30th. And I have a problem with that as far as the budget is concerned, as far as the funds, certifying the funding. And I think that they should all be based on the calendar year.
With respect to the legality of it, I can't really, I'd have to defer to Mr. Cruz and Mr. Zielinski on this with respect to the process for certifying of those funds. Once those funds are confirmed certified, it's proper.
Yes, I don't think that they can certify funds that, and we don't have a budget for that particular year. And
Yeah.
Mr. Zelinski should have been speaking to this before he allowed you guys to put this out like this. Mr. Zelinski?
Yes.
Mr. Zelinski,
Yes.
is this common practice to certify funds when a budget hasn't even been received for the current year?
Yes, it is. That means funds will be included. Funds will have to be included in the budget to pay for these items.
So you're saying that you can certify funds for the next budget year?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to put it on
Okay.
record. All righty. Thank you. We can move forward, Mr. Conlon.
I have a motion by Councilmember Vaughn, a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
No.
Resolution carries by a vote of 5-1 with one absent. Next, we have Resolution 21-359, resolution awarding contract to a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap 8-20.4 et sec to the law of Nancy R. Garza, LLC, to provide professional public defender services at Trenton Municipal Court for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2021 to June 30, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $104,000 at an hourly rate of $225 per in-court session and $100 per hour per related administrative work, RFP 2021-17. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Floor is open.
You can move to a vote.
Yes, ma'am. I have a motion by Mr. Harrison, second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn. Sorry, ma'am.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
No. I will be voting no on anything that exceeds the 6-month calendar year.
Resolution carries by a vote of 5-1 with one member absent. Next, we have Resolution 21-360, resolution awarding contract to a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A, 20.4 et sec to H. Lee Waring, Esquire, to provide professional public defender services at Trenton Municipal Court for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2021 to June 30, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $120,000 at an hourly rate of $275 per in-court session and $100 per hour related to administrative work, RFP 2021-17. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Vaughn. Floor is open. Council President, would you like to move towards the vote?
Yes, please.
Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
No.
Next, we have resolution carries by a vote of 5-1 with one member absent. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-361. This is a resolution awarding a contract to a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.4 et sec to the law office of Jason F. Hageman Esquire to provide professional public defender services at Trenton Municipal Court for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2021 to June 30, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $104,000 at an hourly rate of $210 per in-court session and $70 per hour per related administrative work through RFP 2021-17. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second? I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Council President, would you like me to call the roll?
Yes, please.
Mr. Blakely, your vote. Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
This is 21-361.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
No.
Yes, ma'am. Resolution carries by a vote of 5-1 with one member absent. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-362, a resolution authorizing a payment to Safety National Insurance Company and Grace Insurance Company for workers' compensation and excess insurance premium from April 17th, 2021 to July 31st, 2022.
How much is the payment? I'm sorry. How much is the payment? Oh, I'm sorry. Ooh.
I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I have a second by Mr. Harrison. To answer your question, I believe the payment is not to exceed $920,184.
$920,000.
Yeah,
And
it's a little over a year.
And this is for who?
This is a resolution authorizing a payment to Safety National Insurance Company and Gray's Insurance Company for workers' compensation excess insurance.
Workers' compensation, Council President, may I have the floor about this one?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman. Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
So, Mr. Cruz and/or Mr. Bridges. So, resolution authorizing a payment Safety National Insurance Company and Gray's Insurance Company. I understand the premium for the workers' compensation piece, but is this an increase from previous years in our insurance premium? Mr. Bridges?
I can't speak to whether it was an increase with respect to last year. I would have to defer to Mr. Cruz on that. I can tell you that the terms and substance of the resolution is legal as to form and substance, but I would have to defer to Mr. Cruz and Mr. Zielinski as to whether or not this is an increase in cost.
So are we taking on additional insurance or coverage because we anticipate paying out lawsuits from employees who have filed lawsuits or tort claims, believing they have been wrongfully terminated?
We can absolutely anticipate those as we anticipate them any other year. We've had a significant amount of them in addition to other tort claims that this would cover. But with respect to the cost of it and whether the premium or the rates have gone up, I can't speak to that. But we absolutely have some in the pipeline that we're going to have to deal with, and we could absolutely expect more in the future.
But I'm particularly concerned about, quite frankly, Mr. Morelli's lawsuit. So I'm just curious as to whether or not we are taking on additional coverage, anticipating payout for the most recent claims that have been filed against the city.
This is Ron Zielinski. Can I be heard?
Yes. Oh, Council.
Yes, you may.
This is actually workers' comp, not liability. And those claims would not be workers' comp claims.
Okay, Mr. Zielinski, so it has two, I guess, insurance types on here. It says resolution authorizing a payment for Safety National Insurance Company and Gray's Insurance Company for workers' compensation. So is the payment, is the Safety National Insurance Company also covers workman compensation?
They do cover part of it. Yes, they do.
Okay, is this a standard premium that we pay annually? Almost $1 million?
Yes, it is.
Or have you seen an increase because of the increased level of lawsuits?
Again, this is workers' comp, so whatever our workers'
compensation.
Have been.
Okay, so even then, right? Have we seen an additional increase in workers' compensation claims due to COVID or anything of that nature?
Again, COVID's not covered by workers' comp.
Okay. So, Ari, I hear you. So no one can claim that.
Madam President?
Yes. Yes.
Madam President, may I say something?
Yes, Mr. Cruz.
I know, but I wasn't
Okay,
finished yet.
Oh, I thought you were finished, Councilwoman Vaughn.
No, but Mr. Cruz come in, but I just wanted to quickly say, our bottom line is, have we seen a $900-something premium on insurance policies? I just wanted to get an understanding whether or not that was an increase this year, that particular payment, as a result of any change in the environment, rather, folks, because folks are working from home for almost a whole year. So how did they get hurt on a job? I'm not getting it.
So, Madam President,
Yes.
I apologize to Councilwoman Vaughn for interrupting her earlier, but I just wanted to chime in on her question as to what kind of services this was covering, and it's only for medical, and there is actually a slight decrease in cost from last year to this year.
Okay. So have we seen less claims? Have we seen less claims? Because again, nobody was working. I mean, very few people were working full-time in the city of Trenton. So we should have seen a decrease in workers' compensation claims, correct?
Well, the coverage actually dropped about 54,000. Our premium actually dropped about $54,000 actually compared to last year. So there must be something that they have seen that has caused the drop, but yeah, there is a slight drop.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Madam President.
Yes.
I was just, Colin, I was just in the middle of muting you for the feedback we were getting, so she did acknowledge you. My apologies. I didn't mean to cut you off when you started to speak.
No,
I was just going to mute you for the feedback.
No problem. I just wanted to add, Councilwoman, that if we do start to see some workers' comp claims as a result of COVID or COVID-related inactivity or activity, those are very likely to hit us in the upcoming year rather than this year directly. Okay. So that the number may change the next time you see this based on COVID, but most of these costs are for claims that were filed in the lead up to COVID.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Harrison.
Hey, I got a question. We tabled 21-356 for 6 months, but we were told by Mr. Zielinski we could do it for a year. So should we reconsider that? That we could do it for a year?
No, we shouldn't reconsider it. It should stand.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Didn't Mr. Zielinski say we could do a contract for a year?
We should not. We should leave it, let it stand at 6 months, and let Mr. Cruz go back to the company and have his discussion.
Because I thought Mr. Zielinski said it was proper for a year, but I'm just asking that question. That's my question was Mr. Zielinski. What didn't he say it was for a year? I'm asking that. That's what he said.
So, well, it doesn't matter what Mr. Zielinski said. We voted to amend it on the floor. It's amended, and Mr. Cruz can go back to the company and have his discussion. And as far as I'm concerned, none of us should be going into a new budget year on any of these contracts, and that's why I'm voting no on the contracts that exceed the 6-month budget year, because I'm still concerned about how a CO can certify funds when we don't have a current budget. That's troublesome to me. So we'll leave it like that until Mr. Cruz come back with the findings, and hopefully.
Council President, if I may.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman. Wait. First, let me make sure that Councilman Harrison is.
I really wasn't finished because Mr. Zielinski is the head of finance, and he was trying to make a statement, and now we're. All right. I understand what's going on here. It doesn't seem that we should be listening to other people's, like Mr. Zielinski or Mr. Cherry or Mr. Cruz, and not always be on the aggressive. I don't think it's beneficial to us or the city.
Council President, yeah.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah,
Caldwell-Wilson.
so the resolution that we amended, Councilman, that was extending a contract. From what I understand, when these RFPs that were out, the money was set aside, so that money is there for these contracts. But that was an extension. That was a little different than an actual contract, actual RFP. And Mr. Cruz can correct me if I'm wrong.
Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-362, a resolution authorizing a payment to State National Insurance Company and Gray's Insurance Company for Workers' Commission private carrier station infrastructure services for radio communication in an amount not to exceed $145,612.
Madam President?
Council President?
Yes,
Council President?
Councilman Rodriguez.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. Floor is open.
Councilman Harrison, I apologize, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, here we go again. Early today, I mailed Mr. Conlon, and I believe he forwarded to the law department because I am positive that we're still going to have contract with this person that 2 years ago, you all remember that I asked about the status of the radio room, and Mr. Morelli turned around and told me, we cannot discuss this case because this case is in court. We are taking this person to court. After that, I never heard what were the results of the court case. What happened? Did this case ever went to court, or I was lied to by Mr. Morelli? You know, I like to have an answer from the law department. If not, if we cannot get an answer today, I'd like to table this as long as possible, because I believe that this person, you know, if he wants money from us, let him take us to court. He owes us money. He ripped us up. That study, hopefully every council member have a copy of that study of the radio room that states in the about page 4 or 5 that the equipment that he got for us is not good. It's not the one that's supposed to be in a radio room environment. We have been risking the lives of our police and firefighters over and over and over because of this person. You know, now they're coming up, oh, but we don't have another contractor. Oh, that have been 3 years since we have been talking about this issue. At least I have been talking about this for the last 3 years. And we still have problems with the communication from the radio room, but we are going to give this guy $145,000. You know, I know that this guy has connections with some members of council that, you know, are his friends. I know that. He was given that's why he got the contract. But we have to be realistic. You know, this guy should be returning us money for that lousy equipment that we wasted the money on it. That is, it's ridiculous that the new director is calling for this. I discussed it with him recently. I asked him, do you see that study? He had a copy of it on his hands. I had my copy of it, but still, now somebody's saying, oh, this has to, if we don't pay, he can cut off the communications. That's a lie. I asked that question to the law department for it to be researched. I want an answer now because I believe that he cannot cut, according to FCC, it's a federal, he cannot cut our communications. He can take us to court for payment if he wants to. That's up to him. But I'd like to know what happened with our court case. Was city council lied about that? Such a serious matter that could have cost the lives of police officers and firefighters? I like an explanation on that. I like to hear it. I like this to be pulled out of the completely until we get answers, because this person, MPS, should not be getting a penny. The last meeting, they approved a payment, $75,000. You know, what are we doing? Why are we giving away our city's money? Thank you.
Council President?
Council
Yes,
President, Mr. Harrison has his hand up as well, ma'am.
Okay, then Ms. Vaughn speak, and then Councilman Harrison.
Okay. I concur with Councilman Rodriguez on this particular matter. Here it is, an emergency contract. And I do have a question to Mr. Kaloji, and I sent the email out earlier about an emergency contract. It was related to the previous emergency contract that we passed to the same company. I believe it was for $75,000. And I want to make sure that it is in fact supermajority that has to approve an emergency contract. A supermajority vote from the council. And I believe the statute supports that. I don't know what Mr. Collins sent me back, but Mr. Kaloji, can you please research that emergency resolutions must be approved by the council at supermajority?
Well, I'm looking at the section right now of the local public contracts law, 48:11-6. It talks about emergency contracts that are going to exceed the bid threshold, and basically it can be done as long as the procedures in there are followed. There is nothing in here about a different type of vote. It, however, says the governing body of the contracting unit may prescribe additional rules and procedures to implement the requirements. So I don't know if that dovetails with any ordinances that we've had. I've never had occasion to look at this issue. I don't know if the clerk or Mr.
We have dealt, we've dealt with, sorry, if
So
I
does
may.
$125,000 exceed the threshold? Number one.
Oh, sure.
We do have additional rules in our code that says it must be passed by 2/3 of vote.
Hold on, I'm going to check that right now.
I sent that over to you this afternoon, this morning, top of the morning. All right, and it doesn't, Mr. Collins, sent something additional. I don't know where he grabbed that from, but it's not in that provision is not stipulated there. It's clear that it's just 2/3 of a vote. So let me just continue on. Mr. Kaloji, can you please check that and confirm?
Yeah, I'm working on it right now. Go ahead.
Did you see my email from this morning?
No, I did not. I'm sorry.
Okay, no. In the city code, well, it's not a showstopper, but nothing, I don't know how this vote is going to go, but nonetheless, it's clear that the city code, on top of the provision that statute that you just read, this emergency contract must be passed by 2/3 of vote. So, but I want that legally confirmed. Thank you. If you can get that to us tomorrow, that'd be fantastic, regardless of how this vote goes. So,
Thank you.
resolution authorized. So, I will say this: this whole thing is a disaster, and I'm appalled that the new director has not continued on the path of cleaning up. Getting this contractor, NPS Communications, out of the city of Trenton and out of the police department. All he has done has come in and is maintaining the status quo. All right. First of all, NPS Communication has installed the boxes. So is Mr. Wilson on the line?
Yes.
Okay. There was, I believe, a fire, the state has come in there, the state fire marshal has come in there and has cited have given you a violation. Is that correct? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Well, I'm going to tell the public, and it's terrible that you're not aware of it. Okay, the boxes, the black boxes that are installed in the radio room that contains the monitors, they're too close to the water sprinklers in that building. And thereby, that was supposed to have been remediated. When is that going to be remediated?
Well, I'm just now aware of the issue.
No, the violation, sir. And that violation is substantial because the state had issued it, and you're still, Mr. Bridges, are you aware of that violation of the police department? That those black boxes that hold those monitors are installed too close to the water sprinklers over there?
I'm aware of several issues related to this. A lot of them had to do with
I'm speaking right now about the water sprinklers and installation of those boxes.
No, I don't know anything about that. I've not heard of that, nor have anything come past my desk with that. I truly have no clue what we're referring to right now, respectfully.
Okay.
I know nothing.
Mr. Maziar's on the phone, the fire director. I mean, on the call. Mr. Maziar, the fire director, on the call. Mr. Maziar, who's the fire director?
The fire director is now Mr. Douglas, ma'am.
I know, but he's not. But I
Mr.
need
Douglas
somebody.
was approved. He's the fire director.
No, I need Mr. Maziar right now until until he starts whatever he's going to start, but not tonight. I didn't think that he's going to start tonight. I need the answer to this question. So I need whoever Mr. Maziar on this line, and I need him to answer that question about the state fire marshal. And that violation over there, that MPS Communications has installed those boxes too close to those fire sprinklers, and they were supposed to get that fixed, and it hasn't been fixed yet. But nonetheless, I will move on. So the fire director and the deputy chief, there's no one from the fire department on this line. Don't make me find that violation tomorrow and come down to that fire department and the police department, because lives are at stake here if you guys are not addressing your violation here with those boxes. So nonetheless, I will move on to my concern here about this emergency contract and this MPS communication.
Council President, if I may.
Don't interrupt me, please.
My bad.
Okay? This has been a sham from day one. And Director Wilson, you need to start working on getting MPS Communications out of this contract. I will not be voting for renewal. And the fire department employees are at risk. The residents are at risk, and the police department. Your employees, your officers are at risk. And you can sit here and not, what is your comment on this? Because Mr. Morelli, when he was here,
Council President,
when there was Chris Doyle, who was the acting director, there was a lawsuit. There was a potential lawsuit against this organization. They were going to claw back every dime. What's the status of that, Mr. Wilson? Are you aware? I mean, you were here because you left the department in 2018, correct? So you are aware of this. So speak on that. Where are we with this radio room and this lawsuit with this particular vendor? And why are you continuing to put resolutions on this council for this type of money?
So allow them to answer your question, please, ma'am.
I am, Kathy. I didn't say a word. I'm waiting for him.
Council President,
Yes,
can I answer now?
yes, please.
Okay, I left last year. The lawsuit, I don't know where it's at. I'll have to defer to the law office for that. This resolution is not to renew contract. This resolution is to pay for services rendered and being rendered.
On an emergency basis. So why, if the contract is it's been stated, so why are you putting it on an emergency basis then?
Because he has to be paid. He's providing a service right now, and he has to be paid for that service. The city is paid for the first quarter. They have not paid for the second quarter, and we're now into the third quarter. And just to satisfy you and Councilman Rodriguez, I have been meeting with vendors in order to move away from this contractor. But in the meantime, he's providing a service, and he has to be paid. This is not a new service.
But an emergency contract, that's not what emergency contracts are utilized for. So what about this is an emergency, sir?
Didn't you just say that the radio communications and lives are at stake? So yeah, we have to pay this until we can move away from this.
That doesn't still state. No. It's not what I say.
Decide that.
Wait a minute. It's not what I say. I'm telling you about the law of what the emergency contracts are for. Okay? It doesn't matter what Robin Vaughn says, sir, in this context. So an emergency contract is not used for this particular issue. Okay?
Okay.
So Mr. Kaloji, please cite the law of what an emergency contract is used for.
Well, I'm actually looking at the law right now. Under A316.2. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Under A316.2, it says that emergency resolution creating emergency appropriations and budgetary transfers require 5 affirmative votes for adoption, which would be 2/3. That's consistent with the provision of the local budget law, and that statute is 48:4-20, where it says, in addition to temporary appropriations, et cetera, the governing body may, by resolution adopted by a 2/3 vote of the full membership, make emergency temporary appropriations for any purposes for which appropriations may be lawfully made, et cetera. So the simple question becomes, is this vote a vote to create an emergency appropriation? I'm just going to defer to Mr. Cruz and to the finance director. I mean, I interpreted it as a vote to proceed with a contract that was in excess of the bid on an emergency basis, not as defined in the budget law, but as defined in the local public contracts law.
So where are we at? Is this?
Well, I'm just asking for some confirmation from our finance mavens that this is not an appropriation. This is proceeding on an emergency basis in excess of a bid threshold. Unless I'm totally misunderstanding, that was my interpretation. Is that correct?
No, well, that's the interpretation of the law, but that's not what this resolution is doing.
Well, I'm trying to interpret the facts. I don't know the basis
I know. That's
of the resolution.
Me too.
Yeah, whoever put forth the resolution would have the factual background.
That's Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, you want to speak to that?
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Can I just give you the timeline that I inherited?
Right. What we're trying to determine is if this is emergency appropriation or if this is a contract that is trying to be paid under emergency basis. Because if it's not an emergency appropriation that goes under the certain budget law, then this contract is worded wrong. Am I correct in my
Council President?
Madam President?
Go right ahead.
I've had my hand up.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Wait a minute, but we haven't, the finance director hasn't answered Mr. Kaloji's question though, right? And that was based on my question, so I'm waiting too. I was sitting quiet, I didn't want to interrupt. So this resolution, what is it? It's either A or B. Which is it, Mr. Wilson and Mr. Cruz? A or B?
This resolution is,
It doesn't do A or B.
Okay, Mr. Cruz is speaking. Go ahead, Mr. Cruz.
I'm sorry.
this resolution is for a contract. Emergency appropriations are done through the budget process. This is not a budget related appropriation. This is actually a contract. So it's two different things.
And the reason this is being done on an emergency basis is because there was not time to take bids, et cetera. In other words, this is being done under the local public contracts law.
So the reason of my Lieutenant Durlacher is actually was asking for to speak on this, and she has more clarity as to why we need to do the emergency. But if you wish for me to answer, for the police department, I can do that.
No,
I just want to give the police department.
Whoever has the information, I'd love to hear from.
We're trying to get a legal understanding here. It has to be a legal understanding.
Right.
I know what the law is.
Yes.
I want to understand the facts. Why are we proceeding on an emergency basis with this contract?
Right.
Mr. Bridges would like to answer it, I believe.
Yeah, I think this.
Because it's important.
Okay, Mr. Bridges, hold off for a minute and let Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson make her statement.
Yeah, this is kind of important because I look at the contract amount and then I look at the waiver from DCA and it says contract award amount, $72,806.25.
We'll bring everything. Give that to Daddy and
Who's speaking?
Thank you. And the keys to Daddy and then.
Someone speaking, Mr. Conlon?
I'm looking for them, ma'am. Please continue.
Could you please put yourself on mute? Thank you. So the DCA waiver shows $72,806.25, and we have a resolution here for $145,612.50. And it also says emergency procurement bid award pending. This is not signed by DCA. It's only signed by the mayor and the business administrator. So I need that explained to me.
Oh, man, it just gets worse. Mr. Bridges, would you chime in, please?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I think Mr. Kaloji succinctly stated it. If it's an emergency, and Mr. Zielinski as well echoed it, if it's emergency appropriation of funds, that requires the supermajority 2/3 vote. This is not an emergency appropriation of funds. This is a contract that has to get done because it's an emergency. I would concur with Mr. Kaloji's desire to hear from Lieutenant Durlacher to articulate for us why it is emergency, not an emergency appropriation of funds, but why it's an emergency that will get it done.
No, but that wasn't the Councilwoman's question. The Councilwoman's question is, if it's not an emergency appropriation, should it be expressed here in the title as emergency? Is an emergency basis, and that's she's trying to determine whether or not this is an emergency based on what it is under the law to grant an emergency payment, and we can dance all around that, but we still have to come back to the facts. And so the fact that it hasn't been paid doesn't make it an emergency basis. There's a lot of people out there that have not been paid by the city that do not go under an emergency basis here. We move to make a resolution to pay them, but we don't include this language as an emergency. They must be paid immediately. We move a resolution to pay.
Right. I'll try to give a simple explanation.
Wilson has a separate
Mr. Kaloji,
is that DCA only approved 73,000, and you have 100 and some thousand on the face of this, and on the waiver, they've only been approved for 73. That's a whole different issue that has to be addressed.
I know what Mr. Kaloji is going to say, so I'm going to let him get on the dance floor and take it from here.
Yeah, just very simply, the local public contracts law has rules you have to follow to enter into a contract and spend money. However, it recognizes that occasionally there's an emergency situation that arises, and for whatever reason, we don't have the time to put out bids, et cetera, which may be required in a normal circumstance. But if it's been declared an emergency, it enables us to go out on a contract on an emergency basis. That does not require a 2/3 vote of the council. The only thing that requires a 2/3 vote is if it's an emergency appropriation in the context of the local budget law, and that's consistent with what's in our rules, A 316-2, I believe it's H. So my simple question is, are we going out on a contract for goods or services that we did not have time or opportunity to secure by bidding or whatever because of some emergency situation? That's just what needs to be explained.
Well put. And I think, again, if I may, Council President, implore the governing body to let Lieutenant Durlacher articulate why it's important.
Yes.
I can tell you that in my review of this, this is, as well stated, this is vital to both police and fire. We cannot
We're not
risk.
asking you. We're asking you.
Excuse me, Council President. Point of order,
this is
please.
like-
Excuse me,
No.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
That's not what Mr. Pelosi stated, though.
That's exactly.
That's not what Mr. Pelosi stated at all.
So what did he state, Councilwoman Vaughn? You tell me what he stated.
Point of order. Point of order. So Mr. Pelosi just stated that if you didn't have time, we've had this contract for years. We already knew that the contract was out there, and why wouldn't we have had time? That's all within itself. But the most important issue is the issue that Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson brought to the floor. The issue is that DCA only approved $73,000. And this contract, if we vote on it, we'll be voting on something that DCA did not approve because they did not approve $145,000. They only approved $73,000.
But I do want to hear from Ms. Durlacher as well.
Well, I would like to speak to the contract is only good for $73,000. It's only good for what DCA said it's good for. And if you vote on it, you'll be voting against the waiver. And
I agree with that. No, I agree.
Mr. Pelosi, is that
Yes, I would just like to hear a little about the contract. What is this contract for, and why are we proceeding on an emergency basis? That may give us that may shed a lot of light on what we're going to be talking about.
Will it issue any light on what DCA has approved?
Okay, but Council President, can Ms.
I'm
Durlacher...
asking Mr. Pelosi a question. Mr. Pelosi.
Yes, ma'am.
Will it shed light on the dollar amount, the $73,000?
No.
Based on $145,000. So
based on what you're telling me,
so you guys want to have a discussion on a contract, whether or not it should be paid on an emergency basis when the numbers are wrong and it can't move forward based on the numbers. This is what I'm trying to say. You can't move forward with $145,612.50, and DCA only approved $73,000. So all of that discussion could be done in writing, through emails, through Mr. Pelosi, through Ms. Vaughn.
No, it needs to be done in a public meeting.
No. This contract is not valid based on the dollar amount.
It may not be valid for emergency too, Pat. We want to hear. This is a learning lesson, right? This is a lesson. This is something that we can learn for other emergency contracts. So why don't Ms. Durlacher just explain to us why?
Yeah.
It's a learning.
I haven't had my hand.
Go right ahead, Ms.
Anybody
Durlacher, but
let me talk here.
It doesn't make sense to me because you got this contract, this resolution cannot move forward.
Well, I know, but the police department needs to understand when we all need to understand when emergency contracts can be put up as emergency and when they should not be put up as an emergency. So that's all.
Go ahead,
Mrs. Durlacher, can you tell us your thought process?
Hello, Council.
I've been here.
Hi, Detective. Is it Detective Durlacher?
Lieutenant Gerlacher.
It's Lieutenant Derlacher, but it's fine either way. So I'd like to just give you a little bit of a timeline because I generated this paperwork myself. So the prior administration would not sign off on the memo until May, even though I had given them instruction last September that this needed to go out to bid, so it would be done in a proper timeline. I have the complete paper record of all of that. The specs were given in April. The previous director signed off on May 24th. It went out to bid in June. The bid came back, and unfortunately it was above what we are certified to spend. So, which is the second resolution to reject it and bid it again, because we cannot award something that is not funded. In regard to the amount with the DCA discrepancy, what I believe happened is I originally did a 3-month emergency contract to back pay for the time that this contractor was not paid for. When we looked at it, we realized the next contract, that when the bid goes out and we get people to respond, it will not be awarded until the September meeting, which meant that we amended the resolution to do 2 quarters, which changed it. What I believe is that finance probably sent the certification of funds from the original amount and did not send DCA the updated amount with the 2 quarters, which is the 145,612.50. In regard to the radio system, I think we're all on the same page that we know that there are problems with this one. We have a money problem. We need at least $5 million for a new system. And for at least 2 years, we've been aggressively looking at other systems, but we have a funding source problem. We have to pay for it. And in the meantime, we have to keep this radio system going. It takes about 1 year to build a new radio system. So we would have to bid out, use a state contract vendor, possibly go into the county system. But in the meantime, we would have to keep this up and running so that emergency departments and even public works and everyone in the city operates on this system. So we would have to still pay concurrently. So I think everybody's on the same page here.
Okay, so Council President, all right, go ahead. But that still does not meet the law, the requirement of the law. You cannot put a contract up and without going out to bid, asking for additional funding on an emergency basis. That's what I'm thinking Mr. Kaloji described.
Yes, I'm sorry. Let me clarify that as well. So this is actually in the budget. This is not an emergency appropriation. This is just an emergency contract because we didn't have a bid. The appropriation would be anything beyond. This is exactly what's in our budget.
But that's the appropriate budget law, but we're talking about contract law. Under contract law, this resolution is not valid either. Is that correct, Mr. Kaloji, based on what Ms. Derlacher just stated?
The purchase of an emergency procedure under the local public contracts law. Let's say we're in between council meetings. Let's say a big hole erupts in the middle of the street for some reason. And due to the emergent nature and the impact on the health, safety, and welfare, some immediate action has to be taken. This law has an exception that enables the appropriate department head or official in charge of the situation to actually go out and get the people to come in to fix it, outside sources. He can actually call them, negotiate the contract himself with them, and then council essentially ratifies it at the next meeting that an emergency situation existed and had to be dealt with in an emergency fashion. And now they're simply, they're verifying it and they're going to agree to pay for it. Was this work already done that is before the council now in this resolution?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so someone determined that this was an emergency and they certified it under the emergency contract provisions of 4811-6.
Yes, sir.
And now they're asking council to pay for it.
Correct. And we did an emergency statement to DCA. It's required within 60 days after awarding the emergency contract. And the emergency is that it affects emergency services, which is police and fire.
And if I may just,
you didn't have to go out to bid. The contract was already in-house. You didn't have to go out to bid to go get new services. This contract is already here in-house. So what is the emergency?
Councilman, I completely agree. The emergency was that the contract ended December 31st, and we did not, former police administration did not sign off on us bidding this out until May, which is basically 6 months after this contract should have been awarded.
But that's not an emergency.
I have to agree with Councilwoman Vaughn. An emergency that's occasioned by our own, internal lack of diligence, not to be pejorative to anyone, is not what the statute contemplates as an emergency. An emergency is a pipe breaks, a building falls down. That's an emergency. The fact that we didn't anticipate something that was clearly able to be anticipated does not create an emergency.
Well, if they turn it off, it will be an emergency.
The radio is going to be turned off if it's not. That's the emergency.
No. But now what we have is a mess that has to be cleaned up. And I don't know the exact mechanism right now.
So what needs to happen here is that a resolution needs to be put forward to pay the person that provided the services. But it doesn't need to be worded as an emergency. It needs to be worded a resolution paying a back bill, paying forward a bill for services that has been rendered. But then the second thing is that the resolution in the second piece has to come off because until you get the approval from DCA for $145,612.05. You cannot pass a resolution without that waiver matching the dollar amount on this resolution. So I am going to move to table this resolution.
Council President, I've been waiting almost an hour here. Can I speak? About an hour. It's like you guys are rambling on in circles over and over and over.
No.
I haven't got a chance to speak yet. My hand's been up for an hour.
I didn't see your hand. And
I know you guys didn't hear me. You guys rambling around.
A motion to table this resolution.
Yeah, exactly. Just like you did the last time when you wouldn't let the other guys speak.
You have to speak.
My hand's been up for an hour.
It's been a debate
you see
about
my hand's been up for an hour. No, come on.
The motion is on the floor for a table.
Do I have a second to the motion to table?
Second.
A motion to table by Council President McBride for Resolution 21-363. And a second by Ms. Vaughn. And I'll call the roll for the motion to table. Mr. Blakely.
No.
Mr. Blakely votes nay. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes yes. Mr. Harrison.
Well, I would if I had a chance to speak. But the council president, again, is not doing her job like she should be doing. Again, over and over.
Sir,
she's allowed other people interrupt again over and over. I wanted to speak, but that's how it is with this council president. I don't understand how you don't see my hand up, but you see other colleagues' hands up. It's ridiculous. Exactly.
Your vote, sir.
No.
I abstain like the council president does when she doesn't want to get involved. I abstain.
Mr. Michel.
Maybe she'll start to see my hand.
No.
Ridiculous.
Mr. Michel votes no to abstain. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, he votes no to table, Mr. Collins.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Michel votes no to table. Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez votes yes to table. Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes yes to table. Council President McBride.
Yes.
Motion is tabled. Ma'am, to the next meeting.
Yes, that'll give the administration time enough to come back with the resolution to pay this provider and to get the correct waiver from DCA. So I believe that the next meeting is like a week and a half or so. It'll give them.
It would have to be September 2nd. That special meeting can only have the contents out.
All right.
Madam President.
Does that give you enough time? Does that give you enough time, Mr. Wilson, to get the correct resolution and to get the waiver from DCA, and then it could be voted up or down?
Yeah.
All right.
Madam President.
Yes.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
I am still waiting for Mr. Bridges' answer on that lawsuit? What's the status on the court case against MPS?
Council President, may I?
Yes, you may, Mr. Bridges.
Councilman Rodriguez, as you're well aware, if there's pending litigation matters, contemplate litigation matters are properly addressed at executive session. I'm happy to speak with you offline about that, but any litigation, it's improper to discuss that in this public setting. That would be attorney-client privilege. But I'm happy to speak with you after the meeting or first thing tomorrow morning to discuss.
What's the status on that litigation? It has been 2 years. 2 years. Come on, Mr. Bridges.
I just said I'm happy to discuss the status. Wait, I'm happy to discuss the status with you, but I can't discuss the status of litigation in an open meeting. That's properly addressed at executive session. I'm more than happy to meet with you tomorrow morning to have a conversation with you, but it would be not.
Who's the attorney that is handling that litigation? I'd like to know. Send me just the paperwork on the litigation. Email it to me. That's it. You don't have to send it to anybody. Send it to me.
Yeah. I cannot I cannot discuss litigation. I'm more than happy.
Send it to me. You don't have to discuss it. Send it to me.
Mr. Bridges, if you would just email him that information and
I'm more than happy to. Mr. Councilman Rodriguez, I'm more than happy to meet with you and discuss that in great detail.
No. I don't need to meet. I don't need to meet with you. Send it to me in an email.
Okay. Even better. Yes, sir. You got it.
I'm sending it to everybody in council.
Thank you, Mr. Bridges.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Harrison.
Well, glad now we're able to talk freely now. Okay, so like was said by Durlac, that if they turn off the system, you want to talk about putting the city in jeopardy for the fire and the police?
That becomes an emergency.
I'm sort of wondering what in the world is council thinking? Yeah, well, I don't know, Mr. Santiago. I didn't interrupt you when you spoke again. See, I understand you want to do that, but I understand that's what you guys do. You go around, you yell and scream. You yell and scream all the time. All the time you yell and scream. But at the end of the day, if you would have listened to Durlacher, the last time I tried to bring up and let Miss Durlacher speak, you didn't want her to speak then. But tonight, magically you allow her to speak, but you still don't want to listen to her. So it's like we're on the city council, but we don't want to listen to people who want to give us advice because we seem to know everything. I hate to tell you, we don't know everything. We might want to start listening to other people. We all want to talk about rah, rah, rah and yell, 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 but I don't know. It's kind of ridiculous that the people who are doing the job that could answer the question, we never wanted to speak. And then when they speak, we don't want to listen. We want to hear our own narrative and whatever else we want to hear. But if it goes off, don't blame me. Don't blame Councilman Michelle or anybody else. Blame some of you guys who think it's okay that we don't take care of the fire and the police and the people of the city who could be unsafe. But I guess you guys don't seem to get that anymore.
Had a real vendor to come out.
We have resolution 21
Turn it off.
Next, we have resolution 21-364, a resolution rejecting the bid received for Federal Communication Commission FCC private carrier station and infrastructure services for radio communications through bid 2021-47. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Council President McBride. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. Council President?
Yes, go right ahead. I'd like to know in writing from Lieutenant Dulaker to send me the reasons why that RFP wasn't agreed to. Why was it? She mentioned something that it was rejected. I like to know the reasons why it was rejected, and I like to know who the bidder was. I like to get that paperwork. Send it to me and to all council members.
Mr. Bridges, did you hear?
Council President, I did hear that. I will consult with Lieutenant Durlacher and supply that information.
All righty, thanks. Is there someone else? Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the memorandum, and they were They were rejected because of the department decided to substantially revise the technical specifications for this bid. So it's my understanding they're improving the bid and rebidding.
Council President,
Yes, go right ahead.
that's pretty much exactly it. That happened before me, and I think Lieutenant Durlacher can give you the specifications on that if you allow her to talk.
Look, Councilman Rodriguez said send him the backup information.
Yes, I'd like to see the paperwork on that.
Just the backup information, so they can email it to him, and they can just share it with, they can send it to Mr. Conlon, and Mr. Conlon can distribute it.
He could email it to me or whatever.
Is there anyone else, Councilman Harrison? Do you want to speak to this resolution?
Yeah, you said it was right, Director?
I
Was that
can't
what
hear you.
I couldn't hear that again. What was that said? Was that from the previous? What was that? I couldn't hear that.
It's the resolution to reject.
Wilson. I did not hear what he said, though.
It's some.
I'm sorry, Council President, was I asked the question?
Mr.
Yes,
Harrison was speaking. Mr. Harrison, did you ask Mr. Wilson a question?
Yes, I did not hear what Mr. Wilson said. Could he please repeat it?
Yes, I said that what Council Vice President March Caldwell Wilson said was pretty much the reason why the bid was rejected. I also said that Lieutenant Durlacher has the specifics on that, as I wasn't there when that happened. I asked that she be allowed to explain.
No, we said that Mr. Rodriguez wants the information in writing, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
He wants it in writing, and if they can submit it to Mr. Conlon, and then Mr. Conlon can distribute it to the body.
Yeah, we'll email.
All righty. Mr. Conlon, you may move forward.
I have a motion by Council President McBride, a second by Mr. Blakely. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
Resolution was adopted by a vote of 5-2, so ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-365. Excuse me. A resolution making temporary appropriations for interest and debt redemption charges prior to the final adoption of the transitional year 2021 budget for the city of Trenton. Total amount of $17,795,304.86. I'm sorry, and total municipal and school debt service totals $18,552,663. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Council President McBride. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Floor is open.
If there's no questions, we may move to the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Council President McBride?
Excuse me. Yes.
So ordered. Resolution carries by a vote of 6-1. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-366. Resolution authorizing emergency appropriations to the transitional year 2021 temporary budgets of the City of Trenton current fund.
Council President?
You have to first get the motion. And,
I'm sorry.
And the second.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
A motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I have a second by Ms. Vaughn.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I just have a quick question around the TY, the transitional, that's the transition year, right? Transition year, which is, we're in it now, through to July 1st through to December 31st, 2021, right? So the transition year, so we're doing an emergency appropriation, so we're due to, so when are we due to finalize the budget? Council, are we due to do that soon?
Well, it has to come, Mr. Cruz have to, present it to the body for us to accept it.
Yeah, so when is that gonna happen? Then I'm gonna ask my next question. Mr. Cruz, when is it that the administration is gonna introduce the fiscal 21 budget to the council? The fiscal 21
The fiscal
budget.
Yes, the fiscal, the TY budget
Yes,
is coming to you in the next 2 weeks. We're doing a special meeting, and it will be given to council, as the mayor's budget.
Okay.
Hold on, Mr. Cruz, I'm sorry, you're doing a special meeting to introduce the budget?
Not that I know of. He will introduce it on the 2nd of September, like he should.
Only because I'm having surgery, so I will not be available for another special meeting. That's why I'm asking, actually.
No, it should
So
be
just
September
please
2nd.
please discuss that with me as well, because without a clerk, you can't have a meeting. You don't have an assistant clerk. So if you could please work with me on that, I would greatly appreciate that, sir.
Okay, we'll call you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I would just say to that introduction, I would expect the mayor to have a comprehensive plan for the budget this cycle that would include the funding from the federal government, right? From the ARP, the American Rescue Plan Act, as well as the infrastructure funds that have come in recently have come into the city. So I don't know, is it going to be a production? Is he going to present to the city, to the residents as well?
The introduction is always done in public, Councilwoman. So yes, that there will be a presentation.
Well, I say that because last time, it was done at the high school, but, it had technical difficulty. And I just want to make sure that, if it's something going to be done of that nature as well. I would expect it to be, considering so many people have so many questions about all the revenue that's here in the city. So I would hope that it's going to be done. In addition to the, traditional introduction to the council in one of the council sessions. But nonetheless, my other question is pertaining to the same. When are we going to see the 30 million and that we were that the mayor said that resulted from this transition to a calendar year? Once we pass the budget, when are we going to realize that? Is it is it cash that we're realizing, or is just unrealized cash? So when are we going to see the 30 million? Mr. Cruz?
Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead.
All right, thank you. When we do the budget presentation, we actually give you all of the numbers, and it will be reflective on when we do our presentation on when we are introducing the budget to council. So all those numbers will be already in the introduced budget when we give it to you. The other item you were referring to at the high school, that was actually the state of the city, and it had nothing to do with the budget introduction.
Well, the state of the city includes the budget, right?
Yeah, but,
The budget introduction has its own introduction.
Okay. I mean,
all right, stay
Well, how are you?
stay on the topic. All right, so if there's no more questions from Councilwoman Wong,
Mr. Blakely, your phone call is bleeding through, sir. You can mute yourself. Thank you.
we'll move to the vote.
I do have one procedural question for Mr. Cruz and Mr. Zelinski. Not knowing how much the transitional year budget is at this time, the procedural question is this: is the $1.186,500,000 is that in excess of 3% of the transitional year budget?
Mr. Cruz or Mr. Zelinski, right?
Mr. Zelinski, no.
Can you send me a memo or an email to that effect tomorrow, just certifying that? That'd be appreciated. It has a procedural effect. If it's over 3%, that is a 2/3 emergency appropriation. If it's under, it's a simple majority. If it's under, this is a simple majority vote. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
And this is resolution. Thank you very much. This is resolution 21-366, introduced by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, seconded by Ms. Vaughn. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution carries by a vote of 6-1, so ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-367. A resolution awarding contract through fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A 20.4 et sec to Sockler Realty Services Group for residential tax appeal appraisal services in an amount not to exceed $10,000 for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2021 to June 30, 2022 through RFP 2021-31. Do I have a motion?
Can you enlarge that for me?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, Mr. Cruz, shouldn't this be for 6 months?
Ron, what are your thoughts on this?
Ron Zelinski. As we said previously, we can do these for a year.
Should you
We'll
be
include
doing
the other, we'll include part of it in the following year's budget, in the calendar year budget.
It doesn't make sense to me, but
Thank you.
I'm still awaiting a motion if anyone in council would like to make a motion. Mr. Harrison, was it you, sir? Mr. Blake. Thanks. I have a motion by Mr. Blake. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Second by Mr. Harrison.
Correct.
Council President, would you like me to move to the vote?
Council President?
I'm sorry, the floor is open.
Council President, may I speak?
I had to unmute myself. Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
So this resolution is to hire an appraisal company to assist with appeal processing for residential tax, property taxes?
Right. There are two. Yes, this is Ron Zelinski.
Mm-hmm.
Can I speak?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, yes, you may, Mr. Zelinski.
Okay, yeah, there are two resolutions on here, one for residential appeals and one for commercial appeals. We usually don't need to do appraisals unless we go to state tax court. Usually if we only go to the county board, appraisals aren't needed unless it gets complicated. But most of the appraisals are done for when we have to go to state tax court.
Oh, okay. So that's what I was about to ask, because I was about to say, I thought the county does it for free.
Well, they do the appeals for free, but not any evidence that has to get presented.
Oh, okay. So do we have legal representation in the court? Mr. Zelinski, do we have legal
Yes,
representation?
we do. Yes, we do.
From our law department?
No, I believe we have somebody else. I forget who that is. It's off the top of my head. We used to do some of it. We used to do some of it from that, but our person who dealt with that out of the law department retired.
Oh, used to be used to be Peter Cohen?
Peter used to do it, and Peter retired.
So, Mr. Bridges. Is Mr. Bridges still on the line?
Of course I am.
So do we have somebody, you have somebody lined up for this task?
Yes, we do. We have one of the outside counsels that you guys just approved that handles these matters.
Good answer, Mr. Bridges, but who?
The Blau and Blau firm.
I thought it was Denver Law.
Denver or Blau and Blau? Wait, let me allow.
Blau and Blau does the reverse tax appeals, and Denver Law does our regular tax appeals.
Okay, very good. Okay, all right. So what did Peter used to do then?
He just did our tax appeals.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Any more questions? Mr. Conlon, you can move the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Council President had to step away for a minute. I have an introduction by Mr. Blakely, a second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride. Councilmember McBride is temporarily absent. Next, we have resolutions. The resolution is carried by a vote of 6-0 with one member absent. And just for the record, the Council President turned the chair over to Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Next, we have Resolution 21-368. Resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A 20.4 et sec. Sockler Realty Services Group for commercial tax appeal appraisal services in an amount not to exceed $28,000 for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022 through RFP 2021-30. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
A second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Floor is open.
Council Vice President?
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Okay, so, these appraisals and, tax services in amount not to exceed, okay. So this realty, I mean, what's the difference between this, service and the one described in 367? Am I missing something?
One's residential, one's commercial.
Oh, okay. All right. And would these appraisals get any, I mean, when from the residential side, well, commercial too, because, you know, our businesses are in the city. Are they getting any benefits from the Rescue Act plan? Mr. Zelinski?
I'm not clear what you're asking.
Well, you know, it's going to be a lot of tax appeals and appraisals. I mean, tax appeals, because, I can imagine, you know, raising our taxes. You know, a lot of folks were impacted by COVID. So a lot of businesses shut down and et cetera, et cetera. So are we getting any relief in this space at all?
We're not. Under the rescue money, we cannot give tax relief.
Okay. But you're giving a little extension, right? I think I got a letter from the city that...
Well, we did the tax bills aren't due till the 20th of August.
Right. Okay. So that's the extension for second quarter, correct?
Third quarter.
Third quarter. Okay. All right.
Any more questions?
No.
You can move the vote, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-368. I have a motion by Mr. Harrison, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride, have you returned? Council President McBride?
Yes,
yes. You have returned, ma'am. You vote?
Yes. Yes, I vote no.
Council President McBride votes no. Sorry, I heard the first yes and the second yes. So the resolution does carry by a vote of 6-1. Council President, are you resuming the chair, ma'am?
Yes. Go ahead.
Council President McBride has resumed the chair. Next, we have Resolution 21-369. A resolution authorizing and directing the foreclosure of 65 certain tax sale certificates totaling $2,589,220 pursuant to the In Rem Foreclosure Act. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Ms. Vaughn, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
About these tax sale foreclosures, particularly related to this resolution, I'm going to just ask the question about if Mr. Zelinski and/or Mr. Cruz can answer it. So when I read the Rescue Act plan, and I'm getting a lot of calls from my constituents about these foreclosures, and of course, people are, you foreclose on a mortgage, but you also foreclose on a taxes at the same time. So the Rescue Act plan specifies that the mayor can use the funds to cover any shortfalls in the budget due to loss of revenue in the city. So loss of revenue meaning that businesses can't pay taxes because they were closed. Residents can't pay taxes because they were unemployed. So he can use the Rescue Act plan to cover that shortfall, right? So that's a direct relief of, tax revenue loss. So
that might be tax revenue loss, but it doesn't pay the taxes.
Okay. But that funds cover it in the budget, though, Mr. Zelinski, correct?
It can, yes.
Yeah, so if he's using the money from the Rescue Act plan to cover the revenue loss due to the taxpayers' inability to pay for whatever the reason, then can the mayor go back and collect those taxes when he used the Rescue Act plan to cover it?
The taxes are not eliminated. All they do is cover the revenue shortfall. If you look at the list that was provided, there's a certificate number, and the first two digits of the certificate number is the year of the tax appeal. So you can see some of those, that one of the foreclosures hasn't paid taxes since 1999.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So that stuff is far exceeds any COVID problems.
Right. Okay. So yeah. So with COVID, we're talking about the tax period. Well, period between March 1st, 2020, and July 2021, I guess, or August 2021.
Right. And the majority of obviously these items predate that. The other issue here is there's probably only 5 of these properties that are now occupied. The rest are vacant.
Okay. All right. But, I just bring the question up because if the mayor's going to use the revenue to cover the taxes, the shortfall in taxes potentially during that COVID period, and then during that same period, can he go and collect the taxes for the same? Isn't that double collecting, I guess, or double application of revenue?
You're using the money to make up the shortfall, but you're not paying the taxes. The taxes are still due and owing.
Okay, very good. Thank you for providing that clarification. Thank you. Council Vice President, I have nothing further.
Yes, Mr. Conlon, we may continue.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-369. I have a motion by Ms. Vaughn, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
No.
Resolution carries by a vote of 6-1. And so ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-370. Just go with me. I'll get it up on the screen here. This is Resolution 21-370, a resolution authorizing assignment of 27 tax sale certificates totaling $191,451.35 pursuant to NJSA 54:5-113. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Harrison. The floor is open. Council President, would you like me to call the roll?
Yes, please.
Resolution 21-370. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
No.
Resolution carries by a vote of 6-1, so ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-371. Resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to issue a refund totaling $4,066.45 due to an erroneous payment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Council President McBride. Council President, would you like to call the roll?
Yes, please.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Council President?
Yes.
Can I ask a quick housekeeping item? A quick question around housekeeping?
Yes. Yes.
You know those tax sale certificates? I mean, the previous resolution that we just passed? So once they go to assignment, who's responsible for keeping the property clean?
Person that bought the lien, evidently.
I mean, is that true though, right?
I would assume that that's the case if they want to, they're going to pay the current taxes. And if we go out and clean the property and bill the property for the cleaning, that's going to be the responsibility of the lien holder,
Okay.
the new lien holder, the assignee.
Okay, very
So
well.
I would think it would be their issue.
Thanks. Thanks, Council President.
Go right ahead. Mr. Collins, you may move forward.
Yes, next we have Resolution 21-372. Resolution accepting bid and awarding contract to multiple vendors from second by Mr. Harrison. The floor is open.
Council President?
Yes. Council, yes, go right ahead.
I mean, this is where I have major concerns about privatization and outsourcing jobs, public works jobs. Public works jobs are good jobs for city residents. And this resolution is accepting a bid and awarding a contract to multiple vendors, none who are in Trenton, for improvements, repairs, upgrade, rehabilitation, and to stabilize vacant properties in the city. I assume those vacant properties, are they both city-owned? If they're city-owned, ain't no way. That's the job of Public Works. This is why we're paying, our taxpayer dollars are paying Public Works to do that, not some outside vendor. So I just don't get this at all. $150,000, and we're gonna pay a contractor to do it when we have people who work in the Public Works Department, citizens of our residents of this city who will be happy to take a job in the Public Works Department to do this type of work. I need Mr. Onatieri to explain, why does he have to contract instead of hire? I mean, what is the strategy here? What is the approach? I mean, if I go out to Ewing Township and talk to Angelo Capuano, that I went to high school with, by the way. So,
He retired.
And he was on a football team. So, and I was a cheerleader. So I'm just telling you that Mr. Onatieri, they hire all the Ewing Township people out there. They're not hiring contractors to do this type of work. Although they don't have the number of vacant houses that we have, but my point is, the Public Works Department are good jobs for city residents. For work like this, no way we should be contracting. No way. And I want to hear Wally's answer. Mr. Onitari's answer.
Good evening, Council. Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, and good evening, Councilman Vaughn. First of all, a lot of these buildings, the city they own a lot of abandoned properties that we are trying to sell, and Public Works cannot handle all the volume of houses we have. We are talking about roof leaking, some of them that they have to be done immediately because they are close to other people's houses, and some of them are carpentry work. We only have one carpenter in Public Works with another labor to help him around. So we cannot hold on to all. And when you talk about hiring more people to do this, by the time we hire enough people to do this, we're definitely going to exceed this $150,000 to do this in a year. And this is something we're trying to do with all these contractors we have to just help us out to do some things that we cannot get to right away.
One of the things about the Rescue Act plan money, Mr. Onitari, is for this purpose. Our city has lost jobs. What are we doing? You guys just gonna make me cry here, because this is what the Rescue Act money is for. People in this city has lost jobs. The Rescue Act plan says we got the money because this population has been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. We lost jobs. We lost our lives. So we don't have health care. We don't have testing centers. We can't even defend ourselves against the pandemic. So, and here we are. You got the money. You need to sit down with the mayor and use that money to get these people. That money is to hire them, to make jobs for them. So I don't understand why you're not going to the Rescue Act plan and using the money and hire resources. How difficult it is to hire, laborers to cut grass, to rehab, to stabilize vacant property. $150,000 is not going to go a long way on a contract. That's just one contractor. He's not going to be able to do it either. Not for $150,000. That's chump change for the amount of properties that you just described needs work. That's just one contractor. You got multi-million dollars from the Rescue Act plan. That's for job creation. To give those people here that has been impacted by the pandemic jobs in your department, Mr. Onitari. What are you doing? What is the mayor doing? I'm not voting for this. This is crazy. And I go with Council President's recommendation at the top of the meeting. We need to get the plan here. You guys are directors too. You guys have an obligation and a fiduciary responsibility too. You need to be sitting with the mayor who appointed you to do your job. The mayor does not have the expertise in public works. That's your job. That's why he appointed you. And that's why we approved you, Mr. Onitari. You need to get busy. You need to go ask the mayor, tell the mayor how much money you need from that Rescue Act plan so you can put these Trentonians to work. This $150,000 contract ain't going to help you fix all those vacant properties out there. But the $1 million that our president gave us will, and you can get the resources out there. There's a lot of folks that have these skills that can help you, can work in the Public Works Department. Your answer makes no sense. No sense. And I expect better from you, Mr. Onitari, and the mayor in this regard. Use that Rescue Act plan money to hire Trentonians and increase your budget in the Public Works Department so you can do that. So that's all I have to say, Council President. Thank you. And I'm not voting. I'm not voting for this.
Yeah. Yes. Who? Yes.
Council President?
Yes,
Good.
go right ahead.
Mr. Wally? Mr. Wally?
Yes, Council. Mr. Council
Right.
Harrison.
Right. Didn't in the past you come in front of this council asking for more equipment for the city, for your workers?
Yes, I did.
Exactly. There you go. So I remember you coming before us before asking for equipment, and the council members voted it down. There you go. So you want to hire people, but we don't have the equipment to help the people do the job. So, Wally, I understand what you're dealing with, and now I think you understand what I'm dealing with. Thank you.
So Mr. Conlon,
Yes,
can
ma'am.
you, do you have this resolution 372, in front of you, the backup part?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I have the backup available.
Could you put on the screen the list of subcontractors that is on the backup information?
Yes,
It
ma'am.
says provide a list of subcontractors. Could you put that up, please?
Just give me 1 second and I will find it. It's a pretty big packet. It's 170 pages.
It's on the sixth, I think it's on the 6th page.
Yes, ma'am. Gotcha.
Council President, while the clerk is finding that, can I just chime in on one thing that Ms. Vaughn said?
Yes.
Is this the document? I'm sorry, just 1 second, Mr. Bridges. My apologies. Is this the document? You're looking for an actual list of subcontractors with names and addresses? Is that what you're saying that is in the backup?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Bridges, please continue.
It's on the bottom of the page, it says 59.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll find it.
I simply wanted to chime in.
It's 9 pages in. Go right ahead, Mr. Bridges.
I just wanted to chime in on something that Councilwoman Vaughn said. I'm intimately familiar with Ewing Township and what they contract with, and Ewing Township does not do this work internally. They also subcontract this work out to private entities.
Okay. Well,
And Mr. Capuano, I'm glad to note you were a cheerleader. Mr. Capuano is also retired.
Yes,
Good for
that's
Angela.
it.
Good for
That's
Angela.
it, Mr. Conlon. So what I wanted to just show you here is I wanted to show my colleagues, and I also wanted to show the public. Meridian Property Service Inc. in Hamilton, electricians. I submitted a list because we went to the HUD approved list for the residents in the city of Trenton. We have Jimmy Youngblood, we have Andre Thompson, we have Sam Bell, all local electricians in the city of Trenton. Then for roofing, they have Edda Contractors in Corp, Dunks Ferry Road, Binsell and PA. For roofing, we got D.E. Woods, we got the Gore Brothers, we have Tracy Syfax, all located in the city of Trenton. And the plumbing, they went to Hamilton for the plumbers, for the subcontractors. And in the city of Trenton, we have Mr. Cheap Plumbing. We have, I don't know if he wants me to mention his name, so I'll avoid that name. But we have several plumbers here in the city of Trenton. They went to Monroe, New Jersey for masonry. All the masonries we have here in the city. They went up to Lawrenceville for painters. I mean, like, are you people serious? There's a list of local contractors, not saying that you have to select every contractor from Trenton on that list, but there's too many people in this city that have suffered under COVID, and they don't get the information like they should to be able to bid or even become a subcontractor on these projects. And this is unthinkable that we just keep on shelling out this money. Once the money leaves the borders, it's gone. None of these people spend money in our city. They spend it in their own community. This is a problem. We need those dollars to generate income for our businesses here located in the inner city. So you guys, you don't even live here. You come here, you collect your dollars, and then you go. And then you're not concerned about the residents that do live here. When you have the opportunity to assist, you don't. And that's the problem. That's the problem with you not living here. That's the problem when you don't stick to the residency law. There's no loyalty, there's no commitment, and there is no compassion for the residents here in our city. And that's the problem. That's the problem. When you don't force these people to live in the borders from which they collect their paychecks, they think it's okay to funnel this money outside of the borders of Trenton. And that's the bottom line, and it's self-evident. Mr. Conley, you can move on to the vote.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-372.
I have my hand up to speak.
Oh, my apologies,
I apologize. I don't have that feature here. That's why you have to speak up.
And I see Ms. Cole-Wilson. My apologies.
May I speak?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So here we are again, and I'm having a hard time understanding this because the waiver from DCA says the contract award amount is $75,000. And Mr. Zielinski, you signed off on it, and it was approved by DCA, but the resolution is for $150,000. So I need somebody to explain that to me. Can somebody please explain this?
I mean, it's for multiple vendors. That's
no.
It doesn't say that on the waiver. It just says contract award amount $75,000, term of contract 1 year, and it's got written down at the bottom, Carroll Group LLC, $75,000. So shouldn't you have another waiver if you have multiple contractors?
Ron, the second waiver is missing from the back.
Madam Vice President, Madam President, if I may.
Yeah,
It does say it.
Yes,
you may. Someone needs to mute themselves, though. Thank you.
Madam President, this is Business Administrator. Can I speak?
yes, go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Madam President. There are actually two waivers attached to the resolution with the corresponding approval from DCA. There is a waiver approval number of 21491 for Carroll Group LLC, and there is an approval 21490 for Golden Contractors. Both of them for $75,000.
I don't see that in my package.
Yeah, either it got sucked into the copier and it skipped over, or it didn't get. I'll check tomorrow to see. I don't know which.
Yeah,
I do see that there's two waivers, and each waiver is approved for $75,000 for a total of $150,000.
That's the only waiver I have in there. So
Yeah, no, I see. I'm looking at the backup, and in the backup, it was 170 pages. So when you scan large documents like that, sometimes it does suck 2 pages through. I apologize if that's the case, but I'll check the backup. But I know that there are 2 waiver numbers for this, one for each contractor.
Okay. So Mr. Cruz, for future reference, if this happens again, if there's multiple contractors, perhaps a memorandum attached, breaking it down. If we don't have the capability of getting this in our package, then how are we supposed to know?
And it could be our office too. It could be a copier mistake. That copier is just broken down, and we've had stop replaced.
I asked him. Thank you.
Mr. Conley, you may move on to the vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Council President?
Mr. Harrison?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, my documentation has it on the front. It has Carroll Group and Golden Crown Contractors. And then on the back of it says $75,000 per contractor. It says it on mine. I don't know
but
why
I
it doesn't
only
say
had
on
one
the,
waiver, Joey. There was only one waiver in my package. That's why I asked the question.
right, but there's 2 contracts. Right. All right. Thank you.
This is for the approval of Resolution 21-372, an introduction by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, a second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes, sorry, I was muted.
Oh, you're fine, ma'am. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Vaughn.
Unmute yourself.
No.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Vaughn votes nay. Council President McBride.
No.
Council President McBride votes nay. The resolution carries by a vote of 5-2. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-373. This is a resolution authorizing contract with Mike's Roofing, Inc., trading as VMG Group for roof repairs located at the Briggs Branch Library, 115 Greenwood Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey, in conjunction with the County of Mercer Cooperative Contract Purchasing System Agreement, CK 09MERCER 2020-08B, in an amount not to exceed $44,784.40. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Yes. Council President?
Do I have a second? Mr. Harrison's motion.
Second.
Ms. Vaughn, thank you.
I move this, Mr. Collin, because I am the one that fought for this to get on this docket.
That is true. Mr. Harrison, that is true. She actually did put this up. Do you mind, sir?
I don't care. Don't matter to me on either way. I'm
Thank
voting
you.
for it.
Very good, sir. So I have an introduction by Council President McBride, a second by Ms. Vaughn. Council President.
I have a question, just a comment, really, and
Go
I just
right
wanted, so, another public works contract, but well done, Council President, encouraging our businesses to apply for this work. My question is for Mr. Kaloji and/or Mr. Bridges, because as we move forward, the law is clear, right? The regulations and the interim ruling under the Rescue Act plan, Mr. Kaloji and Mr. Bridges, we want to be lawful in our actions, and we want to not be in violation of the law when it comes to spending the Rescue Act plan's money. And the Rescue Act plan in the interim rule clearly states that money is to be used for the residents of this municipality and the businesses of this municipality, period. So, and there's no exception to that. So, we got residents that work in that non-residents that work in Trenton that don't live in Trenton. But the money in the interim rule clearly states that money is for Trentonians, people who live in Trenton. So I'm very concerned, Mr. Bridges and Mr. Kaloji, that this whole docket pretty much is in violation of the Rescue Act plan law and regulations, because we're giving money to entities and individuals who are not domiciled in the city. And that money is for the people of Trenton. So I'm thinking that anybody who takes that money and they don't live here, they're in violation of the law, and this government, our council, and the mayor are in violation of that law. So I just want to make sure, Mr. Kaloji and Mr. Bridges, can you come back, or if you can today, address that issue? Can we give that money to the benefit of people who are going to go take that money out of the city and spend it in another municipality?
Are you speaking about Resolution 373?
Yeah, but his business is in Trenton, so he's on Greenwood Avenue. I didn't think that it was. And I saw it. It says Trenton, New Jersey, so good. But in general, can we, if it wasn't in Trenton, can we, be spending money and continue to do this? Does the Rescue Act plan permits folks who are Trentonian, the money was targeted for, give it to people who don't live here?
The Rescue Act is very specific as to what it allows and what it doesn't allow. We went through that, I guess a month or so ago when we went through those literally hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents, which I don't have in front of me. But be that as it may, this says that there's a $44,000 and change contract. Is it indicated in here that this money is coming out of the Rescue Act?
No, this money isn't coming out of the Rescue Act. This is coming out of capital funding.
Well,
I guess you're asking this one in more in a generic sense. And again, I stick by what I said early on.
Like the one above it, 372. I mean, hiring people into Trenton. I mean, the Public Works Department. I'm just saying that, we can use a lot of the Rescue Act money to source contracts, to source jobs, whether temporary, seasonal, whatever. But they have to be for people to live in Trenton, because that's what the Rescue Act says, right? Am I incorrect with that, or what?
I don't know if that's
my interpretation is it includes businesses in the city of Trenton as well who also pay taxes and also are here and also vested into the city. So my analysis of that is it's both businesses and residents.
When are you going to argue for Trentonians, Mr. Bridges? But Mr. Kaloji, can you say?
I just did.
No, you did not. Businesses are not.
Point of order.
Owners are not property tax owners. I'm talking residents who pay property taxes here, who live here. Business owners are domiciled somewhere else, Mr. Bridges. Okay?
All I'm saying is the law says what it says. And, obviously I don't have it in front of me. It's hundreds of pages of very detailed regulations. And it's up to the administration, as I said, in the original paperwork we gave, you have to spend the money in accordance with the federal law, the guidelines, and the regulations. Now, I don't have all that in front of me now. I can't, tell you exactly what it could be used for in a context, what it can't be used for. But this is what, obviously, the administration would have a handle on if they're going to expend this money. I guess Mr. Cruz could confirm that.
But the act does state that we got the money because we're a city, Trenton, that has been disproportionate. The people that live here has been disproportionately impacted by the virus, correct?
Yeah, so Councilwoman Vaughn, we're on 21-373. If you want to talk about the American Rescue Plan.
Well, every little money every little penny I talk about, I'm going to talk about the Rescue Act. That's all I got to say. Every little penny. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. I have a resolution. Mr. Harrison wished to be heard, ma'am.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Harrison.
Am I looking on here? Mike's Roofing. It says VMG Group, 288 Cox Street, Roselle, New Jersey.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So that's where to look at it?
Yes, sir.
Right. So we were just talking about Trenton, but I agree that this roof needs to be fixed. So at the end of the day, we always have to figure how do we get things done? And if this is the company that's going to meet the requirements, then we have to sometimes pick a company that's not in the city of Trenton, or if other people in the city of Trenton did apply. So we can't always just say Trenton, because at the end of the day, if the people of Trenton are applying, yes, we all want to see people of Trenton get jobs and get everything else. But if this company is the only one applied, or if they're the ones that are given the best bid, you have to do its best, because I'm going to tell you, the Briggs Library, the Briggs Branch Library, they do a lot in the community. They do a lot. And we should all be grateful enough to do as much as that library does for the people on Greenwood Avenue and all over East Trenton. Thank you.
So, then I would like to know why you haven't joined forces with us to help them get this roof on and to help them get an air conditioning unit in that has been down for the last 5 years. And I was so shocked not to see that air conditioning unit, the HVAC system, on this docket, because we have children over there that's been over there for the last 5 summers without air conditioning. That's in your ward, Mr. Harrison, and you have not joined forces. I was told that you haven't even been in the library over there to assist Mrs. Howard into fighting for the air conditioner unit. But now that the mayor is on board, I would hope that we would move forward getting that HVAC system over there. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson and myself have been fighting tooth and nail for that HVAC system and for this roof to go on that Briggs library over there. And I haven't heard crickets from Mr. Harrison. So, help us get that air conditioning unit over there. They need a complete HVAC system, and we need help to make sure that they get it in there. Those children over there in that library are in there without any
don't take
air
off the docket.
conditioning.
Don't take them off the docket, and I'll vote.
And that's your
Right.
ward. You have never been over there,
Exactly.
so don't.
Exactly. I'm in your ward too,
Stuff right
which you're the council at large, and I'm still not sure what in the world you do. So, but it's good. It's good to sing a song, council. Anybody who knows on my phone, you don't help the community. So don't ever kid yourself. Don't ever kid yourself with that. That's not true.
Okay. This is Resolution 21-373. I have an introduction by Council President, second by Ms. Vaughn. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered by a vote of 7-0. Next, we have Resolution 21-374, a resolution accepting the bid and awarding a contract to Allied Control Services for the instrumentation calibration and repair contract for a period of 1 year from August 6, 2021 to August 5, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $222,940 for bid 2021-41. I believe these are for the elevators. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And I'm sorry, this is not for the elevators. This is for TWW. I have a motion by Ms. Vaughn. I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. The floor is open.
Council President. Council President.
Oh, we're on 374.
Yeah, this is 374, man. I thought it was Allied Elevator. It's actually for calibration equipment for TWW.
Okay, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Again, I'm going to invoke the Rescue Act plan funding, because at the end of the day, it's all our budget is going to be tied into that, because I'm sure the mayor is going to be using a big chunk of that money to cover the shortfalls in our budget. And he can use the money to do that. So all these resolutions are probably going to get paid by that money. So I'm just letting folks know that we need to be very careful if we're going to be using the Rescue Act plan money to cover the shortfalls in our budget, that these resolutions on this docket are, aligned with the law and the regulations around those monies. So we can't be sending the Rescue Act plan monies outside our borders, period. That money was earmarked for our city, for our economy, for our healthcare system. And this 222,000 repairs, what is it for in the water department? Calibration.
It's for calibration equipment, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Didn't we just get a whole multi-million-dollar new system calibration? In 2019, I recall.
A calibration bench we had purchased for over 500,000.
Yes, I remember. So I won't be voting for this. Nope. All right, Council President, you can move on. Thank you very much.
Mr. Conlon, we may continue with the vote.
Yes, it was Resolution 21-374. I have an introduction by Ms. Vaughn and a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Joe, vote.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No. Anything that extends into the year of 2022 is a no vote for me.
Is that a no vote or a nay?
A no vote.
Thank you. This is
Council President?
Resolution 21-374 carries by a motion of by a vote of 5-2. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-375. Council President, Ms. Vaughn wanted to be heard.
If it's pertaining to 21-375, we want to move this docket along.
Okay, that's fine.
This is Resolution 21-375, a resolution rejecting proposal received for independent expert to provide management, strategic planning, regulatory compliance, and operations advice and support on an as-needed basis for the City of Trenton Department of Water and Sewer through RFP 2021-04. Do I have a motion?
Council President?
I have a motion by Ms. Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
By Ms. Vaughn.
So, Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Mr. Lavenberg? Mr. Lavenberg?
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Lavenberg.
Yes,
So I remember, so why are you reversing this resolution?
It expired its time. We weren't able to get it on a docket quickly enough.
Okay. Were you using the money that you received from the Rescue Act for this resolution?
Absolutely not.
So how much money did you get from the Rescue Act plan?
I haven't gotten anything that I'm aware of, Councilwoman.
Oh. Well, a lot of people have outstanding sewer bills and water bills, and we're waiting for you to come tell us, are you going to be paying for them?
Well, Councilwoman, I'm not sure if this is relative to 375, but we are working hand in hand with the Board of Public Utilities and coming up with ways to assist people that have been affected by the pandemic and that have fallen behind on their water and sewer bills to get them caught up with that.
Okay, well, it does have something to do with this resolution because it's a regulatory compliance resolution that you rejected. So I was asking about your regulatory compliance strategy and whether or not you're going to be using the Rescue Act plan for it, and that's why you rejected this. I'm sure you're rejecting it because you don't have to go out to bid now because you got money from the president to do this.
No. I'm sorry, no. No, like I stated, the time elapsed between when we received the RFPs and we got it to a docket.
Well,
That's the sole reason why this is done, but this is regulatory as in water regulations. This is a separate issue from billing.
No, but the regulatory compliance with water operations, our billing support that, right? That's the fees generated from the sewer and water utility, and then we're the customers, we're not able to pay those fees. But anyways, I get it, but I know with all the money that's coming in, you support the infrastructure. A lot of the money in the in the American Rescue Plan Act covers infrastructure and water and sewer utilities. And I hope you're going to be using that money for purposes like in 21-375.
Mr. Collins, will you take it to the vote, please?
Yes, ma'am. So this is Resolution 21-375, an introduction by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, second by Ms. Vaughn. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution carries by a vote of 7-0, so ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-376. Resolution rejecting bids received for sidewalk, curb, and driveway restoration for the townships of the City of Trenton, for the townships for the City of Trenton through bid 2020-68.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Floor is open.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I'm not, can Mr. Lavenberg, interpret that with the curb and driveway restoration for the townships for the City of Trenton? What does that mean?
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Director Lavender.
Yes, Councilwoman, and so we are rejecting these bids for this project. You're asking what it entails, or?
No. It says, maybe maybe it's not worded properly. It says for the township, for the City of Trenton. Curbs for both the city and the township. Okay, got it.
It's word for the water utility, but this involves curb and driveway, sidewalk, curb, and driveway repairs in the municipalities. We have two separate bids that go out, one for the work that's inside the city and then one's for the work that occurs outside of the city.
Right. Why are we even doing that? Shouldn't that be the contractors who's doing the lead line replacement? Isn't that their responsibility to fix the curbs and after they dig it up?
Very good question. That's a great question. I appreciate that. Yes, so they are responsible for that. This is for the damage that we incur as the Trenton Waterworks when we're doing our water services or water main repairs. But we do water services that when we have to break up a curb or a driveway. This is for repairs related to work that we're doing, not the contractors. The contractors, that is covered, and that's their responsibility.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Mr. Collins, you may continue with the vote, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-376. I have an introduction by Mr. Harrison, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution carries by a vote of 7-0, so ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-377. This is a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Allied Meter Service, Inc. for the removal and properly dispose of scrap water meters for a period of 1 year from August 6, 2021 to August 5, 2022 in the amount of $19,750 payable to the Trenton Waterworks for bid 2021-49. So we're receiving money, I believe, for scrap metal contract. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Mr. Harrison. The floor is open. Council President, would you like me to roll?
Yes, please.
Call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Abstaining, September the 6th to September the 5th, 2022. You may move to the next.
Resolution carries by a vote of 6-0 with one abstention. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-378. Resolution accepting the bid and awarding contract to MNC Concrete LLC for sidewalk, curb, driveway, apron restoration for a period of 1 year from September 1st, 2021 to August 31st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $128,105 through bid 2021-28. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Harrison. Floor is open. Council President, would you like me to call the roll?
Yes, please.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
I can't ask a question.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
Can I ask a question?
No, we're voting. We're voting.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
No.
Resolution carries by a vote of 6-1 with one, 6-1. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-379. This is a resolution accepting bid and awarding contract to Herman Trucking, Inc. for the furnish and delivery of backfill material concrete sand OA:836-6 for a period of 1 year from September 1st, 2021 to August 31st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $64,000 through bid 2021-44. A motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. The floor is open.
Continue with the vote, please.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison. Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison, that was a yes, right?
Yes.
Thank you. I got like a little feedback there. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
And just to note, Mr. Michelle did vote yes. Council President McBride.
Abstain.
Council President McBride abstains. The resolution carries 6-0 with one abstention. So ordered.
Second.
A second by Mr. Harrison. Floor is open.
Council President?
Go right ahead.
Well, number one, is Ben still around?
Councilwoman.
Is
you have a
he
question
available
for
tonight? I
Jan?
have a question.
He's not on the call.
Mr. Delisle was absent.
He's out?
He's absent. ma'am. Yes.
Who's representing for him today?
I assume Mr. Cruz will stand in.
Okay. So, I'll just have to address that in my civic comments. So, the resolution to approve the Trenton emergency, where is the money, where's the $20,000, what program is the $20,000 loan, coming from? Is it the CDBG grant loan program? Is it the CARES Act program? Is it the American Rescue Plan Act? Where's this $20,000, funding loan program? What is this source?
UEZ money in the resolution, ma'am.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, I remember that this organization already received.
Whereas.
Pardon me?
The ninth whereas explains it.
Okay. Thank you. I believe this organization received a $20,000 loan under the CARES Act. So can they? My understanding, the rule of thumb was that if you got $20,000 a loan from one program, you couldn't get you would be ineligible for a loan from another program. So what's going on here? And Mr. Cruz?
Madam President.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Cherry.
Unfortunately, Councilwoman, I don't have any documents in front of me referring to the previous loan, but I will say that a business or an entity is more than welcome to apply to different programs as long as they meet the different requirements of those programs. Most of these programs, particularly when it comes to state versus federal programs, do not preclude you from getting loans as long as those loans are for different purposes. You could not get multiple sources of funding to pay the same expense, but nothing precludes you from applying for multiple programs if you are eligible for multiple programs.
Well, again, that's what my question is, Mr. Colin Cherry. So I get that what you just said, but your answer is broad in nature. I'm speaking about Capital Smiles Dental. They received a $20,000 small business loan from SBA under the CARES Act. And here they are again coming for another emergency loan. And I read clearly that a business cannot do that. Now we can sit here and speak in hypotheticals and generalities, But right now, I'm asking specifically about Capital Smiles. They've already received a loan. And now what, and a Trenton emergency loan? I mean, what's going, I need some answers here. And I can get the language. I mean, I will send it to Mr. Cruz if I have to, but I know for a fact that, because I know some other businesses who did not apply for any other loans because under the rules, they only can apply for one loan. You just can't go across every program and get $20,000, I mean, come on, Mr. Cherry. That's not the way it works. One loan per business, per household, or whatever. You don't get to hit up every single program. Come on. So, Mr. Cruz, can you help us out here and educate us? Can a business hit up every program?
Councilwoman, what Mr. Collins Perry said is actually correct. If they qualify for certain things, they can apply. Nowhere in the law is written that it is illegal or inappropriate for you to apply for the various opportunities that the city provides.
I just told you, I read.
As far as the actual, Councilwoman, if she allows me to continue my answer, Council President, Council President.
I'm done. I don't want to hear Mr. Cruz anymore because he's talking. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Council President, as you
I'm going to send him the law that says that they cannot apply for another loan. The business administrator should know that. You cannot apply for a second loan when you already received the loan.
Mr. Caldwell, let's move to the vote, please.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-380. This is introduced by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, second by Mr. Harrison. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, sir.
I no vote.
Thank you, sir.
No vote.
Ms. Vaughn.
I will repeal this when I get that language, and there'll be a no vote. They cannot get another loan. It's illegal, and I'm going to repeal it resolution when I step things forward.
Mr. Collins,
Is that a no vote, ma'am?
A no vote, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution carries by a count of 5-0 with 2 no votes. Next, we have Resolution 21-3. Council President, we actually have the walk-on for the Ethics Board at this time. We are, do you want to do that prior to the introduction of the ordinance?
Yes.
Okay, I'll put this up on the screen. And Council, earlier this week, Mr. Slusser from the Ethics Board had circulated a resolution. This is a cleaned-up version. Mr. Bridges, I sent up a copy. This was drafted by Julie Murray of the Law Department. I sent up a copy to your office for signature earlier today. I also signed it as presented. This is Resolution 21-382, a resolution making various appointments and reappointments to the Trenton Ethics Board, whereas pursuant to NJSA 40A:9-22.1 at SEC, the City of Trenton has established a municipal ethics board, and whereas the Trenton Ethics Board shall consist of 6 members who are residents of the Trenton, appointed by the governing body by virtue of their known and consistent reputation for integrity and their knowledge of local government affairs, according to Trenton City Code, Chapter 70-2A, and whereas several vacancies currently exist on the Trenton Ethics Board, and whereas Sherwood K. Brown is an active member of the Trenton Ethics Board with regular attendance at prescribed hearings. His 5-year term expired July 31st, 2021, and he's expressed a desire to continue to serve. Whereas Tawanda Terry Wilson, a Democrat and lifelong resident of Trenton, has previously been actively involved in various community groups in the city of Trenton and has expressed interest in being appointed to serve the Trenton Ethics Board. And whereas Kay Dodder J. Crawford, an independent resident of Trenton, has previously been actively involved in various community groups in the city of Trenton and has expressed interest in being appointed to serve the Trenton Ethics Board. Whereas Jonette C. Smart, a Democrat and resident of Trenton, has previously been actively involved in various community groups in the city of Trenton and has expressed interest in being appointed to serve on the Trenton Ethics Board. And whereas Leslie Robinson, an independent and resident of Trenton, has previously been actively involved in various community groups in the city of Trenton and has expressed interest in being appointed to serve on the Trenton Ethics Board. That is actually, and I'm actually just going to say that, hold on one second, because that is the extent of the resolution I received. So there is actually no now therefore clause. This is what I received from the Ethics Board by Ms. Murray. I'm sorry about that. There is no now therefore clause. Just give me a second, just make sure this is not a typographical error, because we would have to add a now therefore clause adopting all these members as an amendment on the floor. So just bear with me for 1 second, please. I just want to make sure that it wasn't what was in the version and just cut out so I can read that into the record. There was actually no now therefore clause in the draft I received, so Council President, with your this is your resolution to walk on. Should we add a now therefore clause, amend on the floor to now therefore adopt the following members above? Actually, I have to sort out their terms. So my apologies. This was what I received. Do we want to amend on the floor? Or do we want to wait? If we amend on the floor, I mean, we could just do now, therefore, be it resolved that the city council appoints the following members for their 5-year terms. And then I would have the dates, later on, but they would be 5-year terms. I believe one of them, though, is for a term is a fulfillment. Let me just make sure, another 5-year term, 2026, 2026. Okay, so Leslie Robinson is actually for an unexpired term of another member for 2023. Council President, do we want to amend this on the floor so they can actually?
You need to amend it.
Yes, ma'am. So this would be this would be now therefore be it resolved, and I'll actually read the amendment into the record. Now therefore be it resolved that the following members are appointed for the following terms. Sherwood K. Brown is reappointed to another 5-year term of the Trenton Ethics Board, such term to expire on July 31st, 2026. Taiwanda Terry Wilson is appointed to a 5-year term of the Trenton Ethics Board, such term to expire on July 31st, 2026. And Craig J. Crawford is appointed to a 5-year term of the Trenton Ethics Board, such term to expire on July 31st, 2026. Jeanette C. Smart is appointed to a 5-year term on the Trenton Ethics Board, such term to expire July 31st, 2026. And Leslie Robinson is appointed to fill the unexpired term of Joan K. Josephson.
Mr. Conlon?
Such time to, and I'm looking at that. I'm just making sure I didn't make a mistake. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Collin, you need to advise Mr. Slusher if any of these people run for city council, they're going to have to step down from the ethics board.
Yes, ma'am. I'll advise Mr. Slusher that. Let me just finish the amendment. Leslie Robinson is hereby appointed to fill the unexpired term of Joan K. Josephson, who has moved from the city of Trenton, such term to expire on July 31st, 2023. So this is introduced by Council President McBride as amended on the floor. My apologies for that. And do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Council President, would you like to move forward to the vote, or do you want to start the debate?
Yes, move forward with the vote.
Okay, so this is Resolution 21-382 with the amendment as read into the record, introduced by Council President McBride, seconded by Mr. Harrison. Now called Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mr. Colwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Resolution is carried by a vote of 7-0 as amended. And I will have an edited copy up to law tomorrow morning. Council President, would you like me to proceed to the first reading and introduction of the ordinances?
Yes.
First, we have ordinance 21-017. This is an ordinance repealing and replacing the revised general ordinances of the city of Trenton, County of Mercer, New Jersey, Chapter 146, licensing, Article 9, cannabis licensing, amending Chapter 268, taxation, Article 7, cannabis transfer tax, the amendment of various redevelopment plans, and the land development ordinance. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Council President McBride. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Colwell-Wilson. Floor is open.
President?
Yes,
Council President?
Go right ahead. Councilman. That's
I would like to have this, yes, this is Councilman Harrison. I would like to have this amended back to the original version. There was locations taken off, and I'm not sure why they were taken off. We were trying to move the city forward. The community came forward. A lot of people from the city are very upset that this is even being happening, that we are actually limiting and reducing the size, that when actually we had told the people of the city that we would be fighting for the people who actually are part of the cannabis industry. So originally we had 1, 2, 3, was it 4, 5 more other locations on here. We could have had set-asides for other people in the community. So I'm not sure what in the world we're doing. I didn't even know about these list of locations. Who was on this committee that picked these locations? Can anybody answer my question?
There is no locations picked.
There was no committee.
There was one location that was allowed to stay on, which was Route 1, and the rest of them will be selected by the people. This ordinance is something to get it on the books. There will not be an amendment on the floor. We will put this through so we can meet the deadline, and we will pass this ordinance, and then we will go back to the public, and we will go across this city having public forum so that we can get all of the input for the people in the community so that we can choose the locations based on the public.
Right. But Council President, the public has been speaking.
No,
You're
they
just
have
not listening.
No.
They have. They had a cannabis night at City Hall.
Given to us, so how did the public know about it? We didn't even get the ordinance.
What are you talking about?
I can't with you, Councilman Harrison. State what you're going to say.
I know you can't with me because who picked the location? You did, right? Correct.
No, I did
because
not.
nobody on this council knew about the location. The original documentation that are not on there, they've been removed. Who removed them?
First of all,
you did.
No.
Everybody who? I didn't know about this. I didn't know they were being removed. Why? And why are they being removed, Council President?
Because the public.
Because the people in the community were probably on this phone call going to be upset.
The public has to have input, Mr. Harrison. In case you don't know that,
were you at cannabis at City Hall? I didn't see you there. I didn't see you there. Because the people who were at cannabis night, which I seen Mr. Blakely there, are upset. They are upset. You guys didn't listen to what they were saying. Yeah. Roland Potts sent us a letter, right, Council President? You didn't read that either, did you? There's people upset, and again, you're not listening. You're not listening. You're doing what you're doing again, Council President. You're talking about the people of the city, but the people are speaking, but you're just not listening again. So just let the people know that from cannabis in the city, just remember, it wasn't me. It wasn't me that decided to take these off of here. It was, I guess, the council president or whoever else was in that room. Because I don't know is any of my colleagues, were they in that room? Who else was in that room? Who? Mr. Blakely, were you in that room?
Mr. Harrison,
Mr. Blakely, would you ask me? Oh, so you were in the room, Council Vice President. Okay.
No. May I speak?
Let him finish, Mark, please.
No, because I like to hear what the Council Vice President's got to say.
They must have had a Council President, may I?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
First of all, there was a draft ordinance sent out to everybody, and I went through it thoroughly, and we had many discussions. Because you had the same right as I did to have discussions on this ordinance. We did not. All the dispensary places have to be determined because we need to talk to those individual communities where they want to place those dispensaries. We have not removed them. We've just made it more viable for the various communities to give us feedback as to whether they want those dispensaries in their community. There was a section in there where they were allowed to put dispensaries 100 feet from a school. We had that changed to 1,000 feet. We can't have dispensaries directly across from schools. So you, like everybody else, had an opportunity to weigh in on this ordinance. And if you didn't, that's not my fault. but I have the right as a council person to call up and speak to the legal department and speak to other people about this. So we did not remove them. They're to be determined once we talk to the various communities, the people who actually live in those neighborhoods. Thank you.
Council
Is there
President.
any, is there any other council members that would like to speak to this ordinance before we?
This one has different locations. So no matter what you're going to say, you pull them off.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Council.
Well, I just want to say that I agree with Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson that Mr. Bridges, our law director, authored the ordinance, and he did send it around several times to all council members to provide their feedback. So if you didn't get the opportunity, this is the first reading, you're going to have another opportunity. But everybody just needs to provide their input, and everybody's gotten the same opportunity. So that's all I wanted to say. I just want to and I would just say that I agree with Council President McBride that the community needs to chime in. We got to do some outreach and explain to them what's happening. And everybody in the community aren't interested in having a dispensary in their backyard or in their neighborhood, Councilman Harrison. Everybody is not. Rolling Pot is just one citizen, okay? But there's 84,000 others. And we have to give each one, if we can, reach as many as possible to get a fair assessment of where people stand on having these dispensaries in their neighborhood. And that's fair. And I'm sure you would want that we could do that. We have time to do it, and we're going to do it. And it just makes sense to do so. Some of the neighborhoods that we have are challenged neighborhoods and hot spots, and we don't think that they should be in those areas. So let's see what the community has to say. So let's go. Council President, I don't have any more to say,
Councilman Rodriguez, did you want to speak to this? Councilman Blakely, before we take a vote?
What I have to say was Councilwoman Vaughn is right. We received the draft about 3-4 times, within the last month. So I believe that we have only until the 31st to act on this. We could always come back and amend this ordinance, but we have to act within the time limit. Otherwise, it's going to be none. And it's going to be a free-for-all like it is now. They are 413 South Clinton Avenue. There's a place there selling marijuana. There's one down South Broad Street, the 500 block of South Broad Street. And we have to regulate this as soon as possible. Otherwise, people are going to be doing whatever they feel like because we don't have the law yet. So we have to put a law in the books in order to avoid having a free-for-all, everybody selling marijuana around. Because that's not the purpose. That's not why we approved this resolution in council. One thing that I found out is that most of this wording is guided towards the medical marijuana, not the recreational one that we passed. I believe we have to add more on the recreational part, but that could be done later on.
Well, Council President and council members, I'm on the planning board. I worked with West Bridges, and we had a list that I tried walking for that you guys didn't want to vote for, but now you guys changed it. And like I said, you're right. The public and the people out there, once they realize you guys did, and they're going to be upset. So you're right. I'm telling you right now, at the end of the day, I think it's wrong that places were taken off that were recommended from the planning board, right, where West Bridges had put it together, and we when I walked it on, but no, we don't want it in our area. At the end of the day, there's cannabis industries moving forward all over the country. So I'm not sure why all of a sudden We're just, certain people on this council are deciding that we can pick and choose. But again, I guess that's what we have here. We have people sometimes are advocating for the city, but then other times we're not. But
Council
at the end of the day,
Council President, I do apologize. Could I just chime in with respect to everything that's been stated here with respect to this issue, please?
Go right ahead, Mr. Bridges.
So the most important part, and I appreciate everybody's statements here, the most important part is that the city opt in to this emerging market. I heard something that was inspiring today and something that I think can really help push this forward without any resistance. And if there were to be resistance, I would be shocked. But Council Vice President Marge Caldwell-Wilson and Council President McBride both said that they want to hear from the community. And we have to all respect that. There has been several iterations of this ordinance that's going around and changes have been made, and that's fine. But it sounds to me as though being an ordinance, it could be amended. It can be expanded. So it sounds to me as though the conversation is going to keep going. And as long as we can keep our eye on the prize of opting in, taking advantage of the taxing opportunities, taking advantage of the financial opportunities and controlling it so it's not going in neighborhoods and sections that we don't want it in, I think that the smart thing to do and really the no-brainer thing to do would be to adopt this ordinance as written and then continue the conversation based on council's desire to get community feedback, and then we can always come back and amend this and expand it. I've offered the opportunity for several outside sources and entities, nonpartisan, not related to administration or council, to come in and discuss redevelopment opportunities, to discuss the financial opportunities. So, I think everybody is really has the same interest at stake, and that is making sure that we pass this, and we can always come back to the drawing board at a later time and add additional places. So my recommendation is not legal, it's really common sense, is that we put a vote to this, we pass it, and as Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson said, continue the conversations and make a determination whether or not we want to expand into other areas, and then set up a venue to have those hearings and make that determination.
So this is for the public. When this gets voted on this evening, Mr. Collin has already picked a date for public comment. And on that particular day, we shall have a calendar so that we can begin the process of the public forums throughout the city. And we will advertise those public forums through the clerk's office and through the administration so that we can reach as many people as possible, because we're going out into their communities where they are raising their children, and we need to hear from them. So when if this passes tonight, because we need to get it on, we need something on the books, and the day of the actual public portion, we'll be prepared to give you some dates that we're going to be going through the city with. Mr. Conlon, you may move for the vote, please.
I have a question.
Yes, go right ahead.
If that's the case, why are we deciding to go with this particular ordinance and not the ordinance that was submitted by the planning board? I mean, I think I have some, pretty legitimate questions, I believe.
You were the one that wanted to pull that one. What are you talking about now?
No. I mean, the last time that we talked, Council President McBride, you mentioned that we were going to temporarily ban it rather than etch in the stone any particular rules. Now we have an entire ordinance written, and you're saying, hey, let's go with this ordinance and then change it later on. No. My point,
Councilman Blakely, go back to the vote.
President McBride, I'm not going to get into this conversation with you because it'll turn into a sideshow. All I'm saying is that, I have lots of questions about this particular ordinance.
And I think that it would be better if we just, particularly around, not having dispensaries in the downtown section of the city and some other questions, and also limiting the number. We've had a long time to do this, and the fact that, we're waiting until the last minute to do this is pretty sad and pretty tragic. We could have been doing this entire process for the last 6 months or last 8 months, and the fact that we're not is a real missed opportunity when we knew that this date was coming. And so the fact that we have to wait until the last minute, I think, is deeply unfortunate. All I'm saying is that it doesn't make any sense to promulgate, etch in stone an ordinance, or not etch in stone, produce an ordinance that needs to be amended when we can literally amend have an ordinance, a real ordinance that we all vote on rather than this particular ordinance in the weeks to come. And that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is I think that, it would have been better for us to take our time and do this over the last 6 months rather than wait to the last minute. But the fact that we didn't is kind of unfortunate. And all I'm saying is, why is this ordinance being pushed forward and not the previous ordinance? I'll be honest, this ordinance was created by you and Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson in terms of not having the downtown available, as well as narrowing the number of licenses or places available. And so, I think it's a little disingenuous in my eyes for you to say, hey, let's have this ordinance and then we'll have meetings and everything afterwards. And I think that, this particular ordinance has some real flaws. And if we're going to, have a process to have a, ordinance, then we should start with a clean slate and not have the ordinance that you two created, becoming the rules, and then, figuring out later on how we're going to amend it. All I'm saying is that we should start at a fresh place and not necessarily have this on the books. And if we have a set of rules that, temporarily bans it, and then we come back and have a fresh ordinance rather than the ordinance that you and the council vice president developed, I think that would be fair. That's all I'm saying. But it's the will of the majority. I just think it's, a city that has been in the clutches, has been the victim of the war on drugs for decades, had an opportunity to really have a fresh set of rules and guidance and an ordinance around legalizing marijuana. And, unfortunately, it seems that some people have dropped the ball and we're waiting until the last minute. And, we haven't been able to move forward and get this on the books. I just wanted to put that on the record. So, actually, what I would like to do is, if we're going to change it anyway, I'd like to actually offer 2 amendments to this resolution, or to this ordinance, rather, so that, if we are going to pass this, that, the major issues are addressed, and we don't have to wait to address those major issues in the weeks to come.
Councilman Blakely, the ordinance that's up on the screen is the ordinance that we will be voting on. I would like to talk about being disingenuous. Councilman Blakely wanted to he wanted to do a ban on dispensaries. That was what he came to us with. Everybody has the, stop it. Don't interrupt.
Not true. I'm not going to get into that.
So,
I take that into you.
The ordinance is out there. Everybody has the opportunity to chime in
Point of order.
Their suggestions.
I want to add
Councilman Blakely has been MIA. So we worked on this to get something on the books. Now you can either vote to get this on the book and come back later and amend it, or we could
that I
be
can't
just out of the loop altogether.
telling you that I can't.
It's
You have to have point of order. I can't hear either of you.
He shouldn't be
Are you?
talking. He should not
I
be
cannot.
talking at all.
Point of order. I can't hear either of
We
you.
can't hear you.
I can't hear either of you. You sound like blips. A point of order, please. I can't hear. No one can hear you.
Mr. Collins,
I'm trying to
mute him, please.
I have to offer an amendment. I have a right to offer an amendment. I want to offer an amendment.
Mr. Collins, mute him, please.
He does have a right. I will mute him.
Well, whatever he has, we're not going to do any amendments until we take this to the public. Period. Mr. Blakely had an opportunity to give Mr. West Bridges all of his concerns. He did nothing, and now he's trying to be a stunt man, and we're not having it. The vote
Councilwoman, please make it clear that you and I did not create this ordinance. The legal department.
He
did.
knows that, but that's him performing. He knows that, and he had the opportunity to help us work on this. This came from the law department. We had to work on this because you, for one, voted against it. So we have this ordinance on the floor. Mr. Collins, move for the vote.
I'm asking to offer the amendment.
Exactly. There should be an amendment to this. Exactly.
I'm asking
you didn't make the amendment.
I do have the amendment, ma'am. I mean, respectfully, I do have a motion by Mr. Blakely to amend.
Exactly.
But Mr. Harrison, do you have, Mr. Blakely wants to amend it to ban, to temporarily ban it. You have a different amendment.
That's not,
I'm sorry.
not true.
That's
That is not true.
I have to chime in on this from a legality perspective.
That's where I was going to next, Mr. Bridges.
Point of clarification.
Mr. Santiago.
Point of clarification, please.
Please make my motion.
Santiago, let's deal with this. Yeah,
Can I please make my motion?
Point of clarification.
Mr. Bridges can't speak.
Mr. Kalaja, could you please read Robert's Rules of Orders, because this is ridiculous.
I'm sure we violated them with this back and forth. Can I please speak on it from a legal perspective? I don't think we need to read Robert's Rule of Orders.
Why don't we hear from Mr. Bridges?
Go ahead, Mr. Bridges, please.
Thank goodness gracious. With respect to opting out, that's no longer an option. We're well past that time. Anything opting out would have to go before the planning board, would have to be scheduled. So that's first and foremost. With respect to the iterations of the ordinance, I've sent emails. The council has emails. I'm not going to discuss the edits to those emails, but the emails were sent to council as revised and as incorporating council's edits. So as was stated here earlier, there was an original draft of this. There were comments made by council body that were incorporated in this that are before this council now. I understand everybody's concerns, but again, I'm going to reiterate, the biggest part that we can do right now is opt into this ordinance before August 21st to take advantage of this emerging market. I reiterate, Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson said that the conversation will continue, which is a good thing because we can include locations that were included in the first draft of this that are not in this one. So again, I'm really requesting, and in the interest of time at 11:22, that we put this to a vote and adopt this and be done with it.
I'm asking to make an amendment. And I want to be clear what my amendment is.
I have a point of clarification.
With respect to the amendment, as was discussed by Councilman Harrison earlier, the locations that were in the original ordinance that were sent around were approved by the planning board and recommended by the planning board. So from a legal perspective, it wouldn't be a substantial change to this. We would be able to add those back in. But ultimately, if you're going to allow amendments, that would be up to the council body's vote.
As I mentioned, I would like to offer an amendment. Do I have the floor, Council President McBride?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to offer an amendment. We can include the language that was included in the original ordinance, particularly around downtown.
I would actually have to have the amendment. I can't, on the fly, I can't do a comparison. Mr. Bridges would actually have to do that as the person who drafted the various drafts. I don't know what drafts he has, so
Well,
if you two can work out, well, he does, Mr. Bridges, he does have a right to make an amendment, right?
That's correct.
If it's voted upon with the body.
That's correct. So
Put it to a vote, please. Now, let's stop wasting time.
Okay, so Mr. Blakely, what is your amendment?
Well, Mr. Bridges, can you actually bring up that language that was included in the original ordinance for downtown?
I cannot, unfortunately. Mr. Collin has control of this enterprise, and
I can give you control if you want to put it up on your screen.
I'd rather you not. I can email you the last one. I don't want
Good.
that.
Email it to me. I can put it up.
Okay, give me a quick second.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't this the first reading? Don't we
Yes,
have
it
time?
is.
Don't we have time to do this? It's 11:30.
Ordinance, another motion to amend the ordinance to replace 5 to 10.
Well, I gotta have the amendments. I gotta have them written into the record. Let's let Mr. Bridges and you hash that out, and then I'll write them down as we go, and then I have to read the entire thing into the record again. So that's
Appreciate it.
Mr. Conlon,
Yes, ma'am.
can we vote whether or not we want to add amendments? We don't, can we vote first? Whether we want to add amendments?
That's the proper protocol.
You are actually asking to suspend the rule to allow amendments is the way I'm getting it. Mr. Bridges, you read it that way?
That's correct.
So suspending a rule, I believe, requires a 2/3 vote.
I'm asking simply for the ordinance that the amendment that I'm asking.
I'm asking the question here, Mr. Conlon.
Right. So the way I have it, Council President, and Mr. Bridges agreed with me, it would be and let me just take a look at something here. So I have an intervening motion. This is an incidental motion to suspend the rule to allow amendments. This must be adopted by 2/3 of the body. So, Council President.
To do that. Point of information.
Yes, sir.
I am simply asking to use my power as a city councilman to amend an ordinance on a first reading. That
right.
Doesn't need.
And what she's saying is that, and that is done under the rules to amend. It's a special motion. Okay. So what we're doing is she's actually filing another motion against you saying, I don't want that to happen. I want to suspend that rule and not allow him to do that, and I'd like to bring that to the body.
Mr. Collins, can you read back that section? Can you read back that section you just read about suspending the rules and how this applies to the suspending the rules?
Well, that's actually okay. So suspension of a rule, it requires a second. There is no debate on it. You cannot amend a motion to suspend a rule, and it does require a 2/3 majority.
Okay.
It is an incidental motion. The motion to amend, and that's what I'm looking for here.
I guess my question is, what rules being suspended?
The rule to amend. So basically, Mr. Blakely is he wants to do a motion to amend. She wants to suspend his ability. She just wants to move the motion to the floor. That's actually what I'm trying to navigate here. Is that allowed? Can we do that? Can she? That's actually what I'm looking.
I believe that can be done. I think we've done that before.
That's actually. I'm just looking at the motion chart to see which motion tops which. If you just give me 1 second.
Okay. Just by way of background, I think we've done that with respect to certain edits, amending it, or certain minor revisions.
Correct.
We've done that pretty routinely, so I don't think that is a suspension of the rules.
I'm not following what you mean.
Meaning we have, as a matter of course, made amendments to ordinances and resolutions that were put forth that had edits in it, typos, certain changes need to be made. I think I can recall that for one amendment to the ordinance, you actually had to read the entire ordinance into the rule because there was pretty substantial amendments to it. I don't think it requires a suspension. I think it's just an amendment in the normal course.
Yeah, but I'm saying suspend the amendment and move straight to the vote.
You
What I
can't
don't
stop
understand
me
is
from
I don't understand what that
planning
means.
I'm
board.
asking Mr.
Ridiculous.
Mr. Cologe, you understand that? I don't think I
Yeah.
understand.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can.
I'm reading from an opinion that I gave on pretty much the identical issue back on July 7th. The rule here is that Mr. Blakely is allowed to make a motion to amend. The superseding rule but the superseding motion that is being sought is to do away with Mr. Blakely's right to do that. In other words, to suspend the rule to amend. And that would require a 2/3 vote of the full body
Correct.
to
And
stop
it's
Mr.
actually gotta be-
Blakely from making his motion.
So it's an incidental motion, and what she's actually saying is she wants to block his ability to amend, and that would require a 2/3 vote of the council. I do have the motion by Council President McBride, which will be heard first. Then if that motion is not successful, we'll go to Mr. Blakely's motion to amend. If that motion is not successful, we'll go to the vote on the floor. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I have a motion by Council President McBride to suspend the right to amend. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I'll call the roll for that. 2/3 are required to just proceed to the vote on the primary ordinance, the main motion on the floor. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely votes no. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes yes. Mr. Harrison.
No.
Mr. Harrison votes no. Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Michel votes yes. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes yes. Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes yes. Council President McBride.
Yes.
Council President McBride votes yes. Mr. Blakely's motion is accordingly blocked because the rule to allow it to amend is suspended. Council President, that would move this vote to the main motion to the floor. Is that, would you want to continue debate?
Yes, continue with the vote for the ordinance 21-017.
This is, and ladies and gentlemen, let me go through this. There is a special meeting that has been called for August 19th. That meeting is at 12 p.m. noon. It will be the same meeting link as we use in these regular meetings. That will be posted at ecode360.com. The special meeting is for the purpose of holding a public hearing on ordinance 21-017. This is to set the public hearing for 12 noon on August 19th at the special meeting. This is ordinance 21-017. I have a motion by Council President McBride, a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson for an ordinance repealing and replacing the revised general ordinances of the City of Trenton, County of Mercer, New Jersey, Chapter 146, Licensing, Article 9, Cannabis Licensing, amending Chapter 268, Taxation, Article 7, Cannabis Transfer Tax, the amendment of various redevelopment plans, and the Land Development Ordinance. Mr. Blakely, your vote.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
The public hearing is set for August 19th at 12 p.m. It carries unanimously by a vote of 7-0. So ordered. Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Yes, please.
This is for a public hearing. This is next. We have ordinance 21-018. I'll put it up on the screen. This would be set for public hearing for September 2nd. This is ordinance 21-018, an ordinance repealing ordinance 18-22, adopted May 3rd, 2018, authorizing a lease agreement of city-owned property located at 375 Morris Avenue between the City of Trenton and the Latino Merchants Association of New Jersey. This is Ms. Vaughn. This is your ordinance. Would you like to make the motion, ma'am?
Yes, so moved.
Ms. Vaughn makes the motion. Do I have a second to the motion?
Second.
I have a second by Council President McBride. The floor is open.
Yes, Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
I introduced this motion, this ordinance, as a result of citizens or in residents that live in that vicinity of Morris Avenue. They reached out to me and they were concerned about the activity that's being conducted in the building and the group that is conducting the activity. And after further investigation, it was found that the group, which is the Latino Merchants Association, was given a lease approved by the council in 2018 during the transfer of powers, May 2018, at the end of the last council's term, and they granted or awarded the lease to this group under circumstances that have found to be in violation of the law. There were certain requirements that had to be met by all organizations, not just the Latino merchants, when you are leasing city-owned property. And one of the laws about city-owned property that it has to be used for a public purpose and for public benefit. And one of the clauses talks about when that lease is given to an organization that is believed to be a tax-exempt, nonprofit organization that's compliant with Section 501c3. And it was evident that this organization, at the time of the resolution or ordinance being presented in May 2018, that they were not a 501c tax-exempt organization compliant with that IRS tax code. Thereby, they should have never been given that lease. So, having discovered that, I have now introduced this ordinance so that the ordinance can be, the previous ordinance, 2018-22, can be properly canceled or repealed so that at some juncture, something else can be negotiated for this organization if in the event they come compliant with the law and with the IRS code 501c3. So they're not tax exempt, and they have not followed the rules of a tax exempt nonprofit 501c3. One of the provisions under the IRS code 501c3, they must file an annual tax return and certain reports to the IRS, and certain reports, and the same reports to the city of Trenton on an annual basis. The organization, the Latinos Merchants, have not filed income taxes with the IRS as per law under the IRS section 501c3 since 2018, during the period when the unlawful ordinance was passed by the council unknown. I don't believe that the council members during their tenure from 2014 to 2018 understood that the IRS had not granted a major determination of nonprofit status or tax-exempt status for the merchants until almost a year later, which was in 2019. So at the time of the ordinance, they were not a tax-exempt status, and they were giving the privilege of being a tax-exempt organization. That means they weren't, they weren't, I don't know. I haven't seen the reports. We have asked for reports, but it's alleged that they haven't definitely IRS. If you go to IRS website, IRS clearly they filed income taxes for the one and only time in 2018, and they only reported that they had revenues of $450. They didn't report the donation or the lease agreement with the city. They didn't report the building. They didn't report any of their operating costs. They didn't report any of their donations, nothing. They've been operating in city-owned property, doing whatever they want to do, but they certainly were not complying with the law. And it's very unfortunate and concerning because we have a lot of taxes and buildings in the city of Trenton. And I'm getting to think that a lot of these organizations, like the Latino merchants, aren't complying with the law and circumventing paying the city the appropriate level of taxes. So they're not paying their fair share of taxes. They don't want to buy the buildings. They just want freebies. They just want, I don't know what they want, but nonetheless, I won't go off on a tangent here about, the behavior and the irresponsibility here and the total disrespect and disregard for the law. There's so many other organizations that will want a building like this and would provide the public purpose and the public benefit and report and do it in compliance with the law. You just can't break the law and expect the government to be complicit in it. So this is why I raised the ordinance, because I'm not complicit in it, and I hope that my council members aren't. And we need to send a message that when you do business with the city of Trenton, you have to come with the appropriate level of documentation. You have to follow the rules. We're not in a banana republic. We are in a government that operates and functions by laws and rules, and we have to obey them. So I'm going to ask my council members to consider this ordinance and hopefully get down to the business between the next reading to get the merchants to come to the council and present their case. If they have filed their tax returns annually, as the IRS asked them to do, and they reported all their operational costs, all their donations received, all of the donations they have been given, all the money they have raised, which individuals or groups have benefited from their services in the building, what programs they've been running out of that building. And we want to see all of that. And if you have done all that and you compliant with the law, then my ordinance is moot, right? So, come state your case, Latino merchants. Show us the reports. Show that you have been paying your rent, per the lease agreement. It would be 39 months from 2018 to current. That's almost $20,000 in lease and rent that you have not paid the city. So we need to see these reports, and we definitely want to make certain before we continue to lease this building out to you, the Latino merchants, that you are compliant with IRS code 501c3 and you're tax exempt, because that's the law. It's not what Robin Vaughn says. The law says in order for you to lease a building, a city asset that's owned by the residents, that you need to show that you are compliance or in compliance with the IRS. And that's all I have to say about that. And Council President, thank you very much. I yield my time.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this? If not,
Council President.
yes, go right
Council
ahead.
President.
Yes, go right ahead.
Right.
Councilman.
I would like to speak to the Latino merchants have been doing feeding people out of that building. They rebuilt the building, put a new roof on there. They did COVID testing in there. So it's kind of weird how the Latino merchants came out and spoke against the previous director. Now, all of a sudden, after the fact, now that director's gone, Now, all of a sudden, we're going after the Latino merchants. It's ironic, but I guess people don't see what the merchants do because they're not out there. But they can throw stones all the time they want to. But maybe they should go over there and see what they do in the community, in the building. How many times the cities has been there? There's been different events for kids there, different events for kids, all kind of events, feeding people during all time of the year. But I guess like the old saying is, we want to just keep casting stuff because we're still angry that our friend who's not here no longer, right? And we go after other people because they don't agree with you. So at the end of the day, the Latino merchants have been helping out all over the community, but I'm guessing some of us who aren't out there in the community wouldn't know that because they're not out there in the community. And if anybody on this call wants to tell me that the Latino merchants don't help the community, then go out in the community and you'll see them out there helping people all over the city. Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Rodriguez had asked first, and then you, Councilwoman Powell Wilson. Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, I have to concur with Councilman Harrison on this one. Councilman Harrison and I have been around the Latino merchants for a few years now in cleanups, giving food, Three Kings Day at the park, cleaning up the whole city. And I happened to visit the location, 375 Morris Avenue, when it was a mess. It was full of garbage until probably 9 months ago was full of garbage from the city. And the reason they didn't repair it before was because the city did not act out on cleaning their garbage out. They had documents there, they had taxes and stuff, they had furniture that somebody was hiding there for I don't know what reason. And it wasn't until recently that they finally cleared the place, and that's when they started fixing everything up. I had invited Councilwoman Bond there. There was an activity there that I participated, a resolution that the City Council passed on our co-worker Rafael Valentin. The activity was done there. They did activities for vaccinations. They have been doing that a few times. Testing, they have been doing that. And besides what they do in that building, the Latino merchants are present all over the city, all over, in every activity. I remember when Councilwoman Bry had that activity in front of City Hall against crime. They were there providing chocolate, providing stuff, donuts to the residents, to the people that were there. I did not see a Councilwoman Bond there. And I concur that this is a vendetta because the merchants they were upset at our last police director. They were, I know, and they were right, because she failed to send her officers to control some vandalism at a business, and she refused to meet with them over and over, and I'm a witness of that. So I believe this ordinance is uncalled for. If there is anything wrong with the paperwork, the city should help and fix it up. If it was the city's fault, that's up to the city. And I like to listen to Mr. Kologi. I know because I read the emails that Ms. Bond and him was interchanging, and I like to know the legality of this ordinance. Mr. Kologi, can you tell me if this is a legal thing or this could lead us to a big have these people suing us, the city, or interfering with their business or whatever? Mr.
Well,
Kologi?
the city awarded this property to the merchants by way of a lease. The lease was awarded under the local lands and buildings law. The reason they were able to obtain this property without a bid is because they were a nonprofit corporation, but they were subject to a number of things. One is to maintain a continued tax-exempt status. The other was to file certain reports with the city. The other was to pay rent. And apparently, based upon information provided, there have been a number of deficiencies. I've sought the information, documentation, so I could clearly advise council one way or another. And quite frankly, I've only gotten a little bit of documentation. I've gotten a signed lease and their original proposal. If they want to try to clean this up by the next council meeting, they can come forward to the administration with the tax exempt evidence of continued tax exempt status, with the reports they were supposed to file and everything else that's required by the lease and the statute. And then at that point, if council wants to consider, a different course of action, they certainly could. But at this point, I don't have any evidence one way or another as to compliance. I just, received information indicating that there's been a lack of compliance on different fronts. I mean, if reports were filed, the city should have them. If evidence of tax exempt status was filed, the city should have them. So if we don't have them, there's an issue.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Okay, so I can understand why Councilwoman Vaughn is putting forth this ordinance. But this doesn't mean to say that the city cannot operate and approve another lease. But if they approve another lease, the Latino Merchant Association have to be in compliance. So just like Mr. Kologi said, they have to provide the proof of their 501c3 status, proof that they have filed with the IRS, and to show where their income is coming and what they've done. Nobody is saying that this organization doesn't do a lot for the community. They do a lot for the community. So this ordinance is basically helping them to be legit. And they can come back at the next meeting with all the proof, and they can get another lease from the city, and council could approve it. So we're just asking them to provide the documentation that's required of them and everybody else that leases from the city. Thank you.
So I concur with the Vice President. I do know that the Latino merchants, they have a lot of activity going on where they support the people in our community, but we can't mix apples and oranges. The fact that they assist in the community is a good thing, but if you want to enter into an agreement where the proprietors are the residents and the taxpayers of the city, and you want to occupy something that the residents own, then you must be in compliance with the policies to keep and be in good standing. So the Latino merchants could have put this to rest long before we got here today by just submitting all of the documentation that was required of them. No one is saying they don't do good in the community. They do. But if you are going to occupy a city's building, and the guidelines are that you have to remain, show your nonprofit status, and then you have to file your documentation, then that's what you have to do. You have to be in compliance. So, to the Latino merchants, just submit your documentation, and let's clear this up, and if we have to enter into a new agreement, then I'm quite sure that you'll have the support of this body to enter into the agreement. But your paperwork has to be right. And here it is, we're lawmakers and we're making all kinds of excuses about why. Just produce the paperwork. And let's move on. Mr. Collin, you may move on to the vote. It's late, and
yes, Council President. This is resolution, or I'm sorry, this is ordinance 21-018. The public hearing, let me turn my camera on, excuse me. The public hearing is on September 2nd at 5:30 p.m. During our regular council meeting. This is introduced by Ms. Vaughn. I have a second by Ms. McBride. This is ordinance 21-018, an ordinance repealing ordinance 18-22 adopted May 3rd, 2018, authorizing a lease agreement of the city-owned property located at 375 Morris Avenue between the City of Trenton and the Latino Merchants Association of New Jersey. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely, I'm sorry. Did we use your vote again, sir?
I'm voting no.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
No.
Mr. Michelle.
No.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Vaughn, you're muted, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Council President McBride.
Yes.
The ordinance fails by a vote of 3-4. There will be no public hearing. Council President, I believe that is, including the walk-on, all of the docket items. Did you want to open the floor up to the public for public comments, ma'am?
Yes.
And we ask that you don't single out any individual council members or go after them. You know, you can speak your mind, but be polite. You have 10 minutes to speak. And ladies and Council President, we have Emmanuel Olamalu.
Yes, go right ahead, Emmanuel.
Mr. Sir, you've been recognized. Please state your name and address for the record. Sir, you're still muted. There you go, sir.
Yeah. Good evening, ma'am. My name is Emmanuel Laimolu, and I acknowledge all the efforts of the council members, the council president, and this will be actually my second time of coming to the council, and I've also written series of emails and handwritten letters that I've dropped in the council secretariat. One of the reasons is in respect of the resolution 21-181 that failed. I brought to the council members the plight I'm going through as a family man. I came explaining things that make my thought or wish of continuing that process of the audition, the loss of my immediate family members, the health of my wife, and also the COVID. I got children here and home that I'm taking care of. I begging and asking for your assistance. So please look at this resolution and consider our plight. I know one of the reasons that you have been given this authority is to look out for Trenton residents. I am one. I'm proudly one. I'm also a Trenton worker. And all I'm begging you is to please don't let me forfeit all this. The whole issue is costing me a lot of sleepless nights, and even my health is at risk. These are evidence of the drugs that I take. I've not for my years been taking blood pressure medicine. But right now, with all the problems I'm having, these are drugs I'm taking every now and then. My health is at stake. My insanity is at stake. I've reached out to some of you, and you listened, and you said you would come and help. The Department of Housing were trying to put the docket back, but we were told that they would need at least one council member to push the proposal in-house. That is why I come before you again, that you should please reconsider this resolution. Please, ma'am. Council President, I beg you, I want every council woman and man to please look at this. I can't afford losing that much. I can't. Not at this period. Please. Please. I want your assistance. That is just one. If you mean you forgiving me for this, I know it's not my fault, but if you say it's my fault and you want to forgive me, just forgive me on this. I'm begging you, I'm appealing to you. Not just, I got family back home too that thinks that I'm going to help. Please, I'm begging you. Don't just turn your back against me and my family. Please, please. I don't have much to say than to appeal to you. Because right now, you people are the only one that can help in this regard. You people are the one that hold this faith. Can you please assist me? Can you please help me? I can't afford to forfeit that amount of money. How much am I having?
Council President.
Please.
Council President.
There's no dialogue between the public speakers. Please allow the public to speak. Mr. Collins.
Well, I want to walk this on for them. I feel this man's passion, and this is if this isn't breaking this council's heart, it should break.
Harrison, point of order. This is the public's opportunity to speak. When he's finished speaking, then we'll address it in our civic comment. Please, let's keep this moving.
I got you.
Please, ma'am. Please, council members. Please. All I want is your assistance. Please, help me. Help me. Help my family. That is all just what I'm begging for. Please.
Mr. Collins, next person, please.
Man's begging, and we can't even acknowledge him. Embarrassing.
Mr. Harrison, point of order. Mr. Collins.
Council President, next we have Mr. Hugh Giordano.
Go right ahead, sir.
Mr. Giordano, you've been recognized. Unmute yourself, sir, please. There you go. I don't know why your mic was blocked, but you can unmute yourself now.
Okay, great. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Great. Yes, my mic was disabled. I apologize.
Might have feedback or something, so it's all
That's
good.
okay. Oh, no problem. My name is Hugh Giordano, 57 Argyle, Blackwood, New Jersey. Council President, Vice President of Council, and council members. I'm here today as a representative of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, UFCW. The UFCW is a national labor union of 1.3 million hardworking families, and we are the official cannabis labor union that represents cannabis workers from seed to sale, both medical and adult use. I'm here tonight to speak in regards to the ordinance that was adopted on first reading and say that as written, it lacks protections to protect working class people within Trenton. When reading the evaluation part of the ordinance, there's no doubt in my mind that the draft came from the City of Bayonne's ordinance that was written 3.5 months ago. When reading the ordinance and the evaluation, some of the same standards are there. But yet when it came to the employment section of it, to when it says that it looks for good employers that demonstrated good actions, that language has been watered down. In the City of Bayonne's ordinance, it makes very clear, that labor peace agreements are to be signed, that project labor agreements for the building trades should be done, and that owners with pre-existing collective bargaining agreements are also evaluated. How are we going to protect working people under that evaluation status? There's no concrete language in it that does it. It talks about social equity. It talks about jobs and creating good jobs and groups that help the community. But unless it's a formal bona fide labor union, just like it talks about in the Adult Use Act, in S21, and the Jake Honig Medical Act, then it is a weak evaluation status. I heard a lot tonight about emergency, health, safety, and welfare of communities. Well, there's an emergency happening right now with this ordinance. This ordinance does not guarantee workers a living wage. It does not guarantee that they can make a good wage and buy good food for their family and pay their bills. This ordinance tonight is an emergency because it doesn't guarantee that the employer is going to provide good health care, dental, vision. This ordinance tonight is an emergency because it does not guarantee sick time, vacation time, paternity leave, retirement. It doesn't do any of that. And just because a group, meaning a company, signs up with a quote-unquote equity group, it doesn't mean that it's going to provide equity to who actually deserves it. And that's the working class, the people who go in there work 40, 50, 60 hours a week. This is a real problem. This is a real issue. And I know that talking about options and really changing it in the future. Well, on behalf of the UFCW, we're asking you to change it on the next meeting as possible, to make an emergency amendment and to make sure that labor peace standards are put into there, so that way from seed to sale, workers are protected, that project labor agreements are put into place, so that the building trades are part of the retrofit and build out, so that people of color, women, and immigrants have an opportunity to learn a trade and take that for the rest of their life and their career and actually get paid union wages and have protections. So it is possible to make sure that Trenton, from shovel to sale, creates union jobs. How is Trenton, the capital, the bastion of our state's democracy, allowing the city of Bayonne, Highland Park, and Somerville to promote better evaluation statuses for working class people, when Trenton has been the center of the social equity conversation? Workers' rights and social equity are the same exact conversation. And unless we promote that, then this ordinance is flawed. That UFCW will not support that, the AFL-CIO will not support that, and surely the New Jersey building trades will not support this. It is a major issue. And specifically in a city that has a large population that has been dramatically hurt by the war on drugs, who couldn't even get a decent paying job, we're making it worse. We're making it worse by not putting workers' protections into this ordinance. So I am asking this council, somebody on council, who truly believes in working class issues in this city, and what the capital is supposed to stand for is workers' rights and social equity. We are asking you as a national labor union and as a group of working people to stand up and do the right thing and make an amendment to add labor peace requirements, project labor requirements, and give evaluation status to folks who have an existing collective bargaining agreement in cannabis with a bona fide labor union. Not a shell labor union, not a company labor union, a bona fide labor union under the state law, which is defined in S21. So we would ask for that. We would ask that you support the working class. And on behalf of the AFL-CIO, the UFCW, and the New Jersey building trades, we also support the expansion of the industry to our working class micro business owners who I know are looking to get into the industry as well. We support expansion of retail establishments, and we support the working class. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon?
Yes, Council President. Next, we have Juan Roland.
Yes, go right ahead.
Mr. Roland, you've been recognized. Please state your name and address for the record, or state your name and address for the record.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Juan Rowland, 1314 South Clinton Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey. I'm born and raised in the South Ward, Union Street, Kearney Homes projects. I am the president of a nonprofit organization, 501c3, established in Trenton, New Jersey. Our nonprofit consists of transitional sober living homes. We're in the process of working with a couple grant writers to seek out some grants to help with the purchase of a building or house to assist those that are coming out of treatment centers and incarceration. We are our main goal is to be that bridge that is going to, most of them are missing when they come out of the adversity. Just to give you a little background of me, I'm a substance abuse counselor by profession. I've been working with the population for the past 9 years. So, some of the conversations that I have with these individuals who are, whether Trenton residents or New Jersey residents, their main concern is continuum aftercare. So Empowerment House wants to be that organization that will be out waiting for them to return back into society, whether or not they are able to return back home or may need a sober, safe environment. I understand that there are some organizations already out there. I'm not going to mention any of those names, but through the population speaking, they're busting out the seams. Not only that, the conversations I have with these individuals, they're just being dead. Empowerment House would like to be a little different, to where it's not just housing them, but more or less educating them as far as, rebuilding relationships, money managing, wellness, and stuff like that. To know more about us other than what I'm speaking about, you can visit our website, which is empowermenthouse823.org. I'll say it one more time. You might want to check us out. Empowermenthouse823.org. And there you can see all the outreach events and community engagement that we have been doing within the city of Trenton since our existence in 2018. No, we're not looking for no freebies, because I believe what we do is from the heart. What we do ask is for support. We ask for guidance. We ask for a little bit of more help, because if you look on our website, we have multiple, from food drives, Christmas drives. We just did our last event at the train station. I don't know if you guys are aware of that, with a collaboration with a lot of other small roses that are going into the Garden of New Jersey, which is Recovery is Essential, the Tough Family Foundation, Living Proof. So our organizations that, as we grew to plant a seed in the city of Trenton, we have come in contact with. As far as the city councilman, I understand there's a lot of stuff going on in the city of Trenton, a lot of frustration, a lot of emotional situations. Just understand this: we got to find remedy. Let's not concentrate too much on the fault, and know that people like us, Empowerment House, which is the city of Trenton, are out that want to assist in the areas that we can. Right? We want to help clean up those highways, on 29, the highways intersection on 129, right? Where there's people on every corner, like they're waiting, like it's a mailbox asking for money. Those individuals that we want to go out and assist with. This is what Empowerment House is for. And we're just asking, for the city councilman to, again, reach out to us. You can email us at empowermenthouse823@gmail. Just to see what you can do to help us out. I was honored to meet a couple of you guys. I know Mr. Harrison. I met him at a cleanup. I'm not going to mention too many other names, because I understand you can't be personalizing, but I think that's to be recognized. I appreciate those. I did email a lot of you guys on the board. I know you guys are busy. Please, this is an urgent desire and need in the city of Trenton, and we just need the people who are the first line of defense, which is, I believe, is the city of council. And I know the government and then the White House, but our voices don't reach that high where we sit at. So we just want to, hope that you guys take what I'm saying, reach out to us, see how you can educate us, direct us, and support us. I am in the process of holding a meeting with the mayor. I was blessed to, meet him a couple times at some of the events that I've held or collaborated with, and just we need help. We need help because they do. And I'm gonna wrap this up with this thing here. The marijuana, just FYI, the marijuana being legalized. Ladies and gentlemen, be prepared for the aftermath. All right? Be prepared for the aftermath. Do not let the city be overtaken like opiates did when Percocet was prescribed legally. Because as a substance abuse counselor and having heroin users in front of me, hearing their stories, it started off by an injury, Percocets, misuse, heroin. Just because it's going to be legalized doesn't mean that marijuana won't open up a gateway for other drugs, unhealthy environments, and et cetera. All we want to do as Empowerment House is to be on that side of remedy, because it's going to be a problem. Yes, it's going to help those with stage 4 cancer, anxiety. I understand that. I'm not saying that I'm not for it, but just let us be prepared. And don't undertake that. There is a seed growing in the city of Trenton called the Empowerment House, willing to help out on that part of the solution. I do have an event coming up, which I definitely am honored to thank the city of Trenton, Maria, the supervisor, the director of recreation, who are working with us on sponsoring this event called Partying Sober. It's going to be on September 18th, called Partying Sober. It's going to be at Unity Park. I'm inviting everyone in attendance of this meeting to come out and just have a day to where we can support those in recovery, and also exercise the fact and be role models of that we can enjoy life, fun, without the use of drugs and alcohol. Again, all of the stuff that I'm saying, if you visit our website, which is empowermenthouse823.org, you can see all the information and all the outreach programs, events, that we've been doing. So for all the city councilmen sitting in here, I heard a lot of you guys. I felt a lot of passion coming out of y'all, a lot of emotional things going out of y'all. And, those that who you are, who I'm talking about. I need some assistance. We need your assistance on pushing this Empowerment House forward, because I believe that some of the big organizations that are hidden in the city of Trenton, just housing these individuals, they need to come out. They need to come out and speak to these individuals that are being left behind, that are being thrown out of these rescue missions, et cetera, et cetera. And we need to find some placements for them, because we're talking about revitalizing this city, but it ain't just buildings. We got people out here too. The South Trenton councilman, I'm not going to name name, but if you can please reach out to us, because I was just out there at the National Night Out on Lamberton Street. And again, I am a Union Street resident. I almost cried walking to the National Night Out to see how South Trenton light is out. The light is out in South Trenton. I'm going to say it one more time. I'm not here to find fault. I'm here to find remedy. The light is out. And it's saddening. And we need to put that light back on out South Trenton, because South Trenton is a beautiful side along with every other side. But South Trenton is abandoned. There's abandoned, and there's really none outside of the South Trenton Committee, from my understanding. Again, this is the problem. If there are other organizations, I and the ones that I was out there conversating with on National Night Out the other day don't know nothing about it, and that's a problem. So, city councilman, on that part, I'm taking responsibility to assist on that, because there's a major cleanup needs to be done. There's some boarded houses that need to be done and boarded back up, and something has to be done. The Cuba Pool basketball court needs to be fixed. There's kids running around. Matter of fact, I had to pick one up the other day. You know why? Because he was having fun running, and the cement was so high that he flipped and hurt himself. And the tears in his eyes, he was shocked, like, what the heck just happened? Not knowing that he just got tripped by the cement that is bulging out of the sidewalk. So please, help us out. Stan, we need people like you guys that's in attendance today to assist in getting this done, because it's a desire and need. Because back a couple years ago, there was only one, maybe two panhandlers. They're out there like they're doing shifts. And I spoke to a couple of them, and I'm gonna sum it all up. They're cemented there. They're cemented, and we're willing to go and help them, assist them with that as far as resources, but we're needing help from the city. And I'm looking forward to talk to the city, to the mayor, but also city councilman. Please check your emails because Empowerment House has been reaching out to you guys with no avail. September 18th, please come out to the partying sober at the Unity Park. Thank you. And I know it's not easy, but let's get it done. Thank you.
I'm sir.
What time? September 18th?
From 12 to 5.
Thank you very much.
You can visit our website for further information about us and the event, empowermenthhouse823.org.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Council President, next, Mr. Algernon Ward.
Go right ahead, Mr. Ward.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Good morning. Algernon Ward, 688 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Trenton, New Jersey. I'm sure all of you are aware that we're working on the Locust Hill African Cemetery and Museum project on Hart Avenue here in the city of Trenton. I'm happy to report that we made a lot of progress under some trying circumstances. I'd just like to also point out that we are, in fact, a 501c3 organization. We've had our certification since the year 2000. We are registered with New Jersey Charities. We're listed as status is in good standing. We are fully compliant with our IRS W-9 and 990 EN reporting. We just filed with the New Jersey State Business, New Jersey Treasury Business Association, our status for 990. So we are 100% compliant. We are applying to the New Jersey Historic Trust for National Historic Site recognition and going to get a certificate of eligibility. We've been awarded a grant from the New Jersey Council of the Humanities for a planning grant to work on the project. We're applying to the National Endowment for the Arts. In fact, on August 12th is the deadline for our application. I've been writing grants 2, 3 o'clock in the morning for the past few weeks because they impose their own deadlines and we have to meet them with all the criteria I just laid out. We're registered with Dun & Bradstreet, the CAGE system, the New Jersey grants SAGE system, as well as SAM. So it just complying with all those governmental entities is a job unto itself. But we've done that because this is an important project and we've crossed every I and dotted every T. And I think I've spoken to each one of you about this project, and you've all indicated that you'd like to see it happen based on the presentation that the community gave before City Council. Some people there who lived in 88 years old came to City Council meeting to tell you that they wanted to see this done. And so it's been our charge to move this project forward. However, the impediment comes right there at City Council. We would have been a year ahead of this, but we had to submit the project to council's attorney for review. That review took almost 9 months. 9 months. Without a response to the project director about what issues they may be having. Finally, it came down to a definition of what recreation was. Did a museum fit the definition of recreation? Some people would say that's just a semantic difference, but we had to go and amend the North Trenton plan in order to include cultural facilities as a permitted use. And the planning board examined the whole issue. They concur 100% that that semantic change of allowing cultural facilities would cure any other impediments they have. However, the resolution that would do that's been put before City Council as far back as July. It's simply a procedural matter. It could be voted on by council, by consent. But what it does is gum up the process. As I just indicated, August the 12th, I have to apply for a grant, a national grant for the Endowment of Art to do our programming. But if every time the resolution to make that semantic change comes up on the docket and somebody pulls it off, it's as if they don't care that these deadlines are there. They want to insist that people jump through all the hoops. We've jumped through all the hoops and more. And if City Council is indeed supportive, they need to go ahead and do procedural matters so that we can move this project ahead. After all, we're talking about honoring the graves of our ancestors, the people who are buried here in the city of Trenton and are in fact the charge of the city of Trenton. Volunteers have done all of the work up to now and have done yeoman's task. They've already made this place go from night to day. And they're eager to go forward. And in fact, it's doing what we intended. It's pulled the community together on a kind of a common project, and everybody is pitching in and doing their thing. And we would just like for council to assist us rather than impede us and help us get this project done. I think I've spoken passionately to many of you about this. We'd like to see the graves of our ancestors and this museum open. It will be the first Black museum in the city of Trenton if we go along by procedures. We have complied with City Council's provisions of the agreement they wanted. We had to turn in a plan by August the 2nd. But let me stop here, pause here for a minute, and I just want to say this. When we went to submit our plan on August the 2nd, I called J.R. Capasso. He picked up the phone and was telling me how I could submit the plan to him. But I said, okay, I'll come down and give it to you. He says, no, I'm at the hospital. You're at the hospital? My wife is here in surgery, and he's working on helping us get this project moving forward. Now, he's a city employee, but he's also a human being. And right now he's struggling with his own personal issues, but he has actually extended himself in the middle of all of that to try to see that this thing is done and done correctly. I think that deserves consideration, that a person would be that dedicated to serving the city. He actually said, I won't be back into the office until Wednesday. I'll get there, we'll pick it up from there. But that indicates to me that at least some people in the city of Trenton, and I have to say Maria Richardson's name, and I have to say the Shade Tree Division and the Cleanup Division, they've done marvelous stuff. They cut the grass, they've cut down trees, they've removed tons of trash and brush, and that's all been done with the assistance of the people in the neighborhood. They see things happening, so it is in fact having the effect that we always hoped that it would have. It would spur interest and pride in the neighborhood and become a focal point, and people are really anticipating this thing happening, and we're hoping that we will be able to, by the next summer, get this done. But council has to get out of the way. Council has to do the routine things that any council can do. If we're talking about a simple semantic change on the resolution to get this done. So this, without explanation, it keeps getting pulled off the docket. And I don't know why. No one's explaining that to us. I'm the project director. You'd think somebody would pick up the phone and say this is a problem, but no. So I would appreciate it that it's your earliest opportunity, and I talked with a councilwoman regarding this issue, and I was under the impression it might be walked on tonight because it was tabled in July, and it shouldn't have been tabled a second time because you can only table it once, is my understanding. So this should have been voted on tonight, but it didn't appear on the agenda. So first, I'd like to ask what the hell is going on, and second, why is it going on? Because these things, it's become an impediment. And we're talking about a simple language addition to the city plan, this North Clinton 250 plan, and the planning board has examined it from soup to nuts, and they said exactly they don't have an issue with it, and they're the ones, in fact, who put forward the ordinance. So let's move on these things and do the procedural things. This low-hanging fruit, it doesn't cost the city a dime. This is all being done with volunteer. We did get support from the city. I'm not going to say that they haven't invested in us, but the public is raising its own funds, and you should assist them because we sent you guys there to represent us, not to impede us. And it's just not a question that I'm not 100% happy to answer about any of these things. So I would just ask that as a motion from the floor, a resident, that the resolution presented by the planning board in July be voted on this evening, if presented by, if that's in order, for the council to consider tonight. You really need to help us meet our deadlines so that we can do some. I think it's a great thing for our city of Trenton, and I don't know of anyone who doesn't support the idea. And you've all indicated that you do. So let's demonstrate that by taking the steps to make this thing happen. Grease the wheels. Don't throw another roadblock in front, because we've jumped through every single hoop and procedural process that's been laid out before us. So thank you for indulging me, and I would ask that someone make a motion to adopt the resolution to change to accept the planning board's recommendation to alter the North Clinton plan to include cultural facilities. That's all we're talking about in that ordinance. Thank you for your indulgence, and I hope that you get a positive.
Trying to get the camera together. Good evening. My name's Leo Bridgewater. I'm speaking tonight in regards to the ordinance that was voted on tonight, not just as a subject matter expert in the cannabis industry, but also as a citizen of the city of Trenton. And when I look at the way this ordinance is written, and when you remove the downtown area, when you have a limited number of licensing being allowed within the city, none of that says social equity. None of that says, job, like it actually flies in the face of the efforts of a lot of Trentonians. One of the things that I've always said about the way the state law was written, it gave municipalities a massive amount of power. I can tell, and this is from the trained ear, the trained eye, I can tell that members of the city council has not really abreast themselves to these laws. I can tell, I'm the trained ear, I can tell that members of the city council are not time appropriate in their fundamental understanding of this plant or this industry. I can tell that there are members of the city council who speak with a particular type of tone deafness that they don't even realize that there's a condescending manner in which they are speaking, and not even realizing that you're talking. We know when you can tell. I can tell when someone thinks me an addict. Of course, that's Leo Bridgewater speaking really well, and he's saying nice things, but all I am is just a high-functioning addict. And that's contrary to my efforts in this industry as someone who is also going to be a applicant with full cultivation and processing. I'm far removed from the description that has given me. And I just want to say, considering the fact that after having gone through post-traumatic stress COVID, the entire city of Trenton now qualifies for a medical marijuana card. Damn it, you could say the whole state qualifies for a medical marijuana card. And so limiting the number of businesses as this being ground zero for the medical marijuana industry, for not the marijuana industry, period, be it adult use or medical or medicinal, it is ludicrous, especially us being a impact zone city. We have to we need to be discussing the different revenue streams in which the city can collect when it comes to host community agreements. We need to start talking about, we need to start promoting this. We need to actually embrace this. And we sure as heck need to not disclose or exclude downtown Trenton. We need to embrace this. There is so much more that you can do without having to actually limit the number of possibilities for which citizens in this city have actually fought for. I can only count on one, maybe two fingers, the number of city council folks, this body and its predecessors, that I have tried over years to discuss what this is, especially since I have actually helped with the efforts to get this done on the state level and on a municipality level. And I thank you for allowing me to.
Next, Council President, we have Caroline.
Go right ahead.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please? Caroline, you've been recognized by the council to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Now we can hear.
Now we can.
I apologize. Good evening, council members.
Good evening.
I just want to make sure that I heard this clear tonight. I heard a discussion regarding the Latino merchant situation. Number one, I heard that the Latino merchants rent city property. Number two, I heard that one of the requirements for city lease is that the occupants of these city properties must have 501c3 status and fulfill certain filing requirements, right? And then I heard that there's no evidence submitted to council that the 501c status or the filing requirements were met. And then I heard 3 council members voted against forcing the Latino merchants to produce the documents. Another example of council members voting based on emotions rather than voting based on the law. I would have hoped that we learned our lesson from Art All Night. That is, we ought to recognize the need to be in compliance with all laws relative to the occupants of our building. I hope that the city residents are not left holding the bag on this if something goes wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, next we have Jazzy Edwards.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. I just want to speak on the cannabis ordinance and encourage council to up and fully without capping the industry, capping our social equity, capping our business, job development, capping our employment opportunities for our residents, capping our, small business ownerships, the people that have been in the legacy market for years, that have been in this cannabis industry, that is dying to get in the legal market with their own small business in the cannabis industry. Don't take this from them. We have been working on this for years, and this has been a long time coming to end the prohibition against cannabis, against hemp, against marijuana, against weed. Ending the war on drugs, ending the mass incarceration that has, disproportionately affected our community with these previous marijuana laws. we need to help people in our community. The gun violence that is riddling our community has been because of mass incarceration, has been because the system has been purposely removing Black men from these Black families. So we need to be ensuring that we're included in this market, that we have a fair shot, the small guys, not just these big MSOs that are coming in, but the little people, the ones that have been locked up for years and have been stripped of their rights. We need to be reinstating their civil rights. That's what we need to be focused on in this city, and focus on economic development. Focus on that impact zone funding that could rebuild our cities, that could rebuild our libraries, our schools, our community centers, that could go towards Section 3, people. I would say my grand speech for August 19th, but I just want to encourage council to just think about those issues. Aside from that, I want to invite everyone out to the Battle of Trenton against gun violence this Sunday at the Battle Monument at 2 p.m. because of the uptick in gun violence. We want to call people out and, hear from the community about how we can band together, what we can do, whatever we come up with to try to curb some of this gun violence because, as redundant as it may feel, as redundant as it may seem, we can't give up on this. And we have to, keep pushing. Come out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Conlon.
Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody else wish to be recognized by the Trenton City Council for public portion for this meeting?
Yes, Mary Horn.
Yes, ma'am. Council President Mary Horn.
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Horn.
Yes, I'll be brief in my comments, but I just would like to say, and speaking to the cannabis, I know we all want to have business in the city, and when we hear about cannabis, we think dollar signs, and that's going to make this a better city because we're bringing monies into that city. But as the gentleman before me, Jose, said, we better be looking for the downfall for this or the thrashing of it, because with that kind of industry comes other things, unwanted things that we really don't need in the city. I mean, we're 7.5 square miles, and no one really wants it. No one wants it in downtown. No one wants it up here. Certainly don't want it in West Trenton. And I'm not knocking the industry, but with the smell alone, people would be walking around with a euphoric sense, a high that applies to our kids also. We got our kids, and we need to have a better plan before we can bring this type of industry into a city like ours. Believe me, I hear the arguments. We talked about it all night, and people have valid points. But we better be looking for the backlash that comes with it. I agree with that. And I also agree that we need a better plan, because it's just not going to be confined to that building. It's going to be smells all over the place, and people are really pushing back on it now. We have some industries that are in a suburban community, and the smell comes all the way out on the highway. So I don't know how we're going to do it here in the town. And number two, in reference to, and please, I hear the Latino about that. They do good work in the city. I concur with Marge Caldwell and our council president. We have to be, and even the law says that we need to be accountable with our paperwork. That's all that's needed. It's not saying that they can't come back and have some type of business there, but we all have to be accountable. And I'm going to use this as an example. Have you ever tried to apply for a grant at City Hall? I mean, taxpayers and citizens, you almost have to tell your whole life story, and every paperwork that's required has to be accounted for. So we can't just take one sector and say, we're going to give them a pass on this. And trust me, Latino merchants, I am not really banging on you. I'm just saying we have to be fair across the board. Everyone has to be accountable.
and we love the good work that you do, but we can't give a pass to some and not to the others. And lastly, I'd like to talk about the school board. We have a lot of money coming into the city, the budget for the school board. I would implore the school board to please use this money to the fact that we can hire the best superintendents when it comes there, the best teachers. So, and please let the teachers teach, please. And the best schools, to make our schools here in Trenton the best as every other school that will be in a suburban community or even in another city. Our kids deserve that. Cleaner schools, better education, tutoring while they're in school. And for God's sake, if they could have a study hall class where those kids can do their homework in school, I think it would make better for the students if they can get some of their homework done in school, because I believe a lot of it is is being recycled, but maybe to none of their fault. But I think it would make some better schools, pay more better attention to our children. And that's all I got to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. Next, Mr. Conlon.
Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody else wish to be recognized by the Trenton City Council this evening? Do I have a motion to close public portion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Council President McBride, a second by Ms. Vaughn. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? So ordered.
I would like to talk about, there's a neighborhood cleanup on Saturday, August the 14th, 10 a.m., Oakland Street Playground, Oakland and Hoffman, volunteers. You can contact Joe Smith, 609-276-5718. Also tonight, we had Algernon Ward saying he needs our help. Hopefully we will band them together and actually work on making the first Black museum. That would be great if we do that. And I want to say this. I'm asking my colleagues to support a resolution to honor our hometown Olympic gold champion, Thea Mu, who won Olympic gold earlier this week in the women's 800-meter race. By renaming the park, which is Unity Square Park, Hamilton and Chestnut, to Thea Mu Park, to have the city council and the administration put together a committee to raise private funds to have a statue placed in the park to honor our hometown hero. Thea Mu ran the track. She actually ran on track 2 blocks away from that park at Trent High School. There's a statue base already there for the previous statue was there. And she's the first woman to win 800 meters in the United States since 1964, and that was the last Tokyo Olympics. I've also already received a local business owner who donated $1,000 to TrentonPost.com. So hopefully our colleagues will come together. We can fundraise and put a statue in that park to honor one of our heroes who represents his city with so much pride and so much respect. So hopefully my colleagues, when I put this together, we all come together and support this, and we get the business owners to do the same thing, support this, fundraise for this, and put a statue there to honor our hero. Thank you so much.
Councilman Rodriguez.
No comments. And I have to excuse myself.
All righty. Good night. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Of course he excused himself. But I just want to say that if Trenton is ever going to turn the corner and have good governance, we talked about going to the state to for them to release us from oversight. There's no way with the votes that we are casting this evening, and particularly the one in the police department, the resolutions and proposals we put forward, they have to be embedded in the law. They have to be legal. And the council is the legislative body of this city. We make the laws. We amend them, we enact them, we repeal them to make them better. And here we are. When we're faced with following it, we don't do it. And it's just unacceptable. It's unacceptable. But I can tell you this much. If this Trenton City Council does not want to encourage our citizens, our business partners, our residents to abide by the laws of this city, there's other entities that will. And you can't get around the IRS. The IRS will revoke that organization's status because they haven't filed in 3 years. And they never, were at the time a tax-exempt organization. But nonetheless, the 4 council members, Councilman Blakely, Councilman Rodriguez, Councilman Mushaw, and Councilman Harrison, has shown the citizens and the residents of the city and all others who are listening on this call that they have total disregard for the law. And that is very concerning. And I'm embarrassed to even sit on a council with folks who have no disregard for the law. I have, and one of the council members, by the way, is a former police officer. And to sit here and vote for an organization blatantly non-compliant with tax law is just shameful, just shameful. And I can tell you this much. Here we are, we have a lot of citizens. Mr. Ward and Mr. Collin, I sent you Mr. Ward's ordinance. I was supposed to walk it on and I got so busy and I just completely forgot. But I would like to walk that on, and there's a way that I could, I would want to do that. But what I wanted to say about businesses and partners, good partners, the Latino merchants aren't good partners. If they wanted to, whatever good that they do for the city, it has been tarnished because those donations and those contributions should have been reported to the IRS. The IRS needs to know, our government needs to know what that nonprofit organization is doing, where that money is coming from, how they are utilizing it, and whether or not our citizens are properly benefiting. And if this council doesn't believe that an organization that's operating in their city does not, that they don't believe they should be held accountable, then those 4 council members need to, they should not even be on this council. And furthermore, I will reintroduce that ordinance. I will be reintroducing it. I will certainly be watching the IRS reporting on the Latino merchants when they officially revoke their a nonprofit status because they haven't been compliant. We watch organizations like I have 2 in my ward who constantly call and say, Ms. Vaughn, I want to pilot. I want a discount in my tax rate. And I tell them all the time, no, I will not put that forward to my council members. It's not fair to the citizens of the city that you don't pay taxes or pay your fair share of the taxes. We had another business partner here in the city who's been here for over 15 years, a redeveloper. They developed the Pennington Avenue Market. We declined to give them a pilot and told them they had to pay their fair share. And, Oakland Avenue Apartments, the same thing. Here in the West Ward, they've been asking for reduced and extended pilot and reduced taxes. And we tell them, as council, that they got to pay their fair share. But here tonight, we're telling the organization that they don't have to pay their fair share. They don't have to do anything. They don't even have to be compliant with tax law, where I am certain that every single member of this council is compliant with the IRS. So I don't know what those 4 members of the council was attempting to do, but you have lost all credibility. I don't think anybody on this line or in this meeting, I think they're all shocked. I think you're going to have a very tough time explaining that your vote on in any respect, any forum. So that's all I'm going to say about that. And there's more to say, but I will reserve it for another time. But Mr. Collin, I would like to introduce or walk on Mr. Algernon Ward's ordinance to amend the 250 plan to include cultural facilities. My apologies, Mr. Ward. It completely slipped my mind.
There's just another issue with that. The redeveloper status that was given to that entity actually did expire. So when we do that, we should actually do a resolution to extend Resolution 21-033 to extend their status as redeveloper as well, which I believe was part of the issue with that, that it went too long and it lapsed, and it didn't get redone in combination with it. So I think that was done under Resolution 21-033, and it's a simple thing to also re-extend that as well.
Okay. So
So we need to address that on the September the 2nd.
Okay.
I'll make sure it's on the docket, man.
Okay. So I have a nice evening all.
It didn't lapse. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Councilwoman, thank you for your comments. It's late in the morning. I wanted to have the police director speak to the 7 deaths in our city. And if Mr. Wilson is still on with us, I would like to hear from him in reference to the gun violence being perpetrated on our young people in the city. Mr. Wilson, are you there?
Yes.
Can you please speak to this gun violence?
Okay, well,
Typing. Yeah.
I can't hear. Out of the 7, since I've been on board, we have 6 of them have been solved with arrest or solved pending arrest. 2 of those were non-suppressible because they occurred inside and they were domestic violence related.
Mr. Wilson, the former director had worked hard to get the crime center. My question to you in reference to the crime center is, why aren't we proactive if the gun violence is occurring on the streets and on the street corners? Why aren't we proactive here if we have that crime center?
We are proactive as much as we can be in regards to any crime, including the gun violence. The Real-Time Crime Center is used in regards to intelligence related policing, but it also has been a great factor in after the fact gathering intelligence, which is leading to the arrest of offenders.
So like when we went into to take a tour of the center, the cameras were there, and they were able to pick up almost everything a person can do once they walk out of their front door. So the question still remains, why can't, if we have the cameras in place, why aren't we detecting this type of activity before before it turns into a homicide? For example, if the cameras can pick up everything that you do, and there's a gathering and there's guns being passed around, or there's individuals riding in cars and they're jumping out of cars, I'm just trying to figure out why we can have all these big screens and all these cameras, but yet and still we can't get to the victim to save the victim. We only can be reactive after the perpetrator commits the homicide.
Well, Council President, these things happen so fast that no matter what camera is there, if someone's intent on doing this type of violence, you can't stop them unless you're right on top of them already. Such was the case of Dion Ellis, such was the case of all of them. They happen. It's not like someone's standing out there with a gun in their hand for several minutes and it gets captured by the camera, and then these things happen fast. You can't because there's some of them have been captured on camera, and then it's after the fact investigation. But you can't stop somebody who's intent on doing that from doing it unless you're right on top of them.
So,
an example would be the bank robbery that occurred earlier in the afternoon. Cop was right on top of him. The guy came in the bank, still tried to do the robbery. The cop was right there and able to stop it. Now you have cameras and everything out front of a bank and inside of a bank. Cop was right on top of it and able to stop it.
So I'm just really concerned. 7 deaths within a 30-day window. That, I'm quite sure that's close to a record here. But,
Trust me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say thank you for commenting, but that doesn't. It really don't help me any. And I was just thinking that the crime center would help us radio into the police that are out patrolling the city when there's certain activities in certain areas, because we all know what the hot areas are. I don't, so I'm just not getting it, but I guess that's why I'm not into law enforcement.
The crime center does help in real time, Council President. For instance, when Detective Robert Ramos was hit by a person who was fleeing from arrest, that person and that car was found immediately after it fled due to the real-time crime center. So that was in real time. The technology was used to pinpoint that car. So it does work in that capacity as well.
Thank you. I would like to also, I know it's late now and I don't want to speak, but I want to ask Dr. Lopez a couple of questions. Is Dr. Lopez still on the call?
She is in the room. I just don't. Dr. Lopez?
Yes, I'm here, Council President.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Doctor. There's 2 questions that I wanted to ask you this morning. One was in reference to the Kingsbury's and the condition that our residents are living in down in the Kingsbury's. I'm so concerned about the residents down in the Kingsbury's living like that. I've never witnessed anything like it in my entire life. And when reaching out to the city, you know, trying to get, apply some pressure to HUD to actually withhold the funding until they either come in and move those residents, or to hold the funding and force them to in my position would be to level it down to the ground. Because in my entire life of living, my 65 years on this earth, I have never experienced a million maggots coming out of people's carpet. I have never witnessed mold on people's bathroom walls, on their bedroom walls. I have never witnessed people living with buckets in the middle of their floors, on their beds. And we can go home in the comfort of our homes, and these people are still in those conditions without air. It's inhumane. I mean, I really, really don't understand why we aren't moving to shut it down, do whatever we have to do to educate those residents on how to prepare themselves to get out of there. It's just too much for me to witness that kind. It's just a lot. I've never in my life seen such conditions as if we were in a third world country. And I mean, I can't even talk about how these people are living and come home and be comfortable about where I'm at, when I know that there's people that cannot help themselves and cannot improve their quality of life and their living conditions without assistance.
Yeah, Council. Yes,
Go ahead.
Council President, I agree with you. There are several moving parts in regards to dealing with Kingsbury, because that does involve state inspectors. We have been waiting on their report. I believe when you were calling me, I was on vacation, so I'm following up. So you're talking about the Department of Housing and Economic Development. I have spoke with the supervisor of their housing inspectors, just trying to see where we are with the report. And when it comes to multiple dwellings, there's a limitation in what we can do jurisdictionally, locally with the city. And so we don't want to be in violation as well. So that's why I say it's several moving parts in which we're trying to work with the state as well as utilize what we have. And I agree with you with the educational piece and talking to the residents. We have done that when the air was out about a month ago, and we were out there talking to them. And so when you're talking about residents who are despondent and have some difficulties, right, and they do want to have other places where they want to move, but realistically, we know that can't happen so quickly. And so we try to find mechanisms that will make it work for them where they are temporarily. And I hate to triage things, but that's what we're doing at this juncture, and that's because we are waiting on the state inspectors to provide us with the status of their report, because there have been several violations that was provided to Kingsbury, and it was I believe they may have had 2 times they went out, and there was one apartment I do recall said that they were violated twice. And so my question to the state have been, what is the repercussion to that? And so, again, there's several moving parts, and I'm trying to get answers. And I don't want to blame it on the pandemic where people are working remotely, but there should be some answers that should have came out sooner, much sooner than where we are now. So I understand your concern, and I am working on that to try to get some answers and get that resolved, from my department as well as the Department of Housing and Economic Development.
The second question was about the Delta variant. As far as the schools reconvening in September, and you have this second variant, the second strand, have we did an inspection in the schools to make sure that they are going to be social distancing in the schools. They received a lot of money under the American Rescue Plan. And I just want to know if we have been out to the schools to see how our children are going to be social distancing when they go back to schools, how the schools, if the schools are prepared to receive the children. Our classrooms have always been 27 children, 26 children. So most of the classrooms are overcrowded. And I just want to know how we're addressing that issue.
Yes, my health officer, she did go out to the schools and did a walkthrough, and they are in compliance and in preparation for the opening of the school. Also, I know that the back to school celebration for the Trenton schools, I believe, is on August the 6th, in which they're doing the free COVID vaccine and immunizations for the students, because we know outside of COVID and having the vaccines, a lot of our students are not up to date with their shots. So that is something that Michael Freeman, who's the supervisor of nursing with the Trenton Public Schools, have implemented, and they're having that on August the 6th. And we have been in contact with her as well. So that is something we are working on and trying to have that prepared for the opening of the school year.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're very welcome.
That will be it for me for this morning. And I thank each and every one of you for staying. All of the directors, I thank you. And I thank the public for coming out. Your opinion matters. And hopefully we'll see you on, some of you on the 19th or the 16th, I believe. Which date is that, Mr. Conlon, for the public reading of the ordinance?
The special meeting will be on August 19th at 12 p.m.
So we'll see you, some of you on the 19th at 12 p.m. And for everyone else, we'll see you on the 2nd of September. Thank you again. Mr. Collin, I would like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
A motion to adjourn by Council President McBride. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. Vaughn. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned at 1:11 a.m. Thank you all. Be get home safe. Congratulations to Ms. Athing Mo. And it seems that Trenton makes and Athing Mo takes gold. And that's all I'm going to say on that method. Everybody have a good night.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a good night.
Yeah. Have a great one, everyone.
Mr. Conlon, can you hear me?
Yeah, Mr. Ward.
The agreement did not lapse. It was August the 2nd when I was supposed to turn in the developer's report. I did turn that in to JR, as I was alluding to, so it did not lapse.
I'll talk to you about it tomorrow. If you look at the verbiage of 21033, though, if you give me a call tomorrow, I'll talk to you about it tomorrow. I don't want to discuss it in the public forum, as you know, we're in. But I'd be happy to send you a copy of the resolution. It's an easy correction. I'm not, it's nothing that's going to hold you up at all.
All right.
Okay, bye-bye.